And then there are supposed friends like Naomi and
Place otherwise. And you guys
like Jenny. Yeah, goes in that,
Okay.
you give it to the pretty woman. Yeah, I don't know anything about the new guy that's sitting there.
All right, good morning, everyone. Nice to see you there in the front row. It has, it's nice to see you after a tough year.
I promise, no poetry.
Well, I love your poetry. I do, I love it. All right, good morning, everyone. Before we start, sometimes I like to call this out. She's going to be very unhappy with me, but it is Madam Clerk's birthday, so we definitely have to sing you happy birthday. So.
we have business to attend to, Madam Mayor.
Oh,
We don't
come on,
have to
come
do
on.
that.
I bet someone out here has got a great voice. Raise your hand, I want to know. Come on, someone's a singer out here.
Third row, right here.
Third row?
That's right.
A professional.
Kyle.
Where are you? Stand up. Come on. Come on.
We'll all join in, like if you lead us.
Okay, ready? Okay, ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ashley. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council and members of staff and the public that are present. Thank you very much.
All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it right back to you. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I would love it if, let's see. Oh, come on. Carl Hall, why don't you lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, nice job, thank you. I love it. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it to you for roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Roll call for the joint regular meeting of the Reno City Council and Redevelopment Agency for Wednesday, June 9th. Breckus. Dewar.
Here.
Delgado. Weber. Here. Jordan.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Chivy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to send it right back to you for item A3, public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Transitioning to item A3, this item is for general public comment. These are for items not specific to our agenda today. It should be noted for the record that public comment is contained to 3 minutes per speaker. You may not give your time to, remaining time to the next person. Should be also noted during this time, the council respectfully asks that you address the body as a whole, and do not identify one member specifically. Additionally, pursuant to our council rules, there is no clapping, applauding, stomping, or general disruption of this meeting. We do ask that you are respectful while you're in this room and be kind to one another. Madam Mayor, with that, moving on to our general public comment. It should be noted for the record that we received 10 letters of support, 19 letters of opposition, and 10 letters of concern from various persons under general public comment. These have been submitted to council and are part of the record. We have no voicemails today, and transitioning to our in-person speakers. First to speak is Kyle Ray, followed by Eric LaRude, followed by Chief Cochran and Chief Soto. Should be noted, if we can have the next speakers ready, there is a seat in the front row. I would ask that we have everyone queued up. We do have 42 public commenters to speak today. So we do have a heavy docket as well as a very heavy agenda. So I ask respectfully that you can please be ready in the front row when your name is called. First to go, Kyle Ray, followed by Eric LaRude.
Well, good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Kyle Ray. I'm with Tolls Development Company. I'm speaking on behalf of our company, TDC, and on behalf of Par Tolls, who caught a little cold, so we can't be here with you today. Our real estate company, TDC, has chosen to locate downtown. Our offices are downtown. And our company and our properties serve more than 120 small businesses throughout downtown and midtown. We are heavily invested in the Downtown Reno partnership, both with our time and treasure and the Village at Sage Street, Northern Nevada Hopes, and now the CARES campus. At least 20% of our time as a company is focused on affordable housing, development coordination, fundraising, and political support for affordable housing. Right now, our city has a window of opportunity to be a model throughout the West that provides resources for the unhoused in a unique continuum of care between CARES Campus, tiny homes, Sage Street, Our Place, and Built for Zero. But with this continuum of care, there has to be enforcement. It won't be perfect, and not every single person will accept the care that's offered, but the alternative is losing our city to similar cities like San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, and LA. We ask that the council hold fast in building our reputation as a city of compassion, but also of accountability, with zero tolerance for those that refuse to respect our river and downtown public areas. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I swear,
Next
you
to
were in heartbeat to heartbeat, right?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Excellent. I just love it. Thank you so much. It was fantastic. I knew you. I was like, I know that guy. You're famous.
Eric LaRude,
Excellent voice.
followed by Chief Cochran and Chief Soto. As a reminder, anyone who is signed in for online public comment, please come and check in with me so we can get you on the list.
Good morning. My name is Eric LaRue, and I live at 255 North Sierra Street, downtown Reno. Madam Mayor and members of the Reno City Council, I am a resident of downtown Reno. I have a business in downtown Reno. I frequently am out in public places in downtown Reno. I'm frequently running and walking along the Truckee River. I am in support of your efforts to address the homelessness issues in our community. I am in support of your efforts to continue the process of removing the homeless camps in downtown Reno and along the Truckee River corridor, and prohibiting any unauthorized camping in downtown Reno and along the river. For various reasons, the Truckee River should not be the site of any such camps. I'm not an expert on this, but the camps adversely impact the river and the river corridor, and I can speak firsthand that the camps adversely impact everyone else's right to use and enjoy and benefit from the river and downtown. The same is true of city parks and city streets. For example, camping should not be allowed in Wingfield Park or Idlewild Park, or in RVs and in other camps on the downtown Reno streets. That type of use adversely impacts everyone else from being able to enjoy these public places. There is no doubt that homelessness is a major problem without any easy solutions, not only for our community, but for our country and the world. Figuring out the answers requires a lot of serious thought and compassion, discussion, and cooperation by many people and organizations. And I know that you are one of those organizations who've been putting a lot of time and energy into this issue. The Nevada Cares Campus is a step in the right direction to help many people. Other solutions need to be identified and implemented. We acknowledge that may not be the only solution. But allowing homeless camps and unauthorized camping in downtown Reno and along the Truckee River should no longer be a solution. Those are places for every resident and visitor to use and enjoy freely and not feel intimidated. And not many can enjoy those public places with the way the homeless camps have been in the recent past. Thank you for your efforts addressing this issue.
Thank you for your comments. Next to speak is Chief Cochran, followed by Chief Soto. After that will be Alex Statinsky. Chief Soto first, then Chief Cochran.
Yes, thank you. For the record, Reno Police Chief Jason Soto, Madam Mayor, Council, City Manager. I think it's important today, this morning, to give all of you and all of our community and advocates and populations some perspective on what we're talking about in terms of a lot of these cleanups that have been happening since May 17th, the opening of the CARES campus. The Reno Police Department, as many of you, or as all of you are aware, have the Martis Creek Agreement. And part of that agreement, and part of our duty as a city, is to keep the river corridor clean and to create ordinances around that river. In the past year, we have had 2 notices in terms of not being in compliance with that agreement. That, in addition to all the work that we've done to bring on the CARES campus, has really gotten us to where we are today in terms of success. I want to talk about the cleanups that have occurred since May 17th in the city of Reno and clean up some of those perceptions that might be out there. Since these cleanups have begun on May 17th, a couple of the larger areas that we're all aware of were the Wells overpass and the underpass, I should say, of Wells on both the east and the west side, and then the Mill Edison camp a week or so ago. During all of that enforcement and resources and assistance that we gave, the Reno Police Department made 4 arrests total. 3 of those arrests were for warrants. So I want that to sit in for a minute. 1 arrest for somebody who didn't comply, 3 of them for warrants, and 2 citations. Now, the reason that number is so extremely low is because of the compassion that this council has and the direction that we've been given as the Reno Police Department in terms of how to find these individuals resources. This is not an easy topic. We all understand how difficult it is. We have compassion. We know a lot of these individuals by a name basis. We have changed our approach. But I also want to share with you some statistics that are important because there's more than just one view on this issue. This study that we did, or the numbers that we put together from January 1st, 2020 to December 20th, 2020, the Reno Police Department received 1,625 calls for service that involve homeless. Those are individuals that call our department in our city and say, we need help. This is not conducive to our business. This is not, it's scaring people in our neighborhoods, businesses, a plethora of different issues. That's one piece. All of those calls for service required a response from officers from our patrol division, at least 1 officer. That doesn't include the calls for service at the Community Assistance Center. That has been our top call for service, as you are aware, for over a decade. We respond there every day, all day long. Chief Cochran will defer his time to me.
As a reminder of our rules of decorum while in this room, no yelling, shouting, or disruption of the meeting. Thank you for your comments.
Go ahead and defer your time.
Sir, please be respectful. I hear your comments. Thank you. We're transitioning to our next comments.
Chief Cochran just deferred his 3 minutes to me. Okay. From January to December of 2020, I'll make this real simple and real quick. We responded to over 4,000 calls for service for this community. It's a huge concern to our public, to our businesses, and to our neighborhoods. We are working through this. We are working through this as efficiently as we can in the most fair and effective way. And now I'll turn it over to Chief Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief, for the record. I just wanted to relay some information to this body about the impacts these encampments are having on our service levels, the Reno Fire Department service levels, and primarily safety of first responders and of the community. We went back and looked from March 2020 to date, so roughly the beginning of the pandemic to date, and I have some updated stats. 351 fires in that window of time. That is a huge number of fires. Far exceeds the average or what would be normal.
What was the
throughout
number?
city.
I'm sorry.
351 fires that we responded to. That, along the river corridor. Thank you for that clarification. Yeah. That puts individuals down there at risk. It puts responders at risk. And like I said, far exceeds what would be considered normal, even for us, a very, very busy department. Most of those fires are not related to, I'll call it accidents from cooking or heating. They're conflict resolution mechanisms is what happens down there. They light fires to resolve conflict. Again, puts the individuals down there at risk, puts the responders at risk. Not only the fires, but we have thousands of calls that we've responded to along the river corridor. Again, a safety concern. The individuals down there who need help, it's hard to locate them because we don't know exactly where the call is because there is no address, there is no specific location. We do our best, and I think we're very effective at it, but there is an increased risk. And like I said, I just wanted the information to be available to this council so they can understand the impact. Last week, for the first time since we've been keeping track, the Reno Fire Department ran more than 1,000 calls in a single week. So our call volume is going through the roof, and now we're adding to that. We're adding to the call volume, the workload, and the danger, like I said, the risk to our first responders and to members of the community. So thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor, moving on to our next public commenter, Alex Statinsky, followed by Stephanie Coronado, followed by Paco LaChoy.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, my name is Alex Statinsky, Executive Director of the Downtown Reno Partnership. For the record, I actually want to touch on 3 different things. One is very brief, and 2 of them are happy. The last one is really of concern. Happy birthday, Ashley Turney, our City Clerk. Awesome that we have you. You're just an amazing person, and I wish you the best for this coming year. Number 2, I want to thank everyone who went to the Locomotion Plaza this morning. The t-shirts that you see, that you guys wear, and thank you for doing that, were created by the artist, Brad Carney, specifically for the event. He had them all printed, he shipped them to us, and he offered them to us to wear. And we had a little event at the Retract today, and I want to thank all of you for your amazing support. This is a game changer that's happening right now. We have a community truly coming together. Over 300 individuals of all walks of life are coming together and painting the mural that they will own, which is just an amazing thing to watch. The last one is a lot more of concern. Last week, I presented to you the Downtown Reno Partnership Board of Directors position on the enforcement of ordinance violations in our community. Today, I'd like to bring to your attention a phenomenon that we have seen in the district that raised great concern. When we talk to businesses in our district, the vast majority is supporting what you guys are doing. The vast majority is also concerned. They want to make sure that the enforcement is done with care, is done with respect, and is done with dignity to the individuals that are affected by it. Because everyone wants a better situation for everyone. But we have to enforce our ordinances. Now, we have spoken to multiple business owners who would like to speak publicly in favor of the city's current efforts to enforce ordinances, address the hazardous conditions along the river, parks, and other public areas, and offer houseless individuals a safer temporary space while working on a more permanent solution. The reason why they're not coming here and making their comments, and that is of great concern, is because they're afraid of the consequences. They're afraid to be harassed, to be dragged through the mud, boycotted, and even vandalized because they express an opinion that's not in line with other groups in our community. And when I look at people that are homeless advocates, they're defending the situation of the homeless, there's a lot of people that I spoke to, they're amazing individuals. But there are some that are so aggressive and so angry and so resolute that people in our community are scared to voice their opinion. The harassment does not only relate to our businesses, however, but also to volunteers and outreach organizations that are currently trying to work with homeless individuals to help provide needed services. This kind of bullying is horrible and needs to be brought to council's attention. We hope it will change, and the right to openly express your opinion and is being honored and respected peacefully and without any fear of abuse in any shape or form. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Coronado, followed by Paco LaChoy, followed by Paul Lenart. Should be noted, Madam Mayor, we are at occupancy maximum for this room. There are additional people out in the lobby. I'd like to notify everyone you can watch this meeting on the City of Reno YouTube channel or on our meeting portal at reno.gov/meetings. This is just to note, that way if you have an alternative option to watch the meeting, you are encouraged to do so we can ensure that everyone who has signed up for public comment can speak today.
Thank you, City Council. I'm here today because I love this community. I started working with mutual aid groups to provide services for the houseless population about a year ago. And in that short amount of time, the work and resources that the Reno community has pulled together has taken my breath away.
Yeah, could you?
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, just pull it down.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing firsthand the huge rise in unsheltered people has been horrific and startling. But seeing the dedication and care that your constituents, your citizens, have put into providing aid has been extremely humbling. We have several groups providing hundreds of warm meals each week, another group helping folks access laundry services, and another group providing socks and underwear and soap. And all of this is crowdfunded by Reno citizens here. But with the sweeps, all of that labor and care and time can be negated in a few hours, in one afternoon. It is a disaster, both materially and mentally, to have your city come with a bulldozer and say that your poverty, your existence, is so displeasing for us to look at that we would rather have you hidden in a warehouse. And if they can't make it there, as we know most of them are disabled, anyone who works with the homeless sees that, it doesn't feel like an exaggeration to say that we are condemning people to die on the streets. So I am here asking you not to turn a blind eye on your citizens, because none of us who do this work and who have been doing this work out on the streets are paid to do this work. I think there's this misconception that we have no jobs, or this is what we do for fun, but we have lives and jobs, but we take this time. And all of you are paid to do this. So please, work with us, stop the sweeps. Thank you.
Next to speak is Paco LaChoy, followed by Paul Lenart, followed by Everett George.
Good morning, Council. For the record, I am Paco LaChoy, and I'm the acting chairman of the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. The seniors that I've been talking to want to thank the Council for sponsoring the in-person events. We were the only entity in the county that did that during Older Americans Month, so we appreciate that, and thank you. All of them were well attended. The only two that I didn't attend were the vaccination clinics, because I had already been vaccinated. Also today, on your desks, or wherever it is, you were all given one of our anniversary pens. We had planned to do this last March, but we all know what happened on March 17th. So you all have your pens now, and we will be celebrating our 25th anniversary, as we had planned to do last July, on July 28th before council at 9 a.m. in the vestibule of City Hall. And we'd like to invite you all to attend and help us celebrate our 25 years of advising, advocating, promoting, and improving the lives of seniors in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Lenart, followed by Everett George, followed by Tara Tran.
Oh, hell. Another senior citizen. Well, here I am. You know, I think I might have addressed this body like 10 years ago during Occupy. At that time, there was a loose community of interest between the politically active I don't know, I guess we could call it the left if you want to. I don't care what you call them. And the homeless. And some good things came out of that. We formed RISE. RISE fed the homeless. RISE has since moved on since then to go ahead and have a partnership with the city and the county in terms of some housing for some homeless. But here we all still are. Now look, I know the city can't solve this. Cities can't solve a social problem that is national and international in scale. International in scale? You wonder what I'm saying, right? Read City of Slums? I don't know. There are works on it. This is a worldwide phenomenon. This is not just peculiar to the United States of America, although in some ways I think it expresses itself in its most acute form here because the contrast here is greatest between the national potential and the national income that is available and the national income that is instead spent on the military, spent on giveaways to large corporations, and I have every sympathy for the small business owners in this area. You're not who I'm talking about. I'll tell you who I am talking about, though. People are rightly concerned because the encampments sometimes involve defecation, urination, and so on close to the river. I get that. That's a problem. That's pollution, sure. We have a good number of large businesses which also dump directly into the Truckee River. And I think that once we start paying attention to them as much as we are paying attention to persecuting the least of our brethren, we'll have a clean river. I like a clean river. Everybody likes a clean river. Hey, I'm a senior citizen. I like to be able to stroll alongside the river and still feel safe. You know what? The unhoused people would like to stroll along the river and feel safe also. Wouldn't we all like to feel safe? Why don't we have a society where we can feel safe? Why don't we have a society that puts first things first? My Social Security just about covers my rent. The day my rent goes up another $50, it won't. And I'm going to be there with the rest of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to speak is Everett George, followed by Tara Tran, followed by Maya Tran. As a reminder to our speakers, please be ready when your name is called. We do have more than 40 speakers to go today.
Hello, my name is Everett George. I'm here with the People's Solidarity Program once again. And first of all, I'd like to thank the mayor for agreeing to hold a meeting with us tomorrow. That means a lot to us. We would like to get our issues hopefully more solved out then. I like to address the idea that we have here where it's like this thing that we want is this huge thing that is absolutely unattainable. We are not asking for very much. We are simply asking for people to stop sweeping the houseless community out until we have an actual solution at hand other than you need to go somewhere else, which is not there. It's not like we're asking for, like these, I don't know. I don't even know what people think that we ask. The condescension that we have received from people has been very incredible. We are not alone. It's not just us. It's not just these so-called the ideologue people that are like, oh, we need to make a perfect world. We have small businesses also on our side. We have had signatures from small businesses. We have support from everybody. And the idea that we don't recognize other problems is very weird because I've been at cleanups for the river. I've actually done cleaning up. From the sweeps when they are performed, there's been talk that it's done to keep the river clean. That's not true. They have bulldozers and I've seen things smashed down. I've seen layers of trash upon returning with a river justice committee that I'm a part of. They leave it there. They don't pick it up. It's there. It stays until someone else comes and decides to actually do the cleaning. that is a problem that is just very ignored. It's not just something that we do for fun. It's something that we do that is necessary, as they say, only we mean it. And camping has always been about survival. These are just people that are trying to survive. They're not trying to have fun. It's not even camping out. It's just trying to live somewhere where nobody will bother you, where nobody will hurt you. It's trying to be on your own. Nobody wants to go to shelters. Nobody wants to be told that I need to go to a shelter, give up everything that I have to go to a place that has safety concerns as well, such as we have seen with a report from the CARES campus a couple days ago. It's asking a lot. It's asking too much. And all that we want is for you to recognize that sweeping does not help. It does not clean. It does not do anything well for these people. It's a terrible thing. It's an inhumane thing. And we can act like we're robots and be like, well, if I don't see the problem, then it's not there. But that's just being blind to the issue. They deserve more. We all deserve more. This community deserves more. And I thoroughly believe we can do better. It's just our job to do it. So please stop the sweeps. Just agree that these are, actual human beings once again, and we'll go from there.
All right, thank you.
Tara Tran, followed by Maya Tran, followed by Ilyar Botman. I'd also like to note the TVs out in the lobby are now broadcasting the meeting. So again, if you would like to give up your seat to watch that meeting in another location to allow for public commenters, please know you may do so.
Hi, my name is Tara Tran. I'm a resident of Ward 5. I would like to just talk about priorities for a second. For some people, the sweeping of the encampments is a matter of politics. It is a matter of their business. It is a matter of getting to walk around without seeing someone poorer than them. But some people, it's a matter of life or death. The CARES campus is more akin to an emergency shelter, someplace that you would have people stay in the event of a hurricane for a couple days. It's not a permanent housing solution. There are cots. You have to get rid of the majority of your stuff, and we are demanding that of people who have almost nothing. The amount of work that it takes to create some amount of inner stability, a sense of safety, a sense of community, just being able to accumulate enough stuff to live with any amount of comfort has been denied because of these homeless encampments. If you had nothing else, who has a dog? Does anyone have a dog here? You can't have a dog at the CARES campus. You can't have a dog at the Governor's Bowl. You can have, at the Governor's Bowl as well? Because we've had homeless people say that they have been denied because of their dogs. But they do have to get rid of the majority of their stuff. And would you guys stay in that CARES campus in a cot 6 feet away from other people? Would it not just mean a lot to just have your own space for a little bit? And I agree, people shouldn't defecate in the river, and we shouldn't have people throwing away trash cans in the river. But citizens try to bring a porta potty so that way that wouldn't happen, and they were denied that by RPD. If people actually cared about people not using the river to perform basic bodily functions, then we would take preventative measures to keep the river clean instead of this focus of punishment. When you prioritize the needs of businesses, the needs of just recreation over the basic human needs to just live, that's violence. That person who is saying that people are angry, people are aggressive, it is because they see that as violence. And when you see people committing violence, anger seems pretty fair, I would say. To deny people basic human rights, that is violence. So, yeah, stop the sweeps. The sweeps are violent, they harm people. Take preventative measures, provide the basic services they need, and stop punishing people for doing their best to live. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your first name? Last name is Tran, right?
Tara Tran.
Tara. Okay. Thank you.
Maya Tran, followed by Ilya Abatman, followed by Gabriel Sorensky.
Hello, my name's Maya Tran. I'm a student at UNR studying environmental biology, and the impact of the Truckee River on our communities and the ecosystems that we rely on are really fragile. The Truckee River needs to be protected from pollution. However, it's important that we do not criminalize poverty in these situations. The sweeps are not a solution. The solution would be allocating resources to these communities, putting out maintained porta potties, putting out trash cans, and organizing community cleanups. That's it. Thank you, and stop the sweeps, please.
All right, thank you.
Ilya Abatman, followed by Gabriel Sorensky, followed by Bill Sims. Reminder to the audience, if you have signed up online for public comment, please check in with me.
Hi, Ilya Arbotman, Ward 3 resident. First, I'd like to thank the mayor for agreeing to meet with us tomorrow. Not one agency can't solve the issues that we're dealing with here. It's not up to the city, it's not up to the county, it's not up to a nonprofit, it's not up to one mutual aid group. The key is that this has to be a collaborative project. We cannot get any further on this if we're not on the same page, which is why meeting with the mayor and starting to talk about this is a great first step. There are always going to be people on the margins, and we understand that. I think a city can largely be judged by how it treats those that are on the margins. As far as what those solutions are, we can talk about that tomorrow. Today, what I'd like to do is I'd like to speak to some of the comments I've heard and some of the sentiments I feel specifically about what is going on out there. First of all, I'd like to talk about the harm that the sweeps cause, and I'll use a specific example. There's a woman who was swept twice on wells, once to the other side of the bridge and then further down the road. We did not know where she had gone to, and she is an intravenous drug user. We were looking for her, and we found her in the parking lot of Diamonds with a huge welt on her arm, the size of a golf ball, and her arm was in a sling. She clearly needed to go to the hospital. If we had not seen her then, I'm not really sure what had happened. What would have happened? We did not end up taking her to the hospital. She ended up taking care of it on her own. But my concern is that we didn't know where she was. Prior to that, even the week prior, we did know where she was living, and she was able to access services because mutual aid groups, when there are safe encampments, are actually, Chief Soto said earlier, or someone else, that we don't know where these people are, they don't have addresses. That's not true. We do know where they are if we're able to provide safe places for them to be, and we can provide them with services, and we can help support them. It's when we sweep them off the street that they disappear, and then we don't know where they are. I'd also like to talk about how a one-size-fits-all solution doesn't work. I've been working with a woman who has been living on the street for about 35 years. She's schizophrenic, and I don't think that she's ever going to go in a shelter. In fact, this week I took her to the women's shelter. She went back out. I took her back. She went back out. She's not going to go there. She needs an alternative solution, and West Hills I don't think is that. I know it's a weird thing to say, but in all honesty, she'll probably live on the street forever, and that's okay, because we have to accept that people are different. We need to find a way to support her in that environment, which is why the Governor's Bowl is a fantastic project and a great idea, and why in the meantime, before it actually opens, because as we know it is not open yet, we need to do our best to take care of these people until we have a safe place for them to go. She's been swept 4 times, I think, at this point. Finally, I'd like to address the kettle of fish, or whatever you want to call it, that Chief Soto dumped here on the table. I do not agree that it's been done compassionately. In fact, the only reason that I think that there have been so few arrests is because mutual aid workers and other advocates were out there while the police were doing what they were doing. Here's an analogy I heard Officer Utter say. He said that doing the sweeps is like squeezing Play-Doh in your hand. Little bits fly over here, little bits fly over there, and who knows what happened. I also heard him say to somebody, "I'm not a social worker." And when I asked him how he would feel about being evicted, he said, "I would never put myself in this place in the first place." So the idea that there's compassion out there, I didn't see it, not from RPD. The only reason that there were so few arrests is because there were advocates out there intervening between RPD and the people that they were sweeping. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Gabriel Sorensky, followed by Bill Sims, followed by Rosanna Zuckerman.
Hello. So yeah, I'm here to advocate for stopping the sweeps. They are inhumane. I've been houseless myself in the past, and you know, it's just it's not the option. It's not what we should be doing. You know, then there's not adequate places for them to go, to be sent to. That new facility that just opened up, the CARES campus, is already over 90% capacity. There's not enough resources there for women and families. There's no resources for laundry. I've heard about the food being issues, and the houses don't want to go there. And obviously houses are going there if they're 90% full. And sweeping the houseless and then leaving their stuff there, basically you're just saying that the houses are trash, that they need to leave these parks and they need to leave the river, but you don't even clean up their stuff. It's just left there by the river or left there in these abandoned lots. You know, a lot of the places that they're pushed to are abandoned. They're empty lots that haven't been developed in decades. And we need better resources. We need more. You know, there needs to be more permanent solutions. The CARES campus is temporary. Pushing them further down the river to more isolated areas is temporary. It's dangerous. So we need more options. We need more people involved. We need better solutions, more permanent solutions, more low income and housing, more of that. As it is right now, the median and average income in this town cannot afford the median income or the median rent in this town. And that's a huge problem. You know, and it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse and worse and worse, especially whenever the eviction moratorium ends. And we're just gonna have more and more houseless with less and less resources. So we need more, and we need to end the sweeps. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Bill Sims, followed by Rosanna Zuckerman, followed by Cameron Rose.
Hi, Council, Madam Mayor, even though you left. My name, of course, is Bill Sims, Billsims. I actually live literally right down the street from the Aces Stadium, and I'm someone who saw the houseless having to live down by the river constantly. I don't know what everyone thinks, but I've had a father who's homeless. They're not camping. They live there. They're not camping to go fishing. They're not camping to go on hikes. They live there because they have nowhere else to go. So when you guys say campments, you insult them. I'm sorry to say. And the fact that I'm seeing a few council members just playing on their phones and not paying attention to their constituents kind of makes me angry. I've actually have been on one of your campaigns, and to see that you guys are basically just saying, oh, well, with our houseless community because we have the CARES campus is disappointing. When Officer Burrows actually gave me a citation for protesting because of the fact that I want our houseless community to have better access to resources that they need than we currently have. When he went to go give a ticket to someone sleeping, I sincerely said, where would you have them go? You know what his response was? Anywhere but here. That's unacceptable. That should be unacceptable from every one of you up here, including Mayor Sheed. And the fact that the sweeps are going on, and the fact that they are not getting cleaned up, and the fact that you guys just literally think, oh, well, okay, send them on their way somewhere else, send them to California, send them to the CARES campus, that's not a permanent solution. We have the means in Reno to help our houseless community. I can guarantee it. How do I know so? Chopper Square, the Red District, 4th Street, being built down that way, down east in my neck of the woods, apartments and complexes being built. We have the means to say, hey, you know what? If you're gonna build here, you're gonna help Reno. And you guys can help out with that. And if you're not going to, then you're not representing your constituents. And you're no better than anyone else that says you are. I hate to be rude, I hate to be blunt, but you know what? That's just the way it is. I'm gonna tell it like it is. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for you guys. I'm not like that. I'm honest. I had a dad who was homeless. I slept with him in his tent when he was living there. So I sincerely hope you guys do take what we are saying to heart today and actually help our houseless community. Thank you.
Rosanna Zuckerman, followed by Cameron Rose, followed by John Latoile.
Hi, my name is Rosanna Zuckerman. I live in Ward 3. First of all, I'd like to thank the mayor, wherever she may be, for meeting us with us tomorrow. I'm here today to talk specifically about the sweeps and the way they've been conducted and the harm it's doing to our community. For the past several months, I've been working with a woman to support her needs, to help her get inside, which is something that she wants. Outreach takes time. It's a delicate process with many variables. When we started working together, she had only been living outside for a few months. I worry about her, though, because the longer she's on the street, the harder it's going to be to get her inside, no matter how much she wants it. She's been on the waiting list at Hope Springs, which is the transitional tiny home community, for some time now. And after the well sweep, the clean and safe employee who was working with her to get her into Hopes did not know where she had been displaced to. If I had not randomly run into him to tell him where to find her, she would probably have missed her appointment and potentially lost her place in line. 1 week after being brutally swept off wells, she was swept again from her new location. The waiting list at Hope Springs seems ever changing, and the wait time has grown from a week to 2 weeks to a month and so on. So she agreed to temporarily go to our place, the women's shelter, while she waited for Hopes. We thought this was a good idea because at least that way I would know where to find her and she would have resources. Even when someone is willing to go into the shelter, though, there are barriers, and in her case, there was bed capacity, which fluctuates, and a vaccine booster for her pet. So this took a few days. The last time I had seen her, she had been clean and was in a good, stable mental state and ready to go to our place. In the few days we waited for bed availability and animal medical records, however, we lost touch. I don't know where to look for her now. She does not have a phone. I'd like to reiterate that during this entire time, she had nowhere stable to stay. She's been swept off the street twice in 2 weeks. I saw her this morning. She's not doing that great. I don't know where she's staying. There's nowhere for her to stay, and I'm afraid that directly due to these sweeps, I lost a window to help her move towards a real recovery. So I would really ask you to consider what good these sweeps are actually doing. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Cameron Rose, followed by John Latoile, followed by Michael Carson.
Good morning, everybody. For some of you, you may recognize me because I have spoken here before, and I am one of those formerly homeless people. I say formerly because right now I am a student at the University of Nevada, Reno, studying in philosophy and working on changing my situation and fighting stuff like this still, as I have talked before. As Mayor Shavy is shaking her head, yes, she knows that she recognized me because she told me at one point I should talk with the attorneys of this city to discuss the options of what are going on. The reason you said this is because I brought up the fact that it has been ruled cruel and unusual punishment, a violation of the 8th Amendment, to continuously sweep people when there is not enough adequate shelter space to provide for all of the homeless that are in this area, which there is not. The premise of this discussion, I'm going to focus on perfunctory. Perfunctory is going through the motions, not actually trying to complete what needs to be done. The essence of this word, the reason why I learned it is because I needed a word for half-assing it, because that's exactly what this is. The CARES campus is a joke. You didn't have security. It was built in 120 days through excessive amounts of funds. It does not have adequate plumbing. There are an excessive amount of issues that are clearly present, but you guys think that this is adequate enough shelter space for these people. And since we have this place, we're sufficing the law. We're doing what we need to when you're not. The homeless population in this area is over 1,800 people. The population amount for the CARES campus, 900 maximum. And that's not counting the extra 44 tents that we can possibly put out in the next several weeks. This is not meeting the needs that we need to, and thus the city is in violation of the Constitution very clearly because there is not enough adequate shelter space for all of the homeless and their needs. Their needs includes privacy. Being stuck in a FEMA camp and acting like, hey, this is doing what we need to, is not doing what we need to. This ruling that has been passed and accepted by the Supreme Court and acting like, hey, since we've got this 900 persistent facility, we're doing our job, so now we can go lawfully sweep up these people is not how it's done. You are not meeting your obligation, and I am personally have a lawsuit filed with the federal court where I'm trying to work on a cease and desist order because this crap needs to stop. I don't know what you people think you're doing, how you think you're doing good or doing right. You're not. These are people. I understand that you have the interest to business. We have an interest to the river. But most of this stuff you're saying is just words. You're just throwing it out there without any base evidence to prove it, without anything to show that this is really detrimenting our river. Obviously, our river is not having problems. As I can see clearly, through the summer, people are using the river, swimming in the river. If people are so disgusted by the poop and piss in the river that was being claimed is there, then why are people still swimming in this unswimmable water? Because I'm sorry, I'm not swimming in poop and piss. I'm going to go swim in that lake later today because I know this is not the problem that's going on. All that's going on is you people saying stuff, and that's not the issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't remember ever meeting you.
I've spoken here several times. That shows how you respect your constituents.
No, excuse me, sir.
I've been out here for years.
Madam Mayor, moving on to our next commenter, John Latoile, Michael Carson, and then Reverend Karen Foster.
Hello, my name is John Latoile, and I'm just here because it's surprising how the people are dealt with when you know the things that cause homelessness aren't someone just not taking steps in their life. The things that cause people to be homeless here in Reno are veterans who don't have the care they need, people who have schizophrenia, people who have these drug problems need to be rehabilitated and not just thrown into jail, into the industrial prison complex for these things they can't really control. And taking a bulldozer, taking this industrial equipment to be able to sweep them to somewhere else that you want them is just inhumane. It's disgusting. It seems like something like a futurist novel would be having, you know? So I think that there are better things that could be done to help the people of this community, not just displacing them, because they have a place. It's out of sight. The Wells Bridge, that was great. And why was it swept? Just because it's an active construction zone, so you need to build things there. Things can be put off, things can be changed. It doesn't have to be so go, 100% all the time. Got to make this revenue, got to get this profit. We can lay back and we can take it and assess and do what we need to do to help people rather than just throw all the money into bringing corporations in here to give the middle class more whatever. But even then, the rent here is rising so much you can't live on what the minimum wage here is at all anymore. So it just seems like the things that you guys do to help the community are just to push them off to the side. And it seems like you think these people deserve this to happen to them when they really don't. It's not their fault that they're in these positions. And it just seems like that's not what you guys think. So it's very disgusting to see people just thrown under all this shit like this. So it's just not good. And stop the sweeps, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment from Michael Carson, followed by Reverend Karen Foster, followed by Monica Reed.
Good morning, City Council members. Good morning. First off, I would like to thank the mayor for agreeing to our request to meet with us tomorrow to discuss the dehumanizing and violent tactics known as sweeping that the city of Reno has been relying on to solve problems, quote unquote. Stop the sweeps. I'm here today because I care deeply about the people in my communities and of this earth, the ones alive today and the ones who will be born 7 generations from now. I'm deeply concerned about the continuation of short-sighted and archaic mindsets that are being used by this council to examine solutions that are meant to create a sustainable future for the generations that come after us. In the last year or so, I've learned that if I want to solve a problem in society, then I need to talk to the people who are closest to that problem, The people who are closest to the problem are closest to the solutions. Once I understood this, I looked for the people closest to the deep, deep problems that have been uprooted in this country. I reached out to Black educators and I paid them to teach me about white supremacy, to learn how I was a part of this problem and what my role is in finding the solutions and creating them. I reached out to the indigenous peoples of Turtle Island to learn about the catastrophic destruction of the land and of the water of this earth and how I contribute to this problem and how I can be a part of the solution. And I've been building relationships with people experiencing houselessness. And a side note, people are people first. People are not homeless. And people can experience houselessness. And changing the way we talk about people who hold marginalized identities is a very, very important part of how we can best serve them. So I reached out to people experiencing homelessness to understand how I am contributing to that problem and what my role is in helping them, nurturing trust and respect that eventually led to friendships. I can clearly see now from my current state of ignorance that telling the people of this city that the houselessness issue is something that you care deeply about, if you're not speaking directly with the people who are experiencing this problem, then your words cannot be trusted. That telling us you care about the sacred, life-giving waters that run through this land while not centering and listening to guidance from the people who speak the language of this land and of the water, then your words cannot be trusted. And again, beginning this meeting with a pledge of allegiance to a flag that represents, among other things, ownership of land, ownership of people, not stewardship with land and with people, then your words cannot be trusted. When will we hear you pledge your allegiance to the people? When will you pledge your allegiance to the land, to the water, and to the generations being born? New solutions to old problems will never be seen if you're examining them through the same lenses and using the same language that created these problems in the first place. Thank you.
Reverend Karen Foster, followed by Monica Reed, followed by Guadalupe Alvarez.
Reverend Karen Foster, Unitarian Universalist Fellowship of Northern Nevada. Mayor Sheevy, council members, we're at a crisis point here in Reno. And it's a crisis of identity, of figuring out who we want to be as a community. A crisis that is making human beings disposable and expendable. The police sweeps to remove our houseless neighbors are abhorrent and must stop. The sweeps are dehumanizing and demonizing of those who require our care and our compassion. It's a step that we now have the Nevada Cares campus open, but unfortunately, this is a warehousing method and not a long-term solution. As you're well aware, there are many issues, not the least of which is safety, with housing hundreds of people under one roof. There is not a one-size-fits-all solution in this situation. We must work together on many creative solutions. The sweeps are not the answer. Because of the sweeps, some organizations have temporarily stopped their feeding programs because this population is now so scattered and disorganized, causing even more suffering. Individuals are losing even more touch with advocates and services in their community. Maybe this is what you wanted, and if so, that is so very disappointing. We're called to compassion and taking care of the most vulnerable. Have we not learned anything after this last year of what we have just been through together? Our houseless population is not a problem to be swept away. They are people, human beings. If you're going to authorize these sweeps, with all due respect, then maybe you need to go and be on the front lines with the police and bear witness to the suffering that this is causing. Bear witness to the lives that you are disposing of. You explain to these folks why their few worldly possessions are being confiscated again, and why you are having them swept away into oblivion again. You explain it. You listen to the stories. If you don't have the intestinal fortitude to do that, then we need a new plan. You need a new plan. Surely our police have better things to do than to move our houseless population, our neighbors, around the city. I call on you, Mayor Sheevy, and the council to meet with local organizers and community members right away. I know this is beginning to happen tomorrow, to discuss how we can support our houseless neighbors creatively, thinking outside the box to come up with solutions that will work for many. Stop the sweeps. Let's have Reno be a community of heart and compassion, not hatred and callousness. Thank you for listening.
Monica Reed, followed by Guadalupe Alvarez, followed by Adam Barrington.
First, I'd like to thank Madam Mayor for agreeing to meet with us tomorrow on these issues. You're tired. Tired to the depths of your bones. All you want and need is a safe space to get one of the most basic human needs, a need that a human cannot live without, a need that unmet makes your nervous system so frazzled you cannot function or behave within the prescribed norms of human behavior. You are judged by others for being crazy and dangerous. Perhaps you even become a danger to yourself. A person drives by and screams from their car, "Get a job!" You didn't choose to be here, or maybe you did. But what's clear is now you don't want to be and you need help. You hear there's a solution. You go to the CARES campus. You try to sleep. Without sleep, you won't be able to do anything well in life. You can't sleep. You're in a FEMA-like warehouse space, and folks who need services for mental health and wellness are having episodes, and there's no real support in the way that you need. You can't even go to the bathroom in a real bathroom because the toilets aren't industrial. You're afraid you might be stabbed, strangled, or raped in the night. I could go on and on and on and on. If you don't feel how this CARES campus isn't the solution yet, I can't help you. And I hope that someone can help you understand that. As Michael Carson said, the people who are closest to the problem are the closest to the solution. And when we don't talk to them and we don't get their perspective, no matter how compassionate we feel like we are, it's to our judgment. It is not to their needs. It is not seeing them directly, completely, deeply to their depths. What would it be like for you to have an issue or problem? I'm sure you've experienced it, and have someone just make a solution, make it up for you without consulting you, without asking you, without doing the research, without hearing your heart? Would it be a solution that could help you? Would it be a solution that you want in your life? I don't think so. Anytime somebody has tried to resolve my problems without talking or consulting to me directly and understanding my heart, my needs, my emotions, my desires, they're not the closest to the problem. They don't have the solution. So all the money spent on fires that happened because people were getting frostbite and gonna die if they didn't have a fire, all of the money sent on the police calls, if that money went to outreach and investigation and research and actually listening so you could have actual compassion that mattered, we wouldn't be here right now. So I hope you go forward differently from here on out.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Guadalupe Alvarez, followed by Adam Barrington, followed by Bridget Turnan.
Good morning. My name is Guadalupe Alvarez. For the past several months, I have had the honor of volunteering with a well-renowned mutual aid group here in Reno. While I enjoy going out every weekend and providing our displaced neighbors with food, water, and other essential items donated by the community, I can't help but feel as though I am not doing enough. Are you doing enough? It saddens me to see the same individuals who I have come to know remain on the street week after week for months, while the empty promise of a safe and secure place to live lingers just out of reach. In other words, mutual aid resources and shelters can only provide so much until they become overwhelmed and overcrowded. As luxury apartments continue to undergo construction, our community continues to turn a blind eye to our neighbors, who continue to feel the aftershock of the pandemic. I'm here to remind you all that our houseless neighbors are not numbers, not a quota to be met, nor are they invaders who need to be pushed out, as false narratives and misconceptions imply. They're human beings and should be treated as such, and it all starts with an honest conversation. So, on behalf of my fellow activists, we demand transparency from law enforcement and from you, our elected officials, in your responsibility in helping our community, because our neighbors are our community. At the same time, we ask that you demonstrate the same amount of determination and compassion that exists in our local mutual aid groups and dedicated activists. Lastly, as you are welcomed home tonight by a hot meal and a warm bed, I'd like you to consider the inadequate conditions of the current shelters and this closing statement. You are responsible for your actions just as much as you are responsible for your inaction, and we will continue to hold you accountable. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Adam Barrington, followed by Bridget Turnan, followed by Kaylee Barnett.
Hello, my name's Adam. I live in Ward 1. First of all, I want to thank the council for allowing us this space to speak and tell the truth. I want to address what was recently said on behalf of the Reno Police Department. When the words cleanup are said, many people picture cleaning up garbage, and seldom do the comfortable acknowledge that cleanup translates to violent displacement of the unhoused, of bulldozers crushing people's belongings, of people, including the elderly and children, being forcefully removed from places of minimal comfort and cast into precarious situations. The cleanups amount to the disregard of human dignity, and that's all. Secondly, if the business community is afraid to speak, I say good. The business class has spoken through government long enough. It's the people's time to speak. So be afraid, be very afraid. Thank you. The last week has been extraordinary, to say the least. Our group of activists, advocates, and bleeding hearts has learned quite a lot from our houseless neighbors, and we have spent time just beyond the walls of this chamber, not only protesting, but caring for our community, providing much-needed nutrition, water, shelter, comfort, and medical assistance, things that many of us take for granted, but things which amount to matters of life and death for our houseless neighbors, and that is not hyperbole. We have talked to the elderly of the houseless community, many of whom are veterans, people who put themselves in harm's way for this country, only to find themselves cast aside by an economic and social structure that couldn't care less if they lived or died. We've listened to the disabled and the vulnerable, folks who cannot use the bathroom on their own, the blind who exist at the mercy of their surroundings. We have spoken with houseless children, exposed to the cruelties that should never even approach a child's life, but for houseless children in Reno, they're commonplace and accepted as regular parts of life. We've learned a lot over the past week. If only the entire housed community of Reno could see the same, it might change some minds, it might demolish some misconceptions about what it means to be houseless. I'm pleased to say that overwhelmingly we have received community support, and the Stop the Sweeps movement is just getting started, and our calls for further action for public housing, for rent caps, for jobs programs, for community medical clinics and public toilets and showers, these things that are still at the list of at the top of our list of priorities, we will not stop until we have ensured respect, dignity, and inclusion for our houseless neighbors. We look forward to our meeting with the City Council and with Mayor Sheevy to address these problems. We cannot stand idly by while human lives are being abused and discarded. The recent unveiling of the rainbow beneath the iconic Reno sign was a nice gesture. An even more powerful gesture would be meeting the needs of the countless LGBTQA+ citizens living on the streets right now. We call on the City Council to show their humanity, to show their mercy, compassion, and some appreciation for the most marginalized of our neighbors. Once more, I'd like to thank you all for your time. Help us make Reno a more humane city.
Bridget Turnan, followed by Kaylee Burnett, followed by Katie Calling.
My name is Bridget Tevnin. Madam Mayor, thank you for agreeing to hold a meeting with those of us that have been occupying at the Believe Plaza in solidarity with our community members that are not granted the right to occupy housing. I'm just going to read a poem that I've written. 5 years ago, I lived on 4th Street in a motel turned apartment, a karaoke bar turned farm, above a ditch that would pull down cheatgrass seeds and spread white top rhizomes, thistles, and bindweed. When the gates were open in the dry of winter, it pulled people down off the streets, banked walls, a sandy bed. It was there that I learned to weed. Would sing talking heads as I traced stems to the earth and pulled up the roots. There I learned too how afraid I am to look at what I cannot do. In deep winter, in the dead of night, someone knocked on my door. Out of sleep, I did not open it because I was afraid and because I could not know. I did not know that it was a young woman knocking, worried she would freeze to death. Where do the birds go when they get wet and cold, nestled down in downy feather, nested in the autumn rot? I know now that I drag a bag behind me, that even at high noon when our shade tents cast a sliver of shade, a shadow, these blankets, a projection screen of evil birthed from our imbalance and our ignorance and our accidents. I know that all I can do is weed the earth at my feet, is to sweep the street in front of me. I know that Audre Lorde would warn of mining, but I will share one observation. Elle is a nurse plant. The sagebrush shelters a ridgeron, and as well as Tent City is bulldozed, she hands out water and cereal because she is in her 60s and has done this before. And I will share what they told me when I asked what to do, when I asked what they want me to know. Jay asked me, well, what are you looking for? That question first, and second, well, why? L is an eagle, the color red. B told me to smile if I am fighting. A is going to WellCare in the morning, and S has a lot to say. J told me to look up Pascal's Gambit, and while I'm not a gambling woman, I bet that God exists. L told me this is how we care for each other. When he used his food stamps to buy 6 loaves of bread and bologna and salami and mustard from the corner store, and then fell asleep on the ledge, below the ledge, where he served dinner. C told me if you're going to stay, leave your things, so that you might know the loss that we so know.
Kaylee Burnett, followed by Katie Calling, followed by Lily Buran.
My name is Kaylee Barnett. I live in Ward 2 for the record. Madam Mayor, City Council, I'll be making general public comment about the sweeps of our houseless neighbors and the Stop the Sweeps protests. I would first like to start off by thanking Councilman Devin Reese for the pizzas, water, and speaking with several of our allies over the phone and email. I would also like to thank Councilwoman Naomi Dewar for speaking with our allies over the phone and email as well. Last but not least, I would like to thank Mayor Sheevy for agreeing to meet with us and to have a conversation about this issue we deeply care about. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today or last Wednesday or outside in front of City Hall for a week straight. On behalf of our houseless neighbors that couldn't be here due to their physical disabilities or work, I'd like to use the rest of my time to tell some of their stories. For safety purposes, I will not be using their names. In my short time protesting outside of City Hall, I have met a woman who is blind due to domestic violence inflicted on her by her last partner. She is also in a wheelchair and houseless. My friends and I, for about a week, consistently took her to the restroom and to her doctor's appointments. I asked, where were the ambassadors? I have seen one ambassador take another houseless woman to her appointment. While taking her to use the restroom in the Calneva, I met another woman who works there as a security guard, who was told by her boss that she had to escort us out of the restroom and the blind houseless woman could not brush her teeth in the restroom. As she escorted us out and told me she herself had been homeless for 4 years. I also met a 15-year-old boy who is houseless. He is too young for Eddie House, but too old for the rehab program to live with his mother, and his father is abusive, which left him on the streets. I would like to echo what my friend Ilya said and Reverend of the UU. This isn't a one-size-fits-all issue. People slip through the cracks. I'm telling these individual stories because there seems to be a misconception that our houseless neighbors are lazy and not working. It's not just because of mental illness, but physical illnesses and disabilities. As a representative of a mutual aid group, the People's Solidarity Program, in my short time handing out resources like hygiene items and food, I've also met a man with all 10 toes amputated, with diabetes, people with cancer, a homeless veteran in the former VOA Men's Veterans Shelter on 4th Street who has a full-time job as a manager at one of our casinos, a deaf man. I can tell countless stories of real houseless residents in Reno Sparks area that I have personally met. The sweeps are harmful for people with mental and physical illnesses and disabilities. They are harmful for the houseless elderly citizens and the youth home houseless residents that their communities and belongings are traumatically taken from them. We say houseless because these citizens are not without a home, but a house. Thank you so much for your time.
Katie Calling, followed by Lily Baran, followed by Jack Rigi.
Hello, my name is Katie Calling. I am a co-founder of the Reno Initiative for Shelter and Equality. I was the vice president and free market director for 7 years. I have attended and graduated the Reno Citizens Institute. I was an appointed member of the Neighborhood Advisory Board in Ward 4 for 2 years. And I currently manage a community garden that provides food to people in poverty. Been doing that for 4 years. I have been in this room so many times over the last 10 years. I'm not sure that it's productive, but I'm here anyway. And I'll say the same thing I've said over and over again, which is that we need to center people over profit. And if you genuinely want to help the lower class, then you need to transition away from mandatory capitalism. You need to center people over profit. So the least you could do is to stop the sweeps. The second least you could do is provide safe campgrounds around the city for many people. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Katie Calling, followed by Lily Baran, followed by Jack Rigi. Sorry, that was Katie Calling, excuse me. Lily Baran, followed by Jack Rigi, followed by Terry Brooks.
Hello, City Council and Madam Mayor. Thank you for taking your time today, and thank you for everyone who previously spoke, either opposing or in support. I think that the most important thing that we can do is have this conversation, and I applaud everyone for being in this room and doing their civic duty. I'm not going to list all of my affiliations, but I'm a board member of Reno Initiative for Shelter and Equality, as well as the founder of Hampton House Community Garden Project. Thank you, Devin and Naomi, for your contributions to our project. We really appreciate it. I would like to I'm sorry, my voice is hoarse. I have also had a small experience of what it's like to be outside for the last 7 days, and I can tell you that I've learned a lot about myself and about our environment. I would like to start by playing a clip of what a sweep sounds like.
I lost my house, I lost my job, I lost my husband. I got stuck in a city I don't belong in, fucking homeless, find out, oh yeah, by the way, you're dying. Oh yeah, here you go, now you can't walk either.
This clip was especially troubling to me because I don't really know how you could talk over someone having that kind of crisis, and what I'm watching in the video happening. This is the bulldozer. I'm sure that's not the only time that we've heard things like that. I would like to say that although I've never been physically in this building. I've definitely public commented many times, and I've been waiting for a long time to have a varying discussions with all of you about many things, but this right now is what's most important to myself, other members of the Black community, and of the Indigenous community as well. We have paused our other fights in order to stand in solidarity for those in most need. The first night, I noticed that it was really bright, it was cold, it was loud, but I wasn't unsafe. By the last night, I had become accustomed to the voice of a certain houseless man who likes to tell stories and quote Walt Whitman. And now I hear his voice in my head when I fall asleep in my king-size bed at home, which I'm very fortunate to have. I know that all of us are here for a similar reason. It's because we all think that we're genuinely doing what we can for our community, officers also. And I know that Officer Connolly and I shared a moment where we both looked at each other saying that we were standing in the same place a year later and we had gotten absolutely nowhere. And I think it's very important that all of us stand in solidarity with each other and end these sweeps and have more productive conversations that are less than 3 minutes long. Thank you.
Jack Regi, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Elvira Diaz.
How you doing? My name is Jack Regi. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. And I'm a local business owner. I grew up on these streets of Reno, and this is my city, and these are our brothers, these are our sisters, these are our people. And what I see these sweeps doing is it's hurting, but it's helping, and it's hard to say, you know, what good it is. But I guess that's not sort of why I'm here. I don't even know. I could probably ramble, and with the anger, the feelings, the emotions, I guess, well, there's no opportunity here for these people. We want to, I don't know, what do you want to say, institutionalize them, incarcerate them with this new shelter. Since this new shelter's been open, I've been down there probably 10 to 12 times. If I pull up in one of my work trucks, they run to me like zombies because the lack of food and the resources aren't there. These people are still in a shelter, but they're not getting what they need. My 11-year-old daughter refused to use the bathroom at the CARES campus after she went in there because it was so filthy. I used one of the porta potties that were in there last week, and it was like, this is foul. But through all this, we were there Sunday after serving with the Reno Burrito Project and took the leftover burritos there, and I'm now being told that we can't bring food there and serve them, but they're not getting food. The needs, the care, it's nice, it's amazing, but it's the lack of services. So you guys are uprooting people that are able to come home from work. Oh wait, they came home from work and their camp was destroyed. So now they can't even cook dinner. They don't have those resources. I see our city investing. I mean, you look at the corridors of 4th Street. How much do all those JBL speakers and all that art cost? Somebody's paying for that, you know, but we have all these new businesses in the city like Amazon. Why don't we use our community? And I was in Austin, Texas, and I went to a place called Community First, and it was by a man named Alan Graham. And he feels that no matter what amount of money, that's not going to fix homelessness, but a community can. And what he does is he's got, oh man, it's amazing, but he gives someone an opportunity, and you can go into this place, and they have an auto repair shop that they, you know, service the, you know, locals to do auto oil changes. They have a community garden. We just developed at the tracks all those trees. Why didn't we plant fruit trees? Why didn't we do grapevines? Why don't we do something that has resource to give life? You know, I'm a plumbing contractor. Water's life. I think, and maybe I went to the wrong resources, but I tried to set up to get a water faucet down at Tent City. Why? Because before I go pick someone up to work, they can't even brush their teeth. These are people going to work. These are people, not all of them, and you know, we can call it whatever, drug addicts, alcoholics, but almost all of us are to some extent. Except for I have a house to be able to go home and do it in. You know, I'm blessed, you know, and it's just, it's sad to see anytime I've had an encounter with RPD at the sweeps, I was told I was going to be arrested because I'm there trying to help people gather their stuff and I need to leave. And it's just, you know, the CARES campus, the women's shelter, every time I call and I have someone that I'm willing to take there, especially when it comes to a single female, there is no resources for them. The shelters are full. Where can a single female go?
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Next to speak is Terry Brooks, followed by Elvira Diaz, followed by Natalie Enriquez.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again, and I came here to address one of the causes I have seen related to homelessness. Real estate values have been increasing at an increasing rate, which means that the cost of rent is increasing at an increasing rate. The cost of living is also increasing in increasing stages, and unfortunately, it's increasing more than workers' wages. Rent is now a lot higher here than it ever has been before, and it looks like it will increase even more. That makes the situation quite evident that a lot of people are leaving their homes because they can't pay the rent. So the homeless problem is going to continue to increase too. So now what are all these people who are homeless going to do? The Hope Springs Bridge housing facility is now housing a lot of people, and now the Nevada Cares campus is housing a lot more people. When people who would be homeless can come together in such a place, they can experience living conditions that they might learn to embrace. I can see why some homeless people might be reluctant to go, but if some go there together, they'll be with people that they know. And if they live in a place that's known by everyone, then they'll have provisions and facilities that are shared by everyone. There they could be provided with necessities that could include water that is clean to drink, as well as lots of food. It could be a place where they might receive a vaccine, and it might be a place where their clothes they could clean. I'd like to thank the city of Reno for all the things they're giving to all the people here who need a little help with living. I'd also like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to seeing you all when I have even more to say. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Elvira Diaz, followed by Natalie Enriquez, followed by Megan O'Farrell.
It is time. It is time to decriminalize unsheltered people. Jenny Brokos. It's time to stop the sweeps. It's time for the young kids who become LGBT and the parents keep them out of the house. Devon Reese. It's time to stop the sweeps. These kids are going to be unsheltered. They're going to work with people. They're going to probably be damaged when they get swept again. Oscar, es tiempo de descriminalizar a las personas que no tienen hogar. Es tiempo de ser humano. This is time, Oscar. Doc, city manager, it's time to be compassionate. It's time to resolve. We didn't know about this pandemic. And we planned this wonderful big concentration camp in 4th Street. That's not the solution. It's time to stop the ships. My dear friend Hillary, this is no time to keep taking people out of the little camping they have in the park. It's time to stop the sweeps right now. It's time for your compassion. Neoma, it's time to be fit, to be beautiful, to engage. Also, it's time to be compassionate and stop the sweeps. Thank you so much, Neoma. Naomi, it's time to put so beautiful flowers all over the city, planting with so much activity, but it's time to be compassionate and stop the sweeps. I know, Bonnie, I don't know you too much, so I cannot talk personally in you. But it's time to stop the sweeps. And I'm going to use my 3 minutes to say, it's time to stop the sweeps. It is time to stop the
Please
sweeps.
be mindful of our decorum.
My 1 minute is time. It's time to stop the sweeps because we don't have the answer right now. We didn't know we're going to have the pandemic. You know, it's time to stop the sweeps. When my son came out to be transgender, before we have housing laws for him, I get out 4 times in a year for apartment because my son was transgender. I was so lucky. I have not been houseless and sheltered. But right now, I want you guys to join the mutual aid group that is in Facebook. Because that group, when people talk to me about the pandemic, that group gives me hopes. That group gives me compassion. So this is time not to fight, to stop the sweets and resolve the problem. It's time to have homes guaranteed for everyone. And this is time also to remind my friend, I'm not going to say his name, but he used to have a dog. He was on shelter for 15 years. He got housing, but he said, Elvira, I cannot stay in one house. It's time to stop the sweeps. Thank you.
Our next public
Thank you,
comment
Mama.
is from Natalie Enriquez, followed by Megan O'Farrell, followed by Floyd.
Hi, for the record, I'm Natalie Henriquez. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for agreeing to meet with us tomorrow. I really appreciate it. So I've been volunteering with countless mutual aid groups, and I feel that we are doing, honestly, the most work for our neighbors who are unhoused, and especially this year has been really rough for so many people, and I feel like a lot of us aren't realizing that we're a paycheck away from possibly being in the situation with nowhere to go. I've been at most of the sweeps, especially this last month, has been really trying on everyone. I can't imagine what the stress and the trauma that they're dealing with. I've seen it. The first sweep at Wells, where we had to move folks from one bridge to the other, I'm going to bring up a woman who I still thankfully know where she's at today. We had to move her from one side of the bridge to the other, and RPD came up and she was in complete trauma and psychosis, and they were above her, yelling at her to move. I asked them if I could help. I was able to reason with her. One of the officers, Utter, he joked with me that I had 30 more minutes because the city was on lunch break to get her out of her tent and her belongings, all she owns. We thankfully were able, with the help of another neighbor and Leland from Karma Box, we were able to get her to the next part of Wells, to be a couple days later swept to Edison, where we thought that people were going to be safe for more than a week. We did our best to try to maintain that camp. We tried to bring in a porta potty, blocked by RPD. We were helping with trash. Neighbors were keeping it very clean. I feel like the photos that media gets are after they've bulldozed people's things. And so they're seeing we were helping keeping it clean. So traumatically, these people we built trust with, I had no idea where a lot of them are. And thankfully, I know 3 women I was working with are Our Place, which is still a temporary solution. It's not long-term housing. And it's just, where are people supposed to go? And this trust and this care that the city and we are doing in terms of mutual aid, healthcare, job, people want to work. We have so many people, and then they've lost contact with their social worker, the caseworker that was going down there because they don't know where they went. So just think of that, where we are doing everything we can, and we've provided so much more mutual aid than I feel the city has. Thank you.
Thank you.
Megan O'Farrell, followed by Floyd Arndt, followed by Jake Maynard.
Good morning. My name is Megan O'Farrell, for the record. Thank you so much for having me today. Madam Mayor, thank you for agreeing to meet with us tomorrow to talk further about these solutions. I am going to read a comment from Dwight George, who wasn't able to be here today, and so I was going to read on his behalf, and then if there's time afterwards, I'll make some more comments. So what you see in front of you is community. What we've seen right outside this building for the past week is community in its strongest sense. Taking care of each other, providing for each other, listening to each other, and making sure people's needs and concerns are actually met and addressed, not just when it is convenient or serves selfish purposes, but immediately for the greater good and benefit of its people. And what you hear today from the strong people that have been out there actually putting in work to try to make things better for our most underserved, unheard, and now attempted to be unseen citizens is what some of the best this community has to offer have to say. Do not ignore or brush past it just because you've heard it before and the situation remains the same. Real change is something that must be forced and continually acted on. Being better isn't a destination, it is a direction. And I believe no one here can say that these things will get better if they keep going the way they are. No amount of blind enforcement of a broken system will get us that better change. No amount of selfishness over selflessness for your fellow people will lead us to a greater community. I already know now that there are people willing to do what they can to get there, but I also see that not everyone here wants to try. So I ask you to listen to your fellow citizens, the truly good and caring people of this city, some people that trusted you to be in a position of power, and show you that you want to be one of them too. So those are words from Dwight, and then I'm gonna spend a little bit of time just addressing you myself personally. So as you know, it's been a long week. We've been sitting outside in that plaza trying to get a conversation started, and I really appreciate the time to get to do that today. We're not here to fight with any of you. We're not here to fight with the police department. We're here with solutions. We're asking you to take all of our hands and work with us towards these goals. And it is okay for us to recognize when solutions that we have come up with are not working, and we need to change direction and do something else. We need to leave our egos out of this situation and recognize that there is real harm and trauma happening to people who are in very vulnerable positions. And many of us, as it was stated before, are also very close to being in those spaces. Jenny, I know you personally. You come to the farm that I work at where I grow food for our community, and we work towards trying to support people with healthy food options. Oscar, I've talked with you many times about our mobile market where we go into communities with senior citizens and folks who are food insecure to try to provide them with better food resources. So we are working towards solutions and goals, right? We're not just out here yelling and screaming because we want to fight. We need to be working towards this together, and we need everybody on board. We need all of these people out here. We need all of you out here. We need to be working towards these goals together because this benefits everyone in our community. It benefits the people who are vulnerable and traumatized. It benefits the people who want to use our public services. It benefits the river that we need to protect and clean, and the environmental and human health issues that we're seeing. So please stand with us and let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next comment is from Floyd Arndt, followed by Jake Maynard, followed by Vera Miller.
Madam Mayor, I am homeless, and I wrote something that I hope falls on the right ears, because I'm trying to be the voice today of the homeless. Respected members of the City Council, I stand before you in proxy on behalf of those who have the right to be heard. I pray my words do not fall on deaf ears, for they are the seeds of kindness and reason which I hope to plant if your heart is fertile ground. The need for proper shelter is a wonderful thing, but not if it is tainted with the threat of imprisonment or jail. For in doing so, you have eradicated the very freedoms that are given to each man and woman and child that is a part of this country. There's much change that needs to be made in the homeless community by each individual. Most have become complacent, lost in the dark places of depression and addiction, some by their own choosing, and others by a cascade of events that just fell upon them. Your policy to sweep the streets clean are further instilling fear and confusion in the minds and hearts of those who need to see a light of hope instead of a threat of a much darker place. Further, you have failed to define the purpose of an ambassador, which is to be the voice of reason between those who need to be heard. Where are the ambassadors for the homeless? And what message is being sent? Your ambassadors harass the homeless, and that whole idea has become an embarrassment to the city. In that policy, you have failed miserably and tainted the very meaning of the word ambassador. But there remains hope in the hearts of the homeless and in the hearts of those who are not, because we love this city. It is our home as much as it is yours. I ask you to consider a policy to save the homeless with re-education, jobs that would motivate and restore their self-worth and dignity. To fail to do so would leave this council in a much darker place than any homeless person has ever been. In making these changes, inspire other cities to follow suit. Forced housing in a shelter with 900 other people who are in their own darkness is not the solution. I call upon this council to steady its heart and steady its course and have a vision for all of the citizens, for we're your family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Our next comment is from Jake Maynard, followed by Vera Miller, followed by Paul Cutler.
Hello. The reason that there are so many of these mutual aid groups who have been providing direct support and services is because you, as a council and a governing body, have so far failed to provide it yourselves. We, the people, both the activists and the members of the houseless community, are the ones who provide support and take care of each other. Yet, with each sweep, you are actively countering these efforts that help so many people, and you are absolutely doing more harm than good by supporting these. We have heard time and time again that people disappear after every sweep. Think about that for a second. People that you are supposed to represent are disappearing when these sweeps occur. This is distressing for me, but this is distressing especially for the people whose friends have gone missing. We have only witnessed smiles and empty promises from most of you, but it's time for all of us to do something different. We have solutions, and the people within these communities have solutions, but what you have been offering as solutions are clearly not working. I appeal to all of you, if you truly care about these people, then you will listen to all of us and at the very least stop these sweeps. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Vera Miller, followed by Paul Cutler, followed by Heather Carpenter.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm here to, my name is Vera, by the way. Sorry, I have they, them pronouns. I am here to echo the words that everyone has been saying here today. Lily, Stephanie, Everett, so many folks. I've been up here many times, including this time last year, talking about the fundamental anti-Blackness in policing, the need for the defunding of and abolition of the police, and the litany of abuses on our houseless communities with sweeps and lack of housing for all people. We're here again with sweeps that are up in frequency. I want to make it clear to everyone here, sweeps are a prioritization of the appearance and the recreation of the city at the expense of houseless people's humanity and life, and that is wrong. We heard people like sobbing and crying on Lily's recording, I started crying in this room. These sweeps are evil, violent, traumatic removal of people from their homes. These sweeps violently dispossess people of their belongings, community, and agency. The sweeps need to end. This is not a viable, compassionate, trauma-informed solution, and that is obvious. I would also like to add that as a queer, non-binary person in your community, I don't want to see rainbow paintings under our signs. I want affordable housing, and I want trauma-informed and people-centered solutions. Hearing some of the things that these police officers have said to houseless people is completely unacceptable and in need of reprimand from y'all. In addition to all of this, this is just something that has been going on for so long. We've talked about an Occupy movement that happened 10 years ago. I don't want to be here 10 more years talking about this. We should be here for the people in our community because they are people. They are queer people. We had people come up and talk about their son and talk about folks that become houseless when they're kicked out of their homophobic and transphobic homes. And also we do have business owners, at least 10 folks who have been no, we support our houseless community, right? I support people over broken property. I support river and indigenous people over businesses that are trying to use this river as recreation. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Paul Cutler, followed by Heather Carpenter, followed by Jessica Castro.
Good morning. My name is Paul Kotler. I own a business on 4th Street, also own property here in Reno. A little bit of background about me. I am a senior citizen. I'm a veteran, and I've experienced homelessness myself. And I absolutely support cleaning up the city. Absolutely support that. Not at the destruction of people's property, but also as a business owner, I've experienced people that are dealing with their homelessness, disabilities, drug addictions, PTSD, coming into my business and destroying it, chasing away customers. That's not all people that are homeless. I get that. There's a wide range of people that are dealing with what they're dealing with. And I really think we need to look at what they're dealing with, deal with the mentally challenged, deal with the drug addicts, and deal with the people that are actually displaced because the property values have gone so high that they can't afford to live here. But absolutely clean our streets, absolutely clean our river. I support that 100%. Support that at 100%. I mean, like, that's what brings businesses to the area. That's what brings tourists to the area. I've got a lot of opinions and a lot of ideas, but those are mine, and I'll be happy to share them at the appropriate time. And I'm standing here because I want to be a part of the community. I am part of the community, and I will volunteer any of my services to make a difference. And as a business owner, I absolutely support the cleanup. And there definitely needs to be some empathy and compassion for what people are dealing with. It's not a blanket, one size fits all. That's all. 1 minute, 25 seconds to go. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Heather Carpenter, followed by Jessica Castro, followed by Spencer Banda.
Good morning. My name is Heather Carpenter. I'm here to read a statement. I am here today to request an immediate stop to the encampment sweeps. I am very happy to hear that you do plan on meeting with local activists and organizers to hear what the community has to say. The sweeps disrupt what little stability our neighbors are able to find on the streets and destroys their few possessions. The sweeps too often result in our neighbors scattering to more isolated locations and losing touch with caseworkers, friends, advocates, and the resources that they desperately need. Among the community, there is a deep and prevalent distrust of shelter services that is not going to be overcome by forcing people into them. Furthermore, the sweeps damage any pretense of goodwill on behalf of the city government, alienating our neighbors and discouraging them from seeking public services. Not only is the CARES campus already nearing capacity, but there's also significant facility issues with regard to safety, privacy, security, and lack of key services. The women's shelter Our Place is overfilling and having to refer women to the CARE campus, creating additional safety concerns. Despite effort and good intentions, these are not adequate provisions to address the issues at hand. These sweeps are nothing short of harassment and abuse. Every time a person is turned away from a public place without any provision of private shelter and under the looming certainty that they will be turned away wherever else they go, they are sent the message that they are undeserving to even exist. If someone cannot simply be alive in a public place, somewhere that belongs to everyone and no one, then are they really allowed to live at all? Housing is an extremely important issue right now to everyone in the Southern Washoe area. People are struggling to pay ever-increasing rents under the renewed threat of eviction. Homelessness is a real possibility for many of the housed. We need a holistic approach to housing that prioritizes human need and community welfare over the investment opportunities of a wealthy few. And since I do have a few more minutes, or 1 minute more, I would like to also point out a matter of bias. How many people here are landlords or are otherwise invested in the commodification of housing? We need a public housing option. We need affordable housing. Too many people are close to being on the streets, and the people who are on the streets are being met with such horrible, horrible conditions. Please, please hear us. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Jessica Castro, followed by Spencer Banda, followed by Adrian Lowry.
Hi. Is it possible for me to wait for the mayor to return? Yeah. Probably
Ms.
not.
Castro, there are speakers in the back, so if we leave the dais, we can still hear you. Sometimes we have to use the restroom. I think she went out with Mr. Arbotman earlier to speak to him after he made comments. So it's not that she's ignoring you or
Oh,
anyone's
no, I
ignoring
didn't say
you.
that. I was just wondering if I could wait for her, as I feel that it's really
I mean, I
important that
think
she
you could go
hears.
out of turn.
Yeah, you can go out of turn if you want to just step back in the line. I'm sure she'll be back.
Yeah.
I actually do have to get back to work, so if that's my options, I'll go ahead and
No,
continue.
no worries.
Thank you. So I'm going to start my story. I used to be one of you guys. I used to be a normal citizen of the city. I grew up here. I was raised here. My homeless story starts 7 years ago. I was videotaped, drugged, and kidnapped out of a studio that I rented here right by Idlewild Park. I was a single mother at that time. I was not a drug addict. When I called the Reno Police Department, the responding officer laughed at me. He laughed at me, told me to get off the drugs, and drove away. That led to my mental decline. I had to leave my daughter behind because I could not take care of myself. So my homeless struggles begin with an unreported crime that the Reno Police Department refused to take from me. So you send out the same Reno Police Department to these sweeps. I'm not the only one that was homeless due to an unreported crime, due to unwillingness of police officers. You're sending the same people that victimized me 7 years ago to do these sweeps. That's harmful. As I stood here, as I sat back there and had to listen to the chief of police, sit here and discuss nothing but the property and cleaning up the streets. He did nothing about speaking about the mental health of these poor people or the fact that they're victims of unreported crimes. He cared nothing about anything but the city. That was so harmful for me as a person of an unreported crime from the Reno Police Department. These are harmful to so many people. The sweeps need to stop. Karma Box representative that was sent out and paid by you guys, the government, sent out to assist in these homeless sweeps, told me myself directly that due to my crime being 7 years ago, I should get over it. Do you know how harmful that was to me? It triggered me in many ways. It took me 7 years to climb out of that hole. I will never get over it. You're sending the wrong people to these sweeps. We spent $300,000 for them to do these sweeps. That was unnecessary. We need social workers. We need substance abuse counselors. We need more housing. There are no beds for women anywhere in this town. Nowhere. If I triggered and went back to being homeless because I'm that close all of the time because of what I've gone through, there would be no place for me to go, but I would be swept around by the people that caused me to be a victim, an ultimate victim forever because you refused to take my report. This is not the way to do this. Sweeps need to stop. You need to stop because you're harming people. Every day you do these sweeps, you're harming people. You're sending people that are condescending and not the right people. These people do not trust the police, and Karma Box is not the right people. I've experienced that firsthand. So you are sending harmful people. Stop the sweeps.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Spencer Banda, followed by Adrian Lowry, followed by Jackson Hart.
Yes, my name is Spencer Banda for the record, Ward 4 resident. Thank you again, Mayor Shivi, in absentia, I guess, for agreeing to meet with some community organizers tomorrow on this topic. Like many others, I'm here because of the inhumane treatment we are subjecting our unhoused neighbors to every day in the city. We're causing them to deal with constant insecurity, random destruction of property, and forced relocations with nothing beyond a glorified FEMA camp to go to. We offer people no dignity and then balk and clutch our pearls when some of these people don't always act in a dignified manner. And half of us nod and silently agree that the interests of our businesses must take priority over the interests of the people in our community who are most in need. We want to hide these people from our sight in the interest of our comfort with no regard for that of our neighbors. And few of the problems that our fellow citizens and our leaders have outlined are not actually solved by shoving other humans like sardines into a circus tent. the problems are just relocated and exacerbated. We often give literal murderers and rapists better living conditions, and we know that is not because we treat them too well. I also want to express concern over the fact that many here are more concerned about the negative consequences of having an opinion that marginalizes the unhoused than they are concerned about the actual conditions of the unhoused. That the persecution of having to deal with the market consequences of their lack of compassion is worse than our neighbors being harassed and violated for trying to exist. It is reminiscent of those who 60 years ago complained not about the racism and violence experienced by people who look like me, but about the loudness of these damn kids just demanding equal rights. Woe is he whose bottom line is slightly harmed by the untouchables. What's the point of living in an organized society if it doesn't take care of those the most vulnerable and those who are the least able to help themselves and take care of themselves? So I just want all of you to think about that after your mandatory meeting with the proles is over and you're back behind closed doors or in meetings with big developers, reassuring yourselves that you know better than us and that the solutions that all these people behind me who are much smarter than I am have come up with are not good enough. Your actions or inaction is justified because we're on this side of the podium and not that side. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Adrian Lowry, followed by Jackson Hart, followed by Nicole Middleton.
Hi, my name is Adrian Lowry, and I just wanted to talk about how we view people and how we treat people. You know, there are a lot of people who see our houseless neighbors as a burden, and there are also a lot of people that see them as valued members of our community. I think up on the board, I mean, if we went down the row, some people might say that they themselves view them as a burden, and some people might say they view them as a valued constituent. But, you know, how we view our own perspective on that is different from how we treat people. And they're not being treated like they're a valued member of our community. They're being treated like a burden. The chief of police was saying earlier that they treat people with compassion and care. And I don't know, I don't think most people in this room would agree with that statement. I don't think the people who are being swept would agree with that statement. But that's the action of this body. You know, this body, we've got different opinions, but the body speaks with one voice. You create the policy, and the police carry out that policy. So if you do feel that you value these members of our community, how do you square that? How can you square that with how we're treating them? I've got parents. I think a lot of people in this room have parents, and if we told them that they have to go to a retirement home, you know, some parents might like that. It might actually be a good environment for them. For other people, it would be a terrible environment for them. They'd say, no, I don't want to do that. And if I valued them, I would respect that. But if I thought they were a burden, if I treated my parents like a burden, I would say, it doesn't matter, that's your own choice. There are a lot of people who are not eligible to be served at these facilities, but there are also people who may be eligible, but it is not an environment that works for them. I mean, I have been, you know, I've been on road trips or whatever with friends that I like a lot, you know, people that I get along very well with, but when you're sort of cornered together with them for a week or longer, that gets pretty tense, doesn't it? And for a lot of people, privacy is important for their mental health. It's important for my mental health and probably a lot of people in this room. In these facilities, I mean, it is basically like a refugee center, and from the pictures that I've seen, there is no privacy. It's not suitable for everybody. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Jackson Hart, followed by Nicole Middleton, followed by Katie Radoff.
Most everything has already been said, but I'm struck by the language that proponents of these sweeps use. They say clean up our streets, but they don't mean create better waste management systems and garbage cleanup crews. They say stop the pollution of the river, but they don't mean create public bathroom facilities and equal access to hygiene products. They say enforcing ordinances. They don't say sweeps, and they use language that veils the obviously traumatic and re-traumatizing effects of these sweeps that are being enacted on already marginalized populations. This language sterilizes the situation and dehumanizes the reality facing our unhoused neighbors. Now I'm going to read a letter that has been co-signed by multiple businesses in Reno. This is co-signed by Blackbird, the Reno Bike Project, and Noah's Park Tree Care, the Holland Project, Public House, Magpie Coffee Roasters, Bad Apple Vintage, Biggest Little Baby, the Reno Doula Project, Truckee Meadows Birth Network, the Glass Die, Medical and Professional Couriers, Cafe Capello, and Magnan Architecture. Since this letter has been written, other businesses have signed on to it, but I don't have the names of those businesses at this moment. Mayor Sheevy, I am a business owner here in Reno. I am also a recovering addict and a former homeless person. I am joined on this letter by 10 other local business owners. We are writing in support of our friends and fellow citizens who are peacefully protesting to stop the sweeps, and most importantly, on behalf of unhoused residents in our city. We strongly urge you to discontinue the sweeps that are being levied against our most vulnerable community until, at the very least, the safe camps on the CARES campus is open. We would also hope that the city is properly tracking the number of unhoused individuals to the best of its ability in comparison to the number of available beds at the CARES campus and other similar private and public facilities. It seems it would be incredibly difficult to determine the success of a project without understanding the size and scope of the problem it is hoping to address. It is my understanding, Mayor, who is not here, that in order to cease these activities, there must be a special session of the council that only you can call. So we call on you as your constituency to exercise the power as soon as possible. These are the, okay, and that's it. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Nicole Middleton, followed by John Williams Mullins, followed by Evan Schimpf.
Hi, my name is Nikki Middleton, for the record. The last time I was in here, it was regarding a puppy store in which I saw a lot more outrage for puppies and dogs than I have for humans, especially from business owners in the area. In 2007 is when I first became aware of the plight of the homeless. My mother and her husband, who's a veteran, were homeless. They were living in Tent City at that time when we had Tent City. And if you recall, right after something kind of like last year happened, you guys also went in, tore down Tent City, right after a recession. First, you kicked out people that had animals. Then you kicked out people that had a husband. You put up these temporary solutions that did not meet the needs of who you're trying to represent, but tore down what they were trying to build on their own. These humans have already been dispersed, making it harder for them to receive the resources they need, and now you continue to disperse them even more. Every time you move them, it gets harder to find them. An encampment was recently cleared because the county wants to put a field in there someday. Someday is a hell of an ETA when people are trying to live and survive. I am here asking you to stop the sweeps. I'm asking you to be more involved on a human level in this struggle. I'm asking you to face these people and not just refer to them as statistics on a city hall slide. I'm asking you to stop acting haphazardly. I'm not a dreamer, I'm a realist. I'm not dreaming of a utopia. I'm dreaming of a place that we're not disgracing homeless people. Housing is healthcare. A study published by Health Affairs found that simply being housed, and this is in Queens, New York, simply being housed reduced hospital admissions by 32%. And it also reduced readmittance rates. Housing provides a stability for those seeking outpatient services, which leads to better mental health development. Housing provides peace of mind for those that to be able to work and know that their belongings are safe. Housing provides the proper amenities to maintain hygiene. Our healthcare system is mediocre at best, and I know this firsthand dealing with mental health emergencies with a child of mine. And I can tell you, compassion in cops doesn't happen. I can tell you firsthand, having multiple mental illness emergencies with my son in my home that we own in Ward 5, I would not call the cops. Never in a million years would I call the cops, because I probably would not get my kid out of it alive. These are the people that you're sending into encampments to sweep them out. It's not okay. It's really easy for people to say just to get a job. How do you do that when you don't have somewhere to put your stuff at? How do you do it when you don't have showers? People say there's plenty of resources. These cops go into the encampments and tell everybody there's plenty of resources. No, there's waiting lists. There isn't plenty. Yeah, there's plenty of resources that you know of. There's not plenty of resources to use. And it's easy for you to say to me, why don't I just take them in? I would if I could. I don't have the credentials though. I wish I did. But apparently you guys don't have a data analyst, so, that is my expertise. So if you need help there, let me know.
Thank you for your comments. Next to speak is John Williams Mullins, followed by Evan Schimpf, followed by Danielle Barano. John Williams Mullins. All right, we'll move on to our next, Evan Schimpf, followed by Danielle Barano, followed by Kyler Vogel. Just to note for the record, Council, we do have 5 public commenters left, and then we will be closing general public comment.
Hi, my name is Evan Schimpf. I'm a resident of Ward 1. I really wanted to thank everybody for coming out today. It's been a really incredible showing from the community, and just some of the stories we've heard regarding just the inhumanity of the sweeps and the poor conditions at the CARES facility. I really don't think I could say it better than they already have. So I just wanted to focus a little bit on what I think the crux of the problem is, and that everyone knows that housing is a human necessity. You need food, you need water, you need housing. And the fact that housing is commodified in a way where to many people it ceases to become a human right and just serves as an investment vehicle is, I think, unconscionable. People need a place to live. And one of the things that really bothers me about this nation as a whole is that we have more empty houses than we do houseless people. And there's measures we can do to fix that. And I understand you guys are politicians and you have to look at things through a lens of realpolitik and have to worry about getting reelected. So I wanted to propose just something simple. How about a vacancy tax? They had a lot of success in Vancouver, BC with that. They had a lot of empty homes, and they've, again, had enormous success. We shouldn't have a single empty home in our city when there's people that need a home. And we all know that the cost of housing is exploding, rising much faster than wages are, and there's a lot of factors for that. But there's simple, actionable policies that can be taken that could really make a difference here. So I hope that's something you guys would be willing to consider. I hope, please, you're willing to stop the sweeps, because you're the city council. Your raison d'etre is to serve this community, and I don't think anyone can look at these sweeps and the impact they're having on our community and see that as fulfilling your duty. So, thank you.
Our next comment is from Danielle Barano, followed by Kyler Vogel, followed by Maury Kabaz.
Hello, I'm Danielle Barano. So I'm just going to tell you my story. I have been housed for 28 months. I was homeless for 5 years. I was homeless during my whole pregnancy. I got housed 5 days before I had my daughter. And, when I listened to that video that Lily brought up, I just can't imagine that happening to me while I was on the streets. Because you say there's these resources, but there's so many hoops that you have to jump through in order to get housed, to get Medicaid, to get food stamps, to get these things that includes paperwork, making sure you have a file of certain things, your ID. And I couldn't imagine me trying to jump through these hoops, being homeless, living away from the shelter because I stayed at Overflow and I woke up to some guy masturbating over me. So I decided not to stay there anymore because it wasn't safe. So, you know, we're not thinking about these people having important files. You can't do anything without a social security card, an ID, your paperwork that you need to get housed. And it took about 1.5 years for me to get housed. You know, but now I'm housed. I'm working at Reno doing harm reduction. I'm a student. I'm a single mother. I'm thriving. But when I see what's going on, you're saying that I wasn't worth it. I'm not worth it. My daughter, if that would have happened and the sweeps happened and I lost all my paperwork and I didn't get housed, I would have lost my daughter. Shame on you guys. That is so unfair. I did what I had to do, and thank God this wasn't going on while I was homeless, because that is so insane. I feel for these people, and I have to make my voice heard for them. I hope that you can understand and feel what I'm saying here. These are people. They're trying, but it's not easy. It's not like you go there and you're like, hey, I want a house, and they're like, here's some keys. You know, it doesn't work like that. You have to jump through these hoops because the system has been manipulated by people, and I get that. You know what I'm saying? So it's not easy. But we have to look at these people as human beings that have feelings, who have hopes, who have dreams, who have had past, who have had successes, who have had families. They're humans, just like you, just like me. And that's all I gotta say. Oh, and also too, I'm no longer homeless because I'm housed. Housing ends homelessness. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Kyler Vogel, followed by Maury Kabaz, followed by John Williams Mullins.
Hello, my name is Kyler. I'm a Catholic seminarian, which is a priest in training. And I come here today to just respectfully voice the concerns that just I myself have for the homeless working at the cathedral in downtown. We get a lot of them every day. And first of all, I do admire the concern that the city has for the river. The Pope Francis in his encyclical Laudato Si talks about when the need to care for our common home, and that includes the river, source of drinking water for us all. So I agree. I also share the concerns. We don't want people camping in parks and whatnot necessarily where children are and whatnot. But I think the way that the city is going about treating the homeless with the CARES camp and cleaning out the pop-up camp, so to speak, with the sweeps, it could definitely be better approached. I mean, just the other day, I was at one of them, and I don't want to say names, get them in trouble necessarily with their supervisors, but even the police officers didn't want to be there. And they said, we don't like this. We don't like treating people like this. We wish the city would send social workers or people who are mental health professionals, because we're not equipped with this and we're looking like the bad guys here. This is the police of our own city. And not only that, but just to see the belongings of these people. I mean, I understand they can't take all of their stuff with them to these facilities, but just to see everything what they have left, the little, to be gathered up and thrown in a dumpster. And several of them were in tears saying, this is all I had left. And then I have to find my way to the shelter. And not only that, but the shelters themselves. I think it's a great idea to be able to have a shelter for the homeless, such as the CARES camp. But just to see the pictures and the video of them, 600 people, however it is, crammed into one room. There's people who have mental illness, people who have drug addictions and what have you, other issues, all living literally in bunk beds on top of each other. And that's probably not the best situation. So I just think maybe as a good compromise, it might be, for my hometown anyway, what the city did is they have a homeless shelter that you could go to, indoor one. And then they also set up on a vacant lot that the city owned, an indoor fenced off area that had porta potties and dumpsters, and they had the police or a similar thing to the downtown ambassadors patrol it regularly. And it gave them options, and at least, and if not that, not have these sweeps until the CARES campus is fully operational, and not until our place at least no longer has a wait list. But I thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Maury Kabaz, followed by John Williams Mullins. John will be our last speaker, and we will be closing general public comment at that time.
Good morning. I hope Mayor Shivi can hear me, Council Dura, Council Reese, and the rest. my complaint inside out. I'm here for an update. I want to thank Mayor for returning my call, or her staff returning my call for the first time. So the mayor kept her word when she said that she would look into this again and pay attention to this again. I would like to know what is going on. I'm totally unfamiliar with the process. I assume the mayor has to recommend it as far as the settlement, and then the council has to approve it, and then goes probably to the city attorney. I just talked to Mr. Hall, who has been receiving detailed information from me, and he just said that nothing's being done at his office. I want to mention that another good reason to pay attention to this is that I almost became homeless. And right now I'm living in community housing, terrible roommate situation, and stuff I didn't ask for. This has been a case of racial profiling and persecution and occult activities and total corruption. From the money from this settlement, 5 million months ago, and it's documented in my legal letters to the council, to the mayor, I have set aside 20%, which comes to like $1 million, to help homeless because I became homelessness. Another issue is that homelessness is always close to mental illness. It tells me 20 years fighting with this occult cell, these bloodsuckers who work in the shadows but are in touch with racist cops, these people are the problem. As financial gap and social class gap in America widens, these occult cells are becoming increasingly criminal. They are evil to begin with. They are becoming increasingly criminal. This man was my stockholder, a former dirty cop who escaped some dictatorship, failed state hiding out here. He has been trying to murder me and rob me since the 80s. Since the 80s. It's been so bad, I turned 65, I don't even qualify for Social Security benefits. According to Rollo May in his book, Power and Innocence, homelessness is a process of isolation. We have evil criminals here on the top. Corrupt people who do not give a damn. All they care about is their own competition, one with another, and how much they stuffed in their pocket. Reno is not a poor city. River of money goes through this city. And I'm okay with it. But this man, as I face all these problems, this guy has stole my home office property, shop property of 28 years. He has stole it 10 years ago, and I can't get you people to give it to return it. It's grand larceny. You should be in jail for it. So in a way, I'm on the other side of the spectrum with these people. I do have a home. They are collecting $1,500 a month rent from it. They evaluated it $339,000. They're supposed to give me $200,000 in rent money they have collected. There's $5 million settlement for long-term pain and suffering. But if you can't help me, there is no way in the world you can help these people. It may be even out of your hand. But again, I thank the mayor for her attention. I hope I can get a follow-up, some education, how this process is supposed to work, and good luck with all the post-COVID problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Moria. Our last public comment today is from John Williams Mullins.
Good afternoon. I am here because of a total fluke of nature. I was heading back to Oregon because my brother tried to kill himself overdosing on meth and alcohol. So I left to Yerington to get there. In January, I died and went on hospice. Hospice said in March that you want him to die here in the hospital or aspirate at home. On the third day home, March 9th, my cousin's birthday, I rallied. I sat up, said I wanted something to eat, wanted something to drink. I was less than 130 pounds. I'm back to 170. And about a week ago Thursday, I come down a hill and Megan was setting up the homeless union camp there, and I asked her for a bottle of water. I've been there ever since, volunteering, helping people out. I share my love, I share my smile, I share my heart. I help those who can't help themselves. We've seen a lot of people go from DTs to actually happy individuals. We've seen people go from being meth and heroin addicts to trying to get their life straight, looking for work, looking for housing. I don't mind being transient. I've done it all my life. I grew up with a strong yearning to be someplace else all the time. I've been all the way around our country, from here to New York to Georgia, Texas, and I've even been into Toronto, Canada, and seen Niagara Falls. I've seen a lot of typecasting of people, and it's not right. I've been typecast myself just because, hey, I don't mind being homeless. It's easy, I can survive. As the ladies have watched me, and Adam and Michael, you know, they've all been great individuals and watching out for everybody, and myself. We've seen a lot of structure breakdown with the bad crowds wanting to bring their drugs and stuff in the park while we're trying to clean it up. That we do a beautiful job in the morning of getting all the garbage picked up, and by that evening, those destructive individuals have returned and made a mess. So the next morning, we're up at dawn picking up trash again. I'm always checking on the elderly individuals who are bundled up and abandoned by family or caregivers or whatever. Make sure they're warm, make sure they're hydrated, make sure they're fed. And basically it's my leash on life, that I'm called to do the Lord's work and make sure that as long as I'm happy, everybody else around me should be. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. With that, Madam Vice Mayor and Council, that closes our general public comment session for today. Should be noted, we did receive public comment from Gemma Alvarez and Tristan Hedgecorth. However, they did not wish to speak. With that, I will transition to our next agenda item, which is approval of your agenda. I'll turn it over to City Manager Thornley with any changes that he may have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Vice Mayor, we do need to pull one item today, item B4. There's a companion piece that didn't make it onto this agenda because it wasn't quite ready, and it's cleaner to do it in July. So you'll see that come back in July, but for today, we're going to pull B4 off the agenda.
B as in boy 4?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Move to approve with changes.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
Oh, we have a motion and a
ahead.
second.
We have
No,
a
you
motion,
finish.
we have a motion and a second.
Aye.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The agenda passes. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, next item on your agenda is approval of the May 12th minutes.
Excuse me, could we take a 10-minute break? We've been sitting here a long time.
Or
That's a
the
great
lunch
idea.
break.
Madam Mayor, if
Yeah, we're going to. Hold on, I would like to get us through consent, and then we'll take a break.
I'm pulling 5 consent items, Mayor.
You're pulling 5 of them?
I am.
Okay, well, let's approve the other ones, and then we'll come back to them.
Okay.
But we'll take a break first and then come back to the
Yeah,
items.
we've had 2.5 hours, so I think the
Yeah,
break is in
for
order.
sure.
Thank you.
For sure.
Move to
Madam
approve the
Clerk,
minutes.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, going to your consent agenda, it should be noted there's no public comment for consent. The only item removed is item B as in boy 4. Turn it over to you for council items to be pulled for discussion.
Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Item B5, item B6, 7, and 8, item B12,
B6, 7A?
yes.
Okay.
B12, actually, you know what, I also want to pull 25, 23, and 24. Thank you.
Okay, wait, 23 and 24?
That's correct.
Okay. Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor,
All right, Councilman Delgado.
B21.
Okay, Councilwoman Jordan.
No, Councilman Reese pulled it.
All right, perfect. Councilwoman Dewar.
B2 and B15.
Oh, good, okay, I'm glad you pulled B2, perfect. And Vice Mayor Weber? Nothing? All right. So I'm going to ask for a motion on all other items.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations to all those new businesses out there. Good luck. All right. Let's take a break, and then we will come back, and then we'll start with your items for consent, Councilwoman. Sound good?
Thank you.
Okay, we will come back. What time is it? Hold on.
12:30, Madam Mayor?
I would like actually everyone to take 30 minutes, because you guys need to get up and eat and go to the bathroom.
Okay, we'll
right,
be back
thank
at
you.
1 o'clock. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thanks. Madam Temporary Clerk. I don't know. I hate to say that, but you're just, when you're sitting in that seat, you'll be Madam Clerk. How's that?
Madam Clerk,
Okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to go right back to the agenda. I believe, Councilwoman Breckus, we're going to start with your item, and I believe, or no.
Actually, yep, Madam Mayor, if you want to start with item B2, pulled by
You're right.
Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, we're going to go to item B2.
Yeah, thank you. I just pulled this because I was unclear exactly what was going on and what the policy was. And in the break, I learned a little bit about transfer ownership. So it sounds like that is what's happening. And I wondered if the applicant could just talk to us a little bit about that.
Sure. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. Lance Verrado, for the record, Business Relations Program Manager. I have a brief little comment I can make on this, and the applicant is here if you'd like to ask questions, but maybe this will answer it for you. So, the item before you today is a change in ownership in an existing retail marijuana store located at 7300 South Virginia Street. The transfers of interest, as approved by the Nevada Cannabis Compliance Board, result in multiple owners of Cheyenne Medical LLC, DBS Thrive Marketplace now holding interest through individual trusts and/or holding companies. For the purposes of this application, nothing related to the business operations will be impacted. Additionally, nothing relevant to location or suitability has been affected. CPCM Holdings LLC is and has been the sole member of Thrive since licensure was approved. The original organizational structure consisted of 6 owners and/or entities holding interest in the entity. For estate and tax planning purposes, the individuals holding interest personally have chosen to transfer their respective ownership into holding companies and/or trusts that they wholly own. That summarizes the transaction that's going down, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to
Well,
answer.
could you just tell us, I know that others have transferred ownership before and didn't come to council. Do we have a new policy in place?
Well, the policy based on these items was that the Cannabis Control Board deemed this a transfer of interest. So we took that as this needs to be brought in front of council.
Got it.
It was more of a safe than sorry. Let's get this in front and make
Yeah.
sure that everybody hears it. But as for past items, I can't speak to that. I don't think that there's been anything quite like this before.
Okay.
But again, I could look that up.
Well, I know that there was the one that transferred to a Canadian company, and it was after we had approved it, and prior to you being here, to my knowledge. And so I think there were questions raised because it went into public ownership. I mean, a publicly traded company, which have many, many shareholders, to my knowledge. So I don't know the details of that, but I just wanted to understand what we were doing now and how we're assuring, because one of the key, sorry, I didn't finish my sentence, how we're assuring compliance with one of our requirements, which is that all the owners be known and so on and vetted.
Absolutely. And in this case, none of the owners are actually changing themselves. They're more transferring their interest into holding companies. So technically, it's a transfer of interest. At the end of the day, all of the same players are at the top.
So one last question. If they transfer into a holding company, I get a trust because that's personal revocable trust, but if it's a holding company, can the holding company then sell that ownership to another third party?
Not without proper approval. That would all have to go in front of the Cannabis Compliance Board, and everything would be vetted the exact same way as if it was a new location.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that's all the questions I
All right,
have. It
thank
sounded
you.
like the mayor might have questions.
Okay,
but-
thank you. Quickly, so Lance, are you going to bring, moving forward, these transfers
Yes,
to
ma'am.
us?
If anything like this comes up again, then yeah, everyone will be treated the same way.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you. I really appreciate it. What else? I was going to ask you something else on that. Okay. Nope, that's it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You survived.
So I made it.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions on this item? No? All right.
Shall I make a motion?
You can make a motion. Go
All right.
Go ahead.
So make a motion to approve this item B2.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. I will be voting no. I'm going to stay consistent. I don't believe that marijuana dispensary should be next door to rehab facilities. So I'm going to vote no. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Councilman Delgado and I are no's. Thank you.
And just as a comment too, I didn't put this on the record, but I did ask about how it is going with the next door rehab treatment center and what the relationship is, and
Well,
you
they're
might want.
moving. They're moving, but
Yeah,
But I just don't think,
I know, I agree.
I don't
I
think it's a good
understand.
idea. I just don't.
Understand.
Sorry. Okay, moving along. Okay, Madam Clerk.
All right,
Oh,
Madam Mayor.
no, I think it's Councilwoman Breckus. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's item B5. Yep. Correct. I have questions for staff. So this is acceptance of streets, and one of the streets is, as far as I can tell, not a street, it's just a stub out of West Meadows Estates subdivision, I think it is. And West Meadows Estates subdivision, we've had people come forward with other stub streets that don't serve them, but somewhere, someone, not in the subdivision, wants access through that street. And we've seen it in other areas, and I'm finding it problematic, I'll be honest with you, and I want to understand what's going on here. And I did ask some questions of our manager when we had our 1-hour meeting on Monday, and he did forward me a little bit of a answer, but I see Mr. Michelle is up here. Can you put up the map, please? Do you have the map to put up? If you don't, I have my staff report. Okay. And this is called, I can't even see it. It was like Ravens or something. Ravens Flight. Yeah. Now, Ravens Flight. That's not serving Lot 1 and Lot, what is the other lot below there?
85 maybe.
Yeah, because those have access on the other street, the Loop Street. So why are we putting this stub there? It's not serving this subdivision. What's it doing here?
Mike Michelle, engineering manager for the record. This final map is consistent with the tentative map. It's just simply how the tentative map was approved
Okay.
with this stub.
But we have the decision whether or not to accept streets. And I'm bringing up an issue that kind of really, in my mind, raised to an extensive level, and that's how we're planning streets and the transportation network. And so by accepting this little stub that doesn't serve this subdivision, we're setting a path for other subdivision activity, which may be fine. It may not be fine. It may not be fine to the people who are buying houses over here who are being told they're not going to be, they're not going to have a thoroughfare street going up to who knows where. Because we've heard from other people that when they bought lots in the same subdivision, they were told by real estate agents or whoever that their street was not going to continue on, and in fact, it was. And I have no problem with that. I just want certainty and understanding to everyone how we do it. So what do we know about what's uphill from this property?
Well, we know, we know that unless we accept this street, that property to the left that you see there, the kind of oblong property there, will be landlocked.
Well, it seems landlocked right now as it is, right?
It is.
Okay, so no change condition there. How do I know that that parcel right there did not, through the parcel map process, impose its own landlocked condition with, say, parcel B above that then routes down and touches, the highway somewhere else?
I'm not tracking the comment.
Well, how do I know? This Ravens Flight Court is going to extend and touch what property and serve what parcel, presumably?
It is extended to the boundary of the final map, and then from the terminus of that to what you see there as parcel 5, there would be a private access easement.
Okay, so parcel 5, how do I know that parcel 5 was not parcel mapped by this owner from parcel B just last year, and parcel B then has connectivity to another road?
Because we haven't processed a parcel map for parcel 5.
Okay. Well, and how do we know also that parcel 5 does not touch and continue on to parcel B, and this Ravens Court won't be serving parcel B that's coming in for a tentative map to the Planning Commission next week? How do we know that?
We haven't seen an application for that.
How do we know this isn't going up to the extent of the flank of private ownership on that side of Peavon? How do we know that?
We just haven't seen an application.
Okay. I'm going to vote against this because I think this is not the way to plan a community by parcel stub roads to stub roads where you don't have a plan for how far your path of development is. And you get people buying into subdivisions who don't understand that they're going to have 400, 500, 600 units coming up the road from them.
This is Angela Foos, acting or assistant city director for the record. Let me provide a little bit of background in terms of the zoning. This is part of a planned unit development, the West Meadows planned unit development. This is a map from that document, and I think this maybe helps to clarify so that anyone that buys into this community is aware of what's planned. The area here is that parcel 5 that we're talking about. So the road that we're talking about now ends here. This is right now is called out as a private access easement. So it's intended to serve this parcel 5 at some point. Whether that becomes a dedicated road or a private road is still to be determined. It can be done with the next final map. But the whole design of this road and this development was planned based on this site design.
And what's to the north?
To the north is not part of the PUD.
Is it private land?
This area here in green is all part of the PUD, and that is open space.
And where, we had Stan Lucas was going to connect it in up through this subdivision, correct?
Stan Lucas is over in this area here.
And where was it going to connect through?
They are connecting through, trying to get my bearings, believe it came through here.
Okay, so that map that you're showing me had a tentative that showed connection up to about 600 lots. And so how can I base that map and knowing that it's not going to go up and connect another 600 lots on that land that is in the satellite view above the PUD?
Yeah, the difference here is that when the Stan Lucas project, before the inception of Stan Lucas, they did have an access easement that connected from there to there, and all of the property owners that bought homes in this development, it's included, that disclaimer is included in their CC&Rs and in the paperwork when they bought the property. So it was specifically identified, so each property owner, when they bought their house, knew that that was happening.
And where's the access easements that also encumber the properties? Are there other access easements?
Outside of this?
Of the Stan Lucas, this one to this little bubble parcel also?
For the Stan Lucas, there's only the one access easement through West Meadows?
And are there other access easements through West Meadows?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. That was 6 minutes. Okay. Any other questions from council members? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to send it to you. Would you like to make a motion, Councilwoman Breckus?
No, it's Ward 5. I'm not going to support it because I do believe that we're putting in stub roads where there's not certainty that it's going to be on the path of the next subdivision development. And without a master roadway plan that shows, and frankly, I believe it's against NRS plan requirements. You have to show where your planned roadway network is. And if it's not shown, it should not be going on, and so we should withhold accepting this little stub until we know what the land use pattern is up above. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Jordan, I'm going to send it to you. It's your ward.
Move to approve.
All right, thank you. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay.
All right,
Sending it
Madam Mayor,
back to
item
you.
B6, as
Thank
pulled
you.
by Councilmember Breckus.
Okay.
Yeah, B6, 7, and 8 are all companion. And they are related to an interesting subdivision problem we've been fixing for about a number of years. And maybe staff can explain what we're doing here to rectify the drainage problems in our 20-year subdivision over off of the Chalk Bluff watershed area.
Good afternoon, Trina Magoon, Assistant Public Works Director.
Rena, can you pull the microphone down so it's pointed at
Sure,
you,
I wasn't
please?
sure if I was speaking to the side of it or right into that.
Right into it,
Thank you.
please.
Again, Trina Magoon, Assistant Public Works Director for Environmental Engineering. So Chalk Creek experienced a couple of severe rainfall events in 2006 and 2011. I have, you can see the progressing erosion of that channel. This was, let's go upside down. Apologize, I'm not sure which way.
Just ask for the overhead.
This was 2009. You can see, well, it's a little difficult to see. There was just a little bit of erosion in 2009 after the 2000 and, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. It still looks blurry. There it is.
Could you point out what we're looking at?
Sure, we're looking at this channel here. Sorry, I hope that I'm going to get my pen correctly. And you can see some erosion after the 2006 event in this area. There's a culvert down here at the bottom.
Sorry, Ms. Magoon, can you speak into the microphone?
Sorry, my apologies. First time up here. Let's see. So if I go like this, I can speak into the microphone and point at the map at the same time. So this is the channel we're talking about. This is photographed somewhere around 2009. I think it says here 9/14, where you can see some beginning of erosion in this channel. As I said again, there was an event in 2006 and also in 2011. This is a more current photo of the same channel. And here you can see there, one moment please, it's focusing. If I hold it down, you can see that we've got about a 6-foot head cut, and this is the erosion control blanket that is supposed to be holding this channel in place. Those two events have just kind of further deteriorated the channel, and so what we have is erosion from the channel being conveyed downstream, causing problems all the way down the line. It clogs up other portions of the channel and eventually gets to the Truckee River where you're adding sedimentation. This was identified in the the watershed management plan for tributaries to the Truckee River as the #1 priority project, so that's why we're bringing it here. Fortunately, we were able to get working with NDEP, a 319 grant matching funds, so 50% or 100%, 50% matching of the $250,000 project. The remaining funds will come out of the sewer fund, matching staff time, and then the One Truckee River, also recognizing this as a priority project, has provided another grant in the amount of $10,000 to support this project.
So, thank you for that, and welcome,
Thank you.
first presentation. So, 2009, we realized we had failure on this drainage improvements that were installed as part of a subdivision, nice neighborhood, Sapphire Ridge neighborhood, that were built in the early 2000s. So we had 7 years of a subdivision being built and it failed. To me, something was wrong on the hydrology, permitting the improvements or something to then now have to bring in public resources to cure this problem. And I find a lot of this work we do, it's the city very case study informative and helps you improve the future. So have you and your team gone back and looked at from the tentative map to the final map, to the preliminary hydrology, to the final hydrology, to how it was installed, to how it was inspected? Have you gone back and looked through all of our records to see how'd we get here?
Sure. I have not been able to look through all the records. I did take a look through the plan set, the final plan set, to just kind of get an idea of what that design was all about. We do have our consultant CDM Smith. One of the tasks that they will look at is trying to understand why this happened or if there was an issue behind the design. Sometimes that's hard to tell. In 2009, Pure Matte, the tan version, was a relatively newer product. I know that they've done things since then that have improved pinning patterns and things like that that help make sure it doesn't pull out of the ground and things like that. So we will definitely take a look at that and get a better idea of it. I personally think it might have been multiple issues that have created this situation.
Yeah, and I understand a lot of times things fail because of compounding problems, but a product that's maybe not around or, what model they used or inspection. I would like, because this is not the first time this item has come before us, I would like to have an understanding of how we got there on that, because I continue, we're in tough territory all over this valley right now, and I want to make sure that we're not going to, we're going to understand how we got failures and have the confidence that we're not going to see those again. So thank you very much, and I'll look forward to that report. And I can make, my
I have a
colleague.
question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, while you're up there, could you put that map back up? Thank you.
Sure.
So I have a related question, I guess. What I'm confused about is, so did we do, one of the questions I guess that should be asked in my opinion is, was there an as-built of the hydrology drainage system? So they build something, they permitted it, they say, we're gonna build it this way, it'll work, don't worry. And then 7 years later, I mean, these things should last 30, 40, 50, 60 years at least with maintenance, and we have a failure. So my question is, are we requiring as-built for these drainage systems? And number two, are we planning to pay for the full repair on public dime, or are we putting this back on the developer?
So my understanding is that, yes, we do have as-built for this. I will take a look at those and understand, if this channel were built per plan.
Right.
As of now, we have this in our 2024 CIP for public funds. However, we are going after, so we have this initial NDEP 319 grant matching fund, and then we will be seeking additional funds once we get into the construction phase, which they have indicated that, we should go ahead and do that.
Well, just a comment. I mean, my concern is we're building these all over Reno, Nevada. And then if the responsibility for the maintenance comes back to the city or repair, which is equally, I mean, now all the houses are built. It's much harder to get in there with equipment and repair this. And I don't even know what the repair is planned. Are you planning to like concrete the whole channel or?
No, it would probably go back to a similar situation. Again, we have a consultant that will design that.
Okay.
I would envision some similar erosion control turf reinforcement mat combined with maybe some rock drop structures.
Yeah.
That would, it's a pretty steep slope. It's a
So I
natural
guess I'm gonna
5%.
really be asking our attorneys. I mean, why is this on us? I mean, that's what I want to know.
And again, I think that is a question for our attorneys and not Public Works. We're coming up with a solution and then we
And
can
if
let
it
our
was a
attorneys inform
one-off,
that.
it might be a different story. But we have, in my opinion, we have a series of these happening. And the river, we heard all morning, is so precious to us. And one of the biggest issues for non-point source pollution is sediment going into the river. So TDS and sediment. And so, I'm really going to be asking you guys, like, there should be some, I have said this before, there probably should be some kind of bonding or something to ensure that these systems work and it doesn't come back on us. So that's just some things maybe for a future conversation. But to me, right now, that is what I'm seeing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to send it to Councilman Reese. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank Ms. Magoon and Mr. Flansburgh for taking me out on a tour of some of these sites a couple of weeks ago. It is, it's a curious area up there, and I grew up in that neighborhood, and you drive past it every day, but you don't see it unless you're down there in it. And ultimately, I think the issue becomes we have these all across the city in various stages and different types of disrepair. And so in some ways, it's really a question not only about what are the obligations of the people who installed it originally, which I assume that Barker, Coleman, Ott, whoever it was that built those homes up there so many years ago are not currently in operation and doing things. So, it's water under the spillway, I guess. But at the end of the day, I'm pleased with the opportunities you presented to the council here in this solution and with the grant opportunities and the various ways in which you've gone about trying to find the funding for it. Obviously, I think there's a broader conversation about our CIP needs in terms of infrastructure, especially as it relates to the conversation we're having ongoing about stormwater utility and what the cost of that will be and how it will be borne by the community. So I'll be happy to make the motion here. Just know that we've got some long-term infrastructure needs that we have delayed and have not been able to meet, and now it's time to prioritize them. So again, thank you to your team and for taking me out and showing me what the needs are and for the opportunity to learn a little bit more about what you do each day. It's not something that I'm super familiar with, so in terms of that, it's important for me to be able to see it and touch it and crawl down into culverts. I was hoping you were going to identify some of the ways in which the erosion could be controlled with different kinds of hydroponics or different kinds of, plant life that would be able to get through the barrier. And so again, I will leave that to your better discretion, but I do think it's part of the sort of increasing overall, oxygenation and all those good things. And so thank you for all of that. With that, Madam Mayor, move to approve. And were they all coupled? I
I'll
can't,
second that. I have a
6,
comment.
7, and 8, are they all related, Madam colleague Breckus? Okay.
Yes.
So I'll move to approve 6,
And I
7, and 8.
I
All right,
seconded
thank you
it.
very
and I-
much. I have a motion and a second.
Comment.
All those in favor?
And I had a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been so impressed with this team since Trina's come to the city. I think she is paying attention to all the right things and doing an outstanding job. And so that's why I'm even able to comment in this way, is because you are being very thorough and very thoughtful about what you're doing. And Teresa's been here for a long time and is very well aware of these kind of issues with the non-point source. So I think you're making a great team, and I'm glad that we're here today. And don't misunderstand my comments. My comments aren't about you. It's about why do we have to come in? And I understand, we all care about the river, but I also know, to Councilman Reese's point, there's a lot on our plate for the CIP. And so if we can get some partnership, then that, in addition to the 319 grant, then that's what I'm searching for. So, thank you. We're ready for the vote.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, we are on to item B12, as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I'll take a staff presentation on this.
Wait for them to put the presentation up for you. So, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Debbie Lochner for the record, Finance
Debbie,
Director.
I don't show that we have a presentation saved for you.
Oh, there was one in the minute track, so I don't know why. Anyway, so I'll wing it. What we have in front of you today is an update to the resolution that authorizes us to do the purchasing. There are a few changes. A lot of what you see in there are clarifications. You see some information on sole source and to distinguish between a sole manufacturer and a sole source. And so just because you want a certain brand does not mean there's only one person that can provide that. So that's clarification. In addition, it does increase the approval authority from $50,000 to $100,000 for the city manager and the finance director. Oh, look, there's my presentation. So now I don't have to wing it so much. So in 2012, the council passed a resolution that kind of guides us in our purchasing authority. There have been a lot of clarification memos that we have been working on, so what we did is consolidate them all into the policy and update that. In addition, there were some increases in the state legislature from 2019 where they made some additional authorizations that allowed us to actually bring forward the increase in the purchasing authorities. So what we are proposing is that we're updating the bid requirements to match the state, so there's a higher dollar threshold required for formal bidding. We've also provided, like I said, the clarification on the sole source and the documentation that's required for that. And then it also updates the purchasing authorities. So the city manager purchasing authority increases from $50,000 to $100,000. And directors are at the $25,000 level. And the benefit of this is, as our cost of services have increased since 2012, maybe back in 2012, $50,000 was a reasonable amount to get just typical work done, such as consulting services. Those costs have increased significantly since 2012, and that was recognized by the legislature in 2019 by changing the state law to allow for a higher authority at different levels within the organization. And so that's where that increases that authority. That will also reduce the number of items the council has to see, because we do quite a few contracts between that $50,000 and $100,000 level. So staff is recommending that council adopt the resolution approving our updated purchasing policies and
Okay,
procedures.
all right. I guess I will make the motion since, unless,
Well, I
Oh, I
pulled
believe she
it,
has some
so,
questions.
oh, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
yeah,
Since it's not a ward.
The council setting the resolutions for procurement goes back to like the 70s. And the 2012 resolution was about a month before those of us who came on in 2012 were seated. And that went up to 50,000. And I'm just not really ready to go out to 100,000. I feel that, I understand the legislature's given that authority for a chief executive, but I'm not ready to go there, and I'd like to explain to the council why. First of all, my handy online calculator of inflation shows that since 2012, there's cumulatively been 16.5% inflation. So maybe in the world of professional contracts, it's more, but this is taking it up to a jump, and not only for our city manager, who's new, but also for the department heads. But yesterday I went back through all of our audits going back to 2018, and everyone about procurement had findings about everyone that had something to do with procurement found findings about procurement. And I know that we go through plans of correcting those and actions, but I'm just not confident that we're ready to take this jump. That gives me the comfort to give that oversight to the department heads and to the city attorney, because it goes to the city attorney also, and to the city manager. Maybe in a year I'd be more comfortable when I see that procurement's moving a little bit better. I don't object to the other changes, but in the very liberal way of, particularly on the professional services, which goes into IT programs, I am not comfortable making this jump today. I don't know if anyone will join me on it, but it's just not, I think that it's too much of a jump, and it's not, the inflation argument falls flat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions,
One
comments?
question.
All right, Councilwoman
Sole
Dewar.
could you just explain the sole source change?
So it is just clarification language. We've always had a requirement that sole source be approved as a sole source. So what we have done is clarify the difference between a sole source and a sole manufacturer. Just because you want
Okay,
a
that's good.
particular manufacturer does not mean there's only one vendor that can provide that. And so it
So on
clarifies
sole
that.
source contracts, I've been dealing with these for like 40 years, and often it's easier for staff to do a sole source contract. They know somebody, they had a good product from them before, and so they go, let's go use, vendor A for services. And, I've always believed in competition, and I just wanted to understand, does the sole source changes, does it specify that? Does it
So-
restrict sole sourcing more, or what does it
Sole
do?
source, it just clarifies that any sole source requirement has to be approved by the finance department, and we're really good at finding other vendors that provide those.
I got you. But a vendor,
Thanks.
you're thinking about like bottled water, but are you also thinking about professional services? That's where I'm focused.
So professional services are a little different. They're handled differently under NRS, and they don't require that you go out to bidding, so it's
Right.
not in our policy. Now, not to say that it shouldn't be at some point. I think there are some holes in our policy. There are no emergency procurement policies in there either.
Okay.
So we just went through an emergency where there were a lot of questions about how you procure the things that you need to do in order to be able to be reimbursed. And so we spent a lot of time educating the departments on how that could happen, but if we had that really put into our policy, it's a longer-term process for us. This is kind of first step, let's get this settled, and then we want to go and provide a little bit more detail in some of the areas
I would
of
like to see
policy.
that come back, and I really believe that, look, I manage many organizations, and everyone in there wanted to just sole source. It's simple, it goes to their friends, whatever, and I've always fought against it and had my staff not do it. So I think it would be good to adopt a policy that at least just lays out whatever our policy is, rather than having to have that battle
Right,
item by item.
and that is clarified in this policy that, it has to be approved
By you.
by me.
Okay.
And I'm of the same as you are. I think people should, we get better prices when we put it out for competition.
Well, and sometimes better work.
And you see, you know, one of the things you did approve on this agenda was a professional service for auditing. And we did do an RFP for that to make sure that we got the best, you know, the best for the city. So some of those professional services, it makes sense to go out and ask for what can you do for us? And some of it,
Okay.
it doesn't. So
Well, thank you. All right. Any other questions? Seeing that there are none, Councilwoman Dewar, do you want to give us a motion?
Sure, I would move to approve this item.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor
Wait,
say aye.
I'm just, I
All those
appreciate.
opposed, go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
I appreciate my colleague asking those questions on professional services, because that is really my particular issue. And I started my career in a different statutory framework on professional services, and I just don't see the rigor in place yet to get there. So I think that's why I base my no vote on that. I think it's premature. And also our single audit on the CAFR about procurement, which was, you know, an issue, and then all the outstanding procurement issues that we're curing through on our current audits. So I'm a no vote. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along. Madam Clerk.
did you vote?
All right, Madam Mayor, we are on item B15, pulled by Councilmember Dorr.
Yeah. Just real quick, we started having a conversation about workers' comp at a previous meeting that it was not appropriate. You know, we kind of swept it into a conversation about something else. But this is about the one-year contract extension for workers' comp. And I think a number of us had questions about it. So I wanted to pull it. I don't know what you can tell us about it, Ms. Lochner, and then perhaps people have
Well,
questions.
actually, I would like to introduce you all to our risk manager,
Okay.
Michael Payne. Michael Payne came to us in the pandemic, was onboarded, and has been working offline, and I got to meet him for the first time last month.
All right,
So now you guys all get to meet him. And Brooke, before she left, asked if Mike would take these forward for her, so he's here to answer questions for you.
Okay, cool. Do you just want to tell us, I mean, this is just a one-year extension. I guess I'm questioning, how are we doing? What are the results? Did we do an audit? You know, how are things going?
This is the last year potential extension on the current contract we have, and it's fully my intent to do a full RFP for these services at the end of this contract period.
So how
and
long
look at
has
the
this one been in place?
I believe this contract started in 2017.
So this is like the fourth year, and this would make it a fifth year?
Yes.
Well, we've heard some questions and comments about the administration of the workers' comp program, denial of claims. And I will just say, I personally have had to get involved. I think the mayor's personally had to get involved. Other people have had to get involved to maybe do a deeper dive and understand why certain workers' comp claims were being denied when it seemed like they were well justified. And I will just put this in context. I had a friend who had a disability. It was very clear. Her disability was automatically denied, which is what companies do. She had to go to court here locally, Shook and Stone, allowed one observer. I went with her. She had a seizure at the meeting. She's passed away, so I guess I can say this now. They awarded it on the spot, but what she had to go through to get clearly disability that was clearly due to her. She worked for the state, you know, she was a bilingual translator. Well, what I'm concerned about is here at our city, in this kind of group, I've heard similar stories of people having to fight tooth and nail to get workers' compensation, so it's an issue of concern.
Okay, as it should be. We actually went back and I looked at details of our denials from the company for the last 2 years. The vast majority of our denials that occur come under the auspices of the Nevada statutes, where we have no option. There's a certain a number of days that the TPA has to deny or accept a claim preliminarily. And the vast majority of all of our denials are a result of we can't get the medical records from the provider in that time frame. So a denial is issued. When the medical records are received, then the claim is turned around and then later accepted. But if we accept prior to the acceptance of those medical records, and it later is determined it's not related to employment, we're stuck. We can no longer deny.
That's a great point, and just imagine any one of us is that person, and you can't get your medical records, so you're denied. I mean, in this day and age, with all the medical records being electronic, this seems like a inappropriate excuse for denying people's claims because, well, I couldn't get the paperwork. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but that's the fact
and
of
if
the
I'm
matter with
there,
the
if
providers.
it's
that
me
we
and I'm
have.
at home and I have just been denied on workers' comp, I don't know what the issue is. I don't know they didn't get the records. All I know is I'm home, I'm injured or whatever, and I've been denied. And I can only imagine what people are going through at that point. And then I don't know what the process is after you've been denied to maybe get approved. So I'll leave it there.
And I've actually been involved in about 4 claims in the few months I've been here to get things pushed along as well. So it is something that is on our radar screen.
So do we also reach out to you when we're looking at some of those things? Okay.
Oh,
perfect.
absolutely.
Nice
Please
to meet
do.
you. We really appreciate it. It just, I gotta tell you, Councilwoman Dewar and I, we have had long conversations about this also with other employees that have been denied, and quite honestly, those denials end up causing them to have significant amount of stress on top of the stress that they've already experienced through, their job. But I would just say a lot of game playing, clearly. Like, it's been kind of gross, to be honest with you. So I'm so glad
Yeah, if
that
you
you're
have
here.
questions or concerns, please reach
Yeah.
out to me.
Yeah, thank you so much. We really appreciate that. We're glad you're here. And I'm really, really glad that you are willing and ready to go out to RFP. That means a lot. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
And welcome.
Yes, glad to be here. It's the first opportunity
Yeah.
to present to you, so I'm sure I'll be back here again in the future.
And you survived.
You happen to come in on a hot button issue that's been brewing for
Yeah.
5 years.
I know.
So-
I know, but I like it. You seem very receptive and available. So thank you. Okay, take care. Okay.
You want me to make a motion?
Yeah, I need you to
Okay.
make a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve this for 1 year with the understanding we're going to get a thorough review and an RFP process that maybe begins almost immediately because those usually take long.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're on item B21, which was pulled by Councilmember Delgado.
All right, Councilman Delgado, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a recusal. Fellow city council members, Madam Clerk, City Clerk, before I go any further on this item on agenda, item B21, NRS requires that I disclose the fact that I am employed by Community Health Alliance, who is up for an in-kind sponsorship on this item. In light of the foregoing and independent judgment of a reasonable person in my situation and private capacity at CHA, I will not be voting on this matter. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it in the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Thank you. I'll step.
Mr. Delgado, was there one item in here that you said? I
Yes,
missed?
Community Health Alliance is on B21, up for sponsorship, so.
I got you. Thank you. I got you.
Okay,
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
please do.
Move to approve.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Nice job. Lots of really good foundations and work right here. So thanks. Okay.
All right,
Moving
Madam Mayor,
along.
we're on item B23, pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Okay, Councilman Breckus, go right ahead.
Yeah, so this is a, wait, I want to make sure I got the right one. Yeah, this is a $460,000 no RFP, no bid, no proposal, sole source professional contract to an architectural firm for the schematics. I thought it was getting us to final. It's only getting us to schematics for $460,000.
Carrie Koski, your city engineer. Yes, it is. We do have a short presentation Director Schroeder and I have put together that we go over the highlights of the project delivery process, the selection of the consultants, and the timeline of this really exciting project, if you guys like to hear about it.
I'll let the others opine. My question is, one, the statement why you sole sourced is because this architectural firm did work on this project concept
Correct.
before for the
Correct.
nonprofit that's been a partner, so that's a justification for a sole source. And then also that it will be on equal footing a schematic design for a 50-foot.
Yes.
And how much, what is that 50-foot analysis doing? And can we just drop the 35 and just go with a 50-foot and save us some money here?
Well, I think there's a lot of elements that will have to be taken into consideration in order to get to the 50-foot. And I do want
We
to
are
say that.
talking 50 meters here, right?
I mean, I have 50 foot,
just
I'm
wanted to
sorry.
clarify.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, 50 meters, sorry. I'm an engineer.
This is
right?
science
So
and
I know.
I'm not a swim.
I can,
know?
you need to be more specific than me.
I'm sorry. So yes, the 50-meter pool, there's a lot of elements that we'll have to take in consideration regardless of whether it's 35 or 50. So we've fully planned to go forward with the 50-meter pool. It's not a matter of design, it's more of a matter of funding at this point. And we're going to work with everyone that we possibly can to get to that 50-meter pool. So we don't want to be short-sighted. We want to go for the 50-meter in the schematic design.
Well, I'd just as soon save money on the schematic design and throw away the 35-meter and just do a 50-meter design.
It wouldn't be money wasted, no. Would you all like to see any?
I'm supporting your motion.
Yes, that is my motion.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. He's all, wait a minute, hold on.
Would you like me to answer the
Yes.
question about the sole sourcing?
Yes. Well, Ms. Cockey, would you describe why there's benefit to having both a 35 and a 50-meter design, and then distill down for us the information on the sole source?
Sure. The reason why we want to start with the 35-meter design is because that's basically where we started with the concept. And it's very important that we fulfill our obligations that we committed to with the Pennington Pledge. So we want to be respectful of that, but we also don't want to shortchange ourselves and not look at the 50-meter design. With respect to the sole source, the question that Councilwoman Reckes brought up was, we do have consultants, we do have a consultant list, a statement of qualifications process that we used for all of our design consultants. And in that process, we look at their qualifications and their experience. And one of the things that I would like to say, Mr. Brad Van Wart is in the audience here today. They have a tremendous amount of experience with pools. They have a aquatics designer that is out of Carlsbad, California, that has designed over 3,000 pools. So in 2 months, we have, Director Schroeder and I have put together a team, we think, of very experienced and qualified consultants to go forward with this project. We're also planning to go forward with a construction manager at risk. Would like to talk a little bit about that. So in the process, in each project, we have 4 steps, 4 phases basically for project deliveries. And we have the schematic design, we have the normal design, the regular design, the final design, excuse me, not normal, the final design. We have the bidding process, and then we have the construction. We believe that it's really in our best interest to go forward with a construction manager at risk, because we can bring a construction manager on right after the schematic design, and they can help us with things like long lead times, items that we might be able to change out during the construction that will help us. There again, that is a process that we would follow through NRS. It's not, we would not be staff would not be selecting the construction manager. We would go through the NRS process, and we will bring that back to the council for acceptance.
Okay, all right, thank you. I still think we're fulfilling our obligations to Pennington if we go with 50, because they get 35 feet. There's just 15 feet coming on, towards the other end of the pool. So I think we should put the 35 feet away over there and just focus on 50 feet.
Or meters, as the case may
The
be.
desire of the council to have a 50-meter pool is not
Just
lost
3
on
times
me
bigger,
or
that's-
on staff. We are certainly pursuing that. but to keep the project on pace and on track, doing it the way the city engineer and the director of Parks and Recreation have recommended here is also my recommendation.
I have a question.
And listen, I love Carrie, like, she's one of my most favorite people. So it's not personal, so I get it, you know, but at the same time, it's kind of hard to swallow, 460 for that. I'm sorry, Brad, where are you? Sorry, but I just, you know, it's a lot of money.
So I have a
Oh.
question.
Go ahead.
So the schematic, would the firm be doing two schematics, one for the 35 meter and one for the 50?
Well, like I said, I don't believe that, I'm kind of speaking for the architect here, but I do believe that most of the elements that we're going to be incorporating into the design is going to have to be in there anyway. So it's not like we're going to spend 2 months just designing the 35-meter pool. That's right. We're looking at, those elements would have to be in a 50-meter
Okay. Well, my
regardless.
biggest concern about the difference in the size is the layout of the site, and you and I have talked about
Yes.
this. So right now, just for my colleagues, I just live down the street from this area. When the soccer's on, the entire parking lot is, at this point, it wasn't last year or the year before, but right now is completely full. So where we would be building the pool
Yes.
is completely full of parking for soccer. Now, I talked to Ms. Schroeder the other day, and she said one idea is to push the parking or work with Atlantis and have the people park in Atlantis parking lot and walk across. So that's one idea, like if they can't park where the pool is. So, but there's other issues too, you know, how all of this interfaces, future improvements on the site. We've talked about a public-private, or at least I have, public-private geothermal spa
Yep.
that would be able to help offset the costs of managing the pool itself. You know, and I think that's doable, but it might not be doable right away. So we need to leave space for it.
Yep.
And so some of the things I'm concerned about with the schematic are those things
Yes.
is it gets bigger, the parking gets pushed, where's the schematic for the geothermal spa, et cetera.
Yes.
One other issue I have is just, I understand about the Van Wert Biaggi firm, but when we go to the construction manager at risk,
Yes.
you said at that point, we would actually get potentially a different architect. Is that true, or could you speak to that?
We have the opportunity, we would, because this phase is the schematic design phase. It's typical that we use the same architect through the final design. If there's, you know, a reason the relationships don't work, then we always have that option.
Okay. And then last question is the money. So it's been said, and Ms. Schroeder and I have talked about this often, the estimate, which is purely call it a swag, right? At this point, the cost difference between a 35 meter and a 50 meter was around 3 million. We were also looking at an additional 1 million for the pool itself, right? Just even if we kept at 35 meters, cost gone up, might be even more than 1 million. But we have recently gotten in our hands $1.5 million from various agreements that we've done with developers. We also have the Atlantis offer. So that adds up to about 1.75 million. And I guess what I'm wondering is, at what point do we tell either the Pennington Foundation or whomever that, look, we've raised most of the money already? Manager Thornley assures me that if it's a question of a missing $1 million, that we will figure that out over time. Might be $300,000 a year. So I guess to my colleagues' questions, I think we're almost there with the money. And so, you know, how do we answer that question?
Do you want to help me out?
Hello, good afternoon. Jamie Schroeder, Director of Parks and Recreation. So in speaking with the Pennington Foundation, they completely support the city's desire to pursue the 50-meter option. The council-approved proposal that was given to the Pennington Foundation for that pledge agreement for consideration was a 35. And so if you'll recall, June 30 is the deadline for that first milestone. So it is my intent to craft a letter with the help of Finance Director Lochner, saying that we have met the milestones for the 35-meter option. Now, Ms. Koski and I have definitely heard the desire of the community and the council, and knowing that the 50-meter is the preferred option. And so I do believe that I can confidently stand up here today with Carrie next to me that we are going to be able to meet the needs of the Pennington Pledge, and that we will still also be able to accomplish building a 50-meter pool, because we have crafted a plan that sort of takes everything in parallel. That way, we're assured that we are not going to lose the generous pledge from the Pennington Foundation. $9 million is quite a significant amount of money, but also try to accomplish the bigger dream of hitting that 50-meter. And so what we want to make sure is that we stay on the right side of this pledge agreement, which does require us to prove that we have the funding for the 35-meter. And so at the time that we want to talk to the Pennington Foundation again to say, we want the 50-meter option, we've got the costs, we know how much money we need, we've accomplished fundraising, that will likely be when we have those preliminary designs done by.
After this contract.
Yes.
So it's one of the benchmarks and sort of
Correct.
meeting the.
That's
Got
what
it.
we believe is the
I
best
got it.
path forward.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jamie.
Sure.
Really appreciate it.
But-
Okay, Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
I've spoken already. I saw my colleague, Ms. Weber, raise her hand. Do you want to go and then I'll follow you?
All of this, where are we talking about the maintenance of the pool? I mean, we just need to make sure on the radar screen.
Well, it's not styled to talk about the maintenance, so I don't know,
Okay,
Mr. Hall,
that's a good point.
keeping us on track.
Yeah, we're not necessarily talking about the maintenance. However, I think that was part of the analysis that was, or part of the analysis that will be done in determining whether they can go with the 35 or the 50. So
Okay,
I think it's part of the overall issue involved in what size pool you're going to get.
okay,
That's perfect,
But-
thank you.
all right.
If I could follow up, June 30, we have an obligation to, the first milestone, Ms. Schroeder said, for 35. Well, how do we know when the second milestone comes in 6 months, you're still not going to be saying, got to show the Pennington 35, and then we're, have a CMAR on, ready to go at 50 and bid a 50. So how, I don't know. I'm a little, maybe
is
that
the
could have
next
come
milestone?
forward in some memo to us, so we have something in writing, but maybe you really need to be talking to them more and tell them that the council's wish is for the 50, and we've got it for we can show you we've got it for the 35 and the 50. So when's second milestone, and are you going to be telling us at the same time, let's keep, the ball rolling toward the 35 at milestone 2?
So the letter in discussions with the representatives with the Pennington Foundation will address all 3 milestones because the finance team has done an amazing job and council has approved that funding plan. What they would like to see is just a letter that separates out from the Public Safety Center that we are in fact moving forward with that 35-meter, because it's their intent to ensure that this project continues moving forward, which is why they didn't want to do another extension of the milestones as we try to figure out the 50. So that's why Ms. Koski and I are recommending to do this parallel path to make sure this project stays on track, and then knowing that we should be successful at being able to achieve that 50-meter. But I just need to make sure that I keep the city on the right side of that agreement with the Pennington Foundation.
Okay, I guess if there's a motion, I can retract it and support staff's recommendation, but I'm reluctant. Our manager has said, we're gonna get a 50. He's working on it. And, I don't like to act in counter to what the intent is. I don't like that. But I'm willing to go here today with the recommendation. But I'm uneasy, but I'm, putting faith in what staff's saying they're doing and understanding what the council wants, which I think is a 50-meter.
Yeah, and I'll second that.
Okay, so we're, a motion to approve staff recommendation. So, and the second, all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
Go ahead, Councilman Breckus. Did you?
I said, yeah, aye.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All those in favor say aye?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
And then I had 24 also, which is, we got into it pretty deep. I pulled that one also. And that's the sole sourcing of the engineering. And it said they have experience in geotechnical, but I really
want to know more when I see a sole source for, how much is this engineering budget?
255.
255. And you explained to me when we had a conversation that you think this is a firm that's on our public works list, unlike the engineers, we hold a list for these for civil work, because they have specific experience in the geohydrology of this
Yes.
vicinity.
Correct.
And that's why you pulled them off the list.
Correct.
Without any sort of RFQ, RFP.
Correct. There's two firms on the list, and this Far West, Kerry Koski for the record, and this particular firm, Far West Engineering, has a hydro geologist on staff with a lot of experience. They've done quite a bit of work for the city in the area of the Peckham Lane, where we do have a lot of hot water, and there's a lot of specifics that go into, excuse me, the design. And so far, they've been very responsive and very good at the design, and they've proved to us that they've got the experience.
And will the site layout, the master plan site layout that Ms. Dewar was talking about in terms of conflict of users, through even down to the baseball stadium, will that all be part of these
We're going to look
site
at the,
planning?
Yes,
Okay.
we're going to look at the whole site. Yes, we are.
I'll move. No.
Second.
Aye.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no C items, so we're on item D1.
Sorry. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
We do have public comment on this item, and they have been waiting patiently.
All right.
Brian Algaretto, followed by Amber Howland, followed by Crystal Ward.
Okay. Go right ahead. You have been waiting for a long time.
Yeah, we met on the elevator. Oh my God.
Yeah, we met in the elevator.
I didn't realize there was all that going on in public comment this morning. Good morning, or good afternoon now. I wrote this down so I wouldn't mess it up. It was morning. I just want to thank Alexis and her team for putting the report and the recommendation that they've put it forward. They've taken our side of it and put it forward that way. But I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of background that you're not going to get probably just from reading that, so I had just a statement prepared. Last year, I was working on projects around my house. I was thinking about applying for a building permit for a deck and possibly a shop. I mentioned this to my neighbors, and then this kind of led to just hearing all kinds of stories from everyone in the community that's been wanting to do things to their properties and have been holding off because they're being denied building permits. I talked to more and more people in the community, and then I began researching the city's annexation plans, starting back in the 2002 plan, the 2010 plan. I went through the sphere of influence rules in the city's master plan and in the annexation plan. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
You're fine. You're doing great.
And I read through all of the...
You just all got energy since you had to sit there for some
Yeah, and a lot of coffee. And the NRS laws that apply to these issues. It's become clear to me when speaking with everyone that in the last year or two, the city has become more aggressive in treating the unincorporated Washoe County areas as if they are new developments in the city. And not following a lot of the original rules that were laid out and stated in the original annexation plans, such as they would apply similar zoning to county parcels. It would not force city infrastructure to be installed by and at the cost of residents in existing communities with no development. From what I've researched, it seems the main reason for annexation is to make room for development for the growth of the nearby city, but we have no room in our community for future development. Most of the community has been built out for decades, starting in the 70s. We are a community that is a mix of retired homeowners, some of who have been in the community since before I-80 was even constructed, and middle-class working families. The retired community is on a fixed income and cannot afford to pay for city infrastructure on their own, and the working families can't afford it either, and we are being denied building permits unless we put in city infrastructure. This is causing many homeowners to forego projects to upkeep and improve their homes. Recently, the city changed the zoning maps in our community and changed parcels like mine that is almost 3 acres and was zoned GR to city suburban 1 acre. That is not similar zoning. I am surrounded by parcels that are still county GR and open space. Many of the homes in the community have livestock, such as horses, pigs, goats, sheep, chickens, etc., and under new zoning would require to get a special permit just to get a chicken. The original annexation plans say we would be grandfathered in, and that is not happening. After speaking with most of the community and doing my research, I decided to get a majority of homeowners to sign a petition protesting annexation per NRS law. I have been able to get 100% of the homeowners on the north side of 80 to sign so far, and more than the majority of the entire community. With more time, I will be able to get all homeowners in the entire community, including the south side of 80. Nobody is not wanting to sign. We are not actively being annexed yet, so the sphere of influence laws are vague and only limit us to 7 years. We have been in the sphere of influence for over 20 years. This 20 years without the ability to vote for city council representation and to make rules, who make the rules in our SOI zone. Because we are only in the sphere of influence and not yet being annexed, the city is recommending to only remove the north side of 80 for now, and then would propose the south side once we have all the homeowners sign on that side. I want to thank the council for considering this petition for Mesa Park to be removed from the sphere of influence. This will allow homeowners to beautify their homes, be able to vote for representatives that make the rules for their community, and will avoid the high cost of forced city infrastructure costs in exchange for permits, and that will ultimately lead to the unnecessary regentrification of communities in a city that's already has a shortage of housing. Thank you.
Good job. You made it. You did it. Good job.
Amber Howland, followed by Crystal Ward.
Hello, I'm Amber Howland. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak today. I know it's been a very long day for everyone so far. I live on one of the 1 acre lots. I bought it about 2 years ago. It was built in 1983. Is that a hint? Thank you. And it's needed a lot of upkeep. I've actually spent the last 2 years remodeling the inside, but now we're looking to remodel the outside. And I just want to give you some examples of why this is so problematic for us. So like Brian mentioned, most of these homes were built in the 70s or the 80s. They're all in desperate need of upkeep. The problem is they were built at a time with Washoe County rules, not City of Reno rules. So one example is all homes, according to Reno, all homes have to be built within, or additional structures within 20 feet of the property line and behind the house. Well, a lot of these homes were built up at the very back of the house. So it's literally impossible. So we can build in front, but we can't at all build in the back. One of the other rules, you have to put in road access. Road access is incredibly cost prohibitive across a 2 to 3 acre lot. We've actually put in a couple roads and have already spent upwards of $17,000. And then the last one is the requirement of gutters and sidewalks. That is probably one of the largest things that's difficult. I only have 1 acre. Brian has 3 acres. A lot of these other ones are 2 acres. And quotes have been somewhere to $80,000 to $90,000. And we're in an area where the roads are still, we're just now starting to put in paved roads. So the needs for gutters and sidewalks is really unnecessary for us. We don't get the kind of traffic because of where we're located. So really what we're asking for is just the ability to maintain our properties, grow our properties based on what the original guidelines were, which is county and not city. So I really do appreciate your consideration of letting us out of the sphere of influence so we can go ahead and build on our properties and bring them up to, modern standards. Thank you.
Our final commenter is Crystal Ward.
So I live in the same area also. I have a 1 acre parcel. And I bought there before it was right at when it was sphere of influence. So when I put in my plans to upgrade this house that was dilapidated and rat infested, it was all under county. Well, then when I went to go put the plans in, county told me I had to go to the city. City told me I had to go to county.
Oh, don't you love that?
I was in the battle. Yeah. So that went on for a while. Yeah. And we finally figured it out with the city. And I was able to only add a little bit on. I wasn't able to add what we wanted to add onto the house, but we were able to remodel the inside and hold on to our funds until we could finally add on later. Well, the rules have constrained so much on that property in that time frame that it took me 2 years to get approved for permits for the build that I'm doing right now, just to add a bathroom. I'm adding a bathroom and a closet. That's all I could add because if I wanted to add any more than that, I had to add curbs, sidewalks, and gutters. So if you guys, I have a corner lot, and I have a ditch that goes around my lot. Just to excavate it and to add concrete would have cost me $90,000. For me to add a bathroom and a closet, it's totally cost prohibitive. This property is not meant to live under the rules the city has in the regs.
Ms. Ward, can you
Yes.
speak into the microphone?
Yes.
Just so we get you on the recording.
Sorry.
Thank you.
We're doing our best to live within the constraints of the city, but I would like to be out of the sphere of influence. It's so difficult for us to
Get me
try
out,
to
she says.
modify our house and try to live within those standards. And just an example, it's become even more stringent. I have chickens, and my property was just rezoned without telling me. And now it's made it so that I'm not allowed to have chickens. So now I'm breaking the law when I didn't even know that could happen, that it shouldn't happen. So if we're out of the sphere of influence, back to the county, where I have a say over what happens with my property, I can actually improve it, I can make the stairs livable, I can make the property nice, and actually be able to live in my house and make it a home. So I went out of sphere of influence, basically.
Good job.
Thank you.
You survived too, see?
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I just want to compliment the people that testified here today, because this is what I thought, is that they were caught in sort of a bureaucratic and also monetary mess when they started life as a one thing, and then without their knowledge, were rezoned into something else. And in addition to separately, the issue of rezoning, are trying to comply. I've met people that live in the sphere before, and you kind of want to be one thing or the other, right? You want to be in the city or in the county. I mean, to your point about electing the right people, you already vote for county people, and they represent you, county commissioners, on most things. But on this one thing, development within a sphere of influence, you have to come to us. And so I don't think it's so much a voting rights thing, but I do think it is an equity thing, and I'm very supportive of this change. I think for clarity and for continuity. Now, in a perfect world, if we could add, I bet some of you have wells and septic, if not all. In a perfect world, if we had you in the city and we could get you on, city water, meaning Tamwa, out of your septic tanks and so on, which I also have a septic tank, so I understand the issues. I think that would be better in the long run. But I also live in an area that once was county. Mine was annexed in '89. We were in the sphere, but then we were annexed. We still don't have curb and gutter because we're a wide county-like road. But I just think what they're proposing makes a lot of sense. So I'll just leave it right there. And it is a small group. I don't know about the 80 other parcels south of I-80. I don't know anything about that. But I think I'm comfortable here. Makes sense to me.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus. Yeah, Ms. Foose, could you maybe put up a map? So I think I was Mr. Algretto's first stop last June. We had a Zoom meeting, and because it shows this area going into Ward 1 if it was ever annexed. And a couple questions. First of all, I mean, I've made note for a while that our annexation plan's out of date. And that's been very problematic for me. And we just ranked all of the follow-up we wanted to the master plan in Title 18. And I think we've missed the boat on not prioritizing that. But the Mesa Park SOI removal, okay, this is your,
Could you just point out the roads and stuff so we could see that a little better?
All right, I-80 is to the south.
Are you pointing at something?
This is on a PowerPoint.
Right, but are you pointing at?
She's lasering on this big screen, but it doesn't reflect on the televisions.
Somewhere, let's see if we can.
Probably
put it
move the
maybe
mouse.
On the overhead?
I think, Angela, the mouse,
Go 4th Street.
is there not?
Yes,
Come up into Somerset?
that's right where it is.
Can we try the overhead? I have a, yep, okay.
Okay. Now you can just point.
Okay, so here we have I-80 is south. All the parcels are in yellow, so there's the 28 parcels that are part of this request. Mayan is this road right here. Charlins is this road up here. So Somerset is everything over here. And it really is kind of a hodgepodge of an area because this area to the north has been developed with a subdivision. That's a city subdivision. Everything south here is still out of the city of Reno. This is in our sphere, but it is not within the city of Reno limits. I can do a presentation or I can just answer questions, whatever your preference is.
If I could ask some, they might be technical questions. First of all, do you plan on amending the McQueen plan when you run this request? An amendment to the McQueen plan? I think you need to.
So let me maybe just backtrack. What this is just a sponsorship by city council. If you choose to sponsor this amendment, this is the first step. We don't actually have a formal application process to be removed from our sphere of influence, so this is not something you guys typically see. So step one is we need one of the jurisdictions to sponsor it, which would be City of Reno. Step two, they go to Regional Planning Commission, then they go to the Regional Planning Governing Board. That amends our sphere. Anything we do after that would be above and beyond this process.
Well,
Or do you mean separate from this process?
Correct.
my analysis is that you have to amend the McQueen plan because you need conformity between the two documents. So that's how I see it. So I think.
So
and
what
if you-
is the McQueen plan?
The McQueen plan shows this area coming within. So I think you need.
But is the McQueen plan speak to a high school or does it speak to?
No, it's McQueen area plan. She's got it. If you look over there
I
under, she's got McQueen area plan. Yeah, she's even got it in her hand.
is just do it as a whole.
Yeah.
It's all.
Or, yeah, I mean, yeah, you need to run them together, in my view, in my analysis. But, obviously, staff is the gatekeeper of the conformity and the consistency. Second request is, I know we have the other ones that Mr. Algretta mentioned below Mesa. Then we even have Belli Ranch, and then we have some things over by Livermore, off of Mayberry. We're prohibited from creating islands, correct? Correct. And you've done that island analysis?
For this project?
Yeah.
Yes, this is less than 40 acres. This is, there's some state law requirements about the size. If you are surrounded by the city and less than 40 acres, that would be considered an island. But
Okay.
this is not surrounded by the city. As you can tell, there's still Washoe County, and it's, I'm sorry, if it's more than 40 acres. So we fit that requirement.
We're actually expanding the island, in theory.
Correct.
And then the undeveloped land that I think is some Somerset holdings that are kind of catty corner and then satellite view from this, how are those designated?
You're referring to these parcels?
Those two, because I understand they do have some development potential.
They do have development potential. One of them, I believe this one is owned by the city, and then this one is privately owned. This one actually is in the city that's zone multifamily. There has been interest in development of that area. There's also interest in development from Tumwa, dealing with a water tank in that area to serve other kind of expanded parcels. But that is part of the sphere of influence that has not been annexed.
Okay. It's a little problematic over there in my view, but I mean, it doesn't detract from this. It's a tough parcel that's over there.
One more question. Or are you're in line?
Okay, no, I'm gonna go to
I don't have
Councilwoman
a
Jordan.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I drive this road up into Somerset almost every day, and there is definitely a distinction between this neighborhood, the lot sizes, the characteristics, even some of the sloping that surrounds it. So my only question or concern would have been if there was some of these larger lots with some of the activities, wildlife, cattle, sort of, not cattle, chickens, abutting some neighborhoods, but it really doesn't because of the sloping and some streets and stuff. It kind of distinguishes them. And I have often wondered why some of the homes weren't developed as much as some of the surrounding neighborhoods. And so now it makes a lot of sense. And to me, they've got the big, huge apartment complex that went up off of Charlins and Mayan, and then you've got all the developments of Somerset, et cetera. But this does stand out to me as kind of being its own characteristics and having its own style. And I think this is a tremendous burden on this neighborhood if we were to, require them to do all the improvements in this area. So I am supportive of their request.
And Angela, just really quickly, a little bit kind of sort of piggybacking on Councilwoman Breckus in a sense, are we gonna look at all of these? Because here's my fear, is that had you guys have not come to council, or, you know, we wouldn't have known about it. How many people are coming in and wanting to do the same thing, being told, oh, here's, you know, what that looks like? And then it's, you know, incredibly challenging. I would hate, I hate to see that. And I, you know, we see it with businesses and things like that all the time. And like later on, I hear about it and I'm like, oh, you know, I just cringe. So give me a little idea on that.
Yes, absolutely. As part of that community engagement process that you've been hearing about, both from Arlo and Kelly, this would be something that we looked at. So we are going to hit every neighborhood in the city of Reno, 90,000 parcels, over the next couple years. And as part of that, we're going to be looking at what the zoning is, what the master plan is, whose zoning doesn't match their master plan, who's in the sphere, who's not in the sphere, big picture topics. And so when we hit this neighborhood, this is definitely one of those topics that we'll be talking to the property owners. And part of this too is we need people to understand the consequences as well, because being in the sphere doesn't mean you're part of the city. You're not paying city taxes, you're not getting city services, you're not being represented by the city. But not being able to annex means that you can't intensify. Right? There's pros and cons as well. So we would like to have that broader discussion with those property owners to the south of I-80 to make sure everybody completely understands the good and the bad that comes with being in the city or being in the county. So yep, we'll be having that conversation as part of that neighborhood engagement process. And this neighborhood, I don't know that we have a timeline yet for when we're going to hit this neighborhood. Again, we're hitting every neighborhood in the city, but that's one of those discussions that we'll be having.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Arlo. I saw him over here. He's like, definitely, definitely. So, and it's hard, we lose that on Zoom, Arlo. So now that I get to see you in person, it's much easier to read. So thank you, Arlo. You're awesome. All right. Who was,
question.
so, go ahead.
Yeah. So in analyzing this, the other things that I look at, besides the conversation that we've already had, is things like this. Is it existing? This. Is it proposed to be new? I wouldn't be making a different recommendation. If it's not already built out and they're going to build out and it's in the sphere, now I wouldn't be saying, yes, leave the sphere and go develop in the county. If you're, then the next question for me is it residential, industrial, commercial? If you're new, any one of those, I'd be recommending go in the city. If you're existing, and especially if you're residential, I would be recommending leave the sphere. So those are just, I'm sharing with my colleagues some of my thought process. You've got people living with houses that are built in the 70s and 80s. They've been living a lifestyle already. They didn't ask to come into the city for what reason, and just to have this bureaucratic problem. So it isn't just what they've presented. I think there's a bigger picture too. And it is about this, existing versus new, residential, industrial, commercial, where does it fit? And I could easily make a different decision when the parameters are different, the variables are different. So, thank you.
If I may.
Go ahead. Hold on one second. Councilwoman Jordan.
Just quickly, I do have a question about response in the sphere or out of the sphere as it relates to, let's say, fire response, because Station 11 is literally a block away. See, so they don't.
Right.
See, and that to me, from a logical standpoint, makes no common sense.
No.
That makes, I get it. I get it that the county versus city, but seriously, Station 11 is, they could throw a rock and hit it.
Yes. And that is a great, if we could bring up a map real quick one more time. There are 2 fire stations, Station 11, City of Reno, a minute away. Truckee Meadows also has a fire station literally a minute away, but by the way the crow flies, not by the way you can drive there. This area is within our automatic aid. So if there is a fire, Reno will respond. If it's just a medical emergency, then Truckee Meadows responds. Well, fire always comes when there's a 911 call for medical as well. REMSA physically drives them somewhere, but our fire response if it's a fire call. If it's just a medical, I'm having a heart attack call, then Truckee Meadows response.
Okay, so for clarity's sake, structure fire, everybody's rolling.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that was the point I was going to make. 20 years ago, the thinking was different. And then we consolidated fire, and then we deconsolidated. The deconsolidation, in a way, would give more credence to keeping this in the sphere. If, one, the city could resolve some of the development and private property improvements, which we haven't. But the next path forward, in my view, but there are some issues there, are more than auto aid, but really equalization of joint powers agreements. So it is clearly our response area, and there's some true up on where we respond and maybe where they respond. However, it's always been difficult for me as a Reno City Council member to put Truckee Meadows over to respond to Reno residents because I believe we have a higher level of service. So it is some issues, but I think the heart of it really is, obviously we haven't solved our development code problems with these folks. I have no problem with county plows going over there if they do ever make it. But it is the fire service response, and we need a new path forward on how we're doing mutual aid. And it's maybe more problematic. It has to be solved at some point. So anyway, I would love to say that we will sponsor this and then wait to hear what what are the next steps. And so what have you heard from, if that's a motion, what have you heard from regional? When will it go to regional on our 4 of us are on regional, so we'll be kind of shepherding it through. When will you get it on regional's agenda?
So the next step is to get it in front of the Regional Planning Commission. After today's sponsorship, we will formally submit something to Regional Planning.
Okay.
So depending on what their schedule is, it's probably going to be July or August before it goes to Regional Planning and then Governing Board after that.
Okay.
It would be August, because they have meetings every other month.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those
Aye.
opposed, motion carries unanimously. Nice job. Thanks, you guys. Really appreciate you coming down and spending time with us.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're on item D2, which is the ILA agreement with Tumwa.
And Madam Mayor, I have a disclosure on this item.
Okay, please, go ahead. Councilman Dewar, give us your disclosure.
I just want to disclose that one of the partners in Palomino Farms serves on a nonprofit corporation with me, so I know him. We have not really talked about this project. Apparently, he's been working on it for a year with Tumwa. But I do want to disclose that. I've already checked in with our attorneys at Tumwa, and they said I did not need to recuse, but I should disclose. And so that's what I'm doing here. So, and when I say nonprofit corporation, that's not a charitable corporate. There's different types of nonprofits. It's not a charitable corporation. It's a corporation.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. All right, that being said, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we do have one public commenter before Mr. Flansburgh takes over.
Okay.
So we have Michael DiMartini in the audience.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Mayor and council people. Michael DiMartini. I'm a licensed civil engineer. I'm a certified wastewater treatment operator. I'm a certified water operator. I'm a licensed land surveyor. And I've served 24 years as commissioner on the regional and Northern Nevada Water Planning Commissions. My issue here on this is money. We're talking about doing another study. I like studies, but we're talking about doing another study for $1.6 million. This is much like Bedell Flat, where we did a study there. Now we're down the road 3 or 4 years. We put a lot of attention on Bedell Flat. The problem is we don't need another study. We just need to look at the studies we have. There's lots and lots of studies on all these areas. They've been going on for 50 years, and I know about all of them, most of them. We need to look at those before we start doing a $1.6 million study. This project could cost $100 million resulting from the study. We don't know what the people want. The problem here is high TDS water. When you run water through a sewer treatment plant, it comes out with about 300 more TDS than it went in with. And that brings us over the secondary standard for the water. Do the people want this? Can we afford this? What else can we do with our money? And it's really the people's money. It's the developers' money. I'm here as a registered lobbyist representing American Environmental Resources. I forgot to say that at the beginning. I think there's other things we need to be working on either concurrently or prior to this. And I am working with the City of Reno staff on some of these things. We need to find some solutions that will be accepted by the people at the end of the day. The county yesterday talked about public outreach. That in 10 months, they're going to be, with this process of their $400,000, they're going to be doing public outreach. Well, let's do the public outreach now, before we do the $1.6 million study. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice seeing you too. Been a while. For everyone, that is.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. The item before you today is an interlocal agreement between Tumwa, Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County. What the interlocal agreement is doing is really future water planning. Currently at the Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility, we're flowing about 29 million gallons a day. When we get up to about 35, 36 million gallons a day, we're going to need to find some additional treatment, what we call inside the fence, around the plant and the processes and what we do there. Because we are putting nutrients, the processed water, when we finish with it, is very, very high quality, but when we put it in, it's got, you know, increments of phosphorus, of nitrogen, of salts, to what we call total dissolved solids. And so what this project is doing is looking at an alternate location for us to take that water. The tricky thing that we have with the Truckee River is that we have to have replacement water for the water that we don't put back in. So if we're taking surface water that comes from the Truckee River and we're running that through our system and it gets to our wastewater treatment plant, we need to return that portion back to the river. If we do not take that portion back to the river, then we have to have makeup water in the river for that, for the downstream users. So you'll remember the Truckee River or the Tri-Center agreement that we have in place. There was makeup water that came with that agreement and the water we're doing. This is somewhat similar in that we would be taking water from Tum Wharf up to Palomino Valley, using it for irrigation purposes, but we have to have makeup water. What this also does for Tumwa, and John Enlow is here today and can answer any questions in regards to the water side, but it allows Tumwa to go up and use this area for water storage. They can bank water in here during high water timeframes and then pull it back out for the users. The water that they would be taking during that time would be coming from the Truckee River. That water could be left in the river. So that's what we're looking at, is this whole water balance. And just like American Flat Farm up in Reno Stead area, we're looking at Palomino Farms as an area for disposal of effluent in an agricultural useful way. And so the agreement before you today is really to study these items and make sure it's feasible. Tumwa has done enough work up in there to determine that it is feasible, or that it is a good site to study further because of the work that they've done, that it's going to, the aquifer is there, that it's going to be able to be used for in putting more water in, and that they'll be able to get the water back out. But there is an additional study that needs to be done, and the water quality aspects of that also needs to occur. So that is the project in general, and be happy to answer any questions. And again, like I said, John Enlow is also here. This is a $1.6 million agreement. It would be split 4 ways between the 4 groups signatory. I should mention one last thing that's really important. At Tum Wharf, there's a few options that we're looking at. One of those options would be what we call reverse osmosis. Reverse osmosis is where you are removing all of the salts out of there, and that results in a brine. If you're near an ocean, that's not a problem because the communities take the water out to the ocean. If you're not, then you're stuck with potentially things like a high heat energy intensive source to evaporate the water portion off of the brine and leave the salts that you would then be landfilling or some other disposal method. It's very expensive, both in the energy needed to do that as well as the disposal to do that. So while we could be looking at hundreds of millions of dollars of improvements inside Tum Wharf for long-term, and I'm talking 10, 15, 20 years out type planning at Tum Wharf, this is a good opportunity for us to determine where this could be tens of millions of dollars of infrastructure needed. So I think that the $400,000 we're looking to spend here to investigate this is a good investment on our part versus waiting longer and then coming up and saying, well, gee, this could be like a 300-400 million or more type of a solution for the work inside the fence.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Beckus, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess, I didn't support this at Tumwa, and my concern was this farm group seems to be investors who all of a sudden bought some land, and now Tumwa has a $17 million option to buy their land, and it seemed rather not transparent in the way that it came forward. But since then, I've had additional questions have developed. I mean, from Tumwa's perspective, and I know Mr. Enlow's here, I've wondered why we just don't drill a well and see if this is a good reinjection site, just like we did at the other spots, why we need to run the line. Also, is there any question whatsoever that diverting this water, and you say we need to make up balance, just like we did with the TR, with the GID, is somehow going to bring into question our obligations under TROA? Because everyone I talk to, they don't say it in public, but they've said in private that we're going to get sued on the GID agreement by the tribe. And that makes me very uncomfortable to hear people say that. The tribe, it's no surprise that they didn't come down and speak against it because they don't come to our meetings. They only talk to the federal government. They don't talk to us. And so, I mean, is it an outstanding question in any way that this is water that should be owed through TROA, and you can't just make it up with paper water?
And I'll just state that that's exactly why we have to have the makeup waters, because we do follow TROA. We are doing that work and due diligence to make sure that we have the right water balance. But you have to identify the water, and it has to be proven up, and it all goes through the state water engineer. And again, I'll have John come and speak to any of those.
Okay.
Those
I mean, I would like to hear that,
questions.
because the question is on that GID is, I think the next stop is NDEP, and, if the tribe starts to go down there to NDEP on the GID, then, obviously they have an issue with it. And if they have an issue with that one, I would think they have an issue on this one. The other issue I really, really have, and it gets into the obligations of the tribe and the river, is I haven't seen it cost out what it would be to do an in-fence solution rather than piping it up to here. And, long-term, that system, pumping costs, and so on. I mean, that's going up. Where are those in the fence numbers for whatever that is, Dawn or osmosis? And, taking brine out to Lockwood where, you've got centuries of landfill spot area isn't a real big problem in my mind.
Yeah, so to that point, I guess I would just say that the trucking costs, the disposal, the energy that it would take to burn off the additional water to get down to just the salts is a very expensive proposition for operations. And we're looking at as much as maybe $600 million for that reverse osmosis. I don't believe that that's going to be the final solution when we get there, because I think we have some other options. And I think this is one of those very viable options.
Okay. I would like to hear from Mr. Enlow on the TROA issue, because does the tribe have an issue with the GID agreement, and that if they do, will they have a problem with this agreement?
Sure. For the record, John Enlow, Truckee Meadows Water Authority. So to answer your question with the tribe and the return flow management, the city of Reno and Sparks currently uses reclaimed water throughout Sparks and a very large user at UNR Farms. There are return flow water rights already permitted and obligated to satisfy that return flow obligation. The use at Trigid is no different. there will need to be return flow water rights permitted to satisfy that additional return flow. And we actually have a meeting with the tribe representatives next Tuesday to review kind of the status of the water rights and the permitting process that we'll be going through. So I think after that meeting, they'll have a better understanding too. There's been a delay with COVID and so forth in the construction of the facilities at Trigid, but those facilities are looking to be placed into operation in late 2022. So we have time. And if you recall, Tumwa, we just accepted over 1,100 acre feet of Truckee River water rights from TRI-GID as partial satisfaction of their return flow obligation. So that process is being undertaken. The same process will be undertaken for the Palomino project, in that return flow water rights must be satisfied if effluent's not going back to the river. Return flow water, wet water, not just permitted paper water, wet water has to go back to the river. And we've already worked out a process with the federal water master where we monitor and comply with that obligation today on a daily basis.
So we already have it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And you raised a question about why aren't we drilling wells rather than, that's exactly what we are doing. The $1.6 million, about 1.2 million of it is for drilling additional test wells and water quality sampling out there at the Palomino site to confirm that it is a suitable site to store large quantities of water underground and also for use as a large-scale irrigation site for recycled water.
And then what about just entering into an option with someone to buy their land for $17 million without a bid or proposals?
Again, you have not entered into an option agreement with the landowners out there. That's part of what this process will be all about. Remember, it's a feasibility study. We're trying to answer questions over the next 10 months. And also during that 10-month period, we'll be bringing back an option agreement for, I'll say, your consideration. I think this is a unique project in that it really takes everyone, Tumwa, Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County, all of us to cooperate to make it a successful project. So I think each entity will have an opportunity to review this option agreement in the future when we have the answers to the questions that we're planning to answer over the next 10-month period with this 1.6 million feasibility study project.
Yeah, thank you. I too got a preview of this, obviously at Tumwa where we voted, but I have a few follow-up questions. Could you put up the map? And I think it's important for the council, all of us, to understand what is being proposed here and sort of what are some next steps. So can you point out on this map where Bedell Flat is?
If I could.
I know it's off the map a little, right?
It would be way over in, this direction.
Right. So would you say it's like 15 miles away, 20 miles away?
I would say at least 20.
Right?
Yeah.
So I just think it's important for the whole council to know that we at Tumwa spent a lot of time looking at Bedell Flat as a potential site to inject potable, that we would take water, treated effluent, bring it to A+ status, potentially inject it into the ground for future use. Now, after the studies, it looks like, I don't know what the final fatal flaw was, whether it was it couldn't take the water, couldn't return the water. Do you know, John, what happened there?
Yeah, at Bedell Flat, that site was not able to accept large quantities of water and store it underground. What's unique about this site, it has been used for agriculture for over 40 years. They've been pumping groundwater out there, growing alfalfa, and previously, I believe they grew potatoes out there for a long time.
So what I wanted to do is just for the people that don't have the benefit of being on Tumwa, to understand the land area, that land of Bedell Flat was BLM, to my understanding. So if we had done a project out there, we wouldn't have to buy the land. We would do some kind of a trade or an agreement with the federal government to use the land. In this case, what's different, first I would like to know what the size of the properties are different.
Yeah, the private properties that we're talking about here, the green highlighted area, are approximately 1,500 acres. So to put it into perspective, 2.5 times the size of the UNR Farms irrigated property.
Right, and then would it compare to Bedell Flat?
Bedell was huge.
Yeah.
I mean, we were looking at I don't even remember, it was many
Thousands.
square miles.
Right. So this is a smaller site, and what's different here is that it's private land versus public land. And so therefore, we have to buy it. And Ms. Breckus already brought up the issue of what is the deal. Now, when we were at Tumwa, I thought we were talking about an option agreement, and I didn't remember a number of 17 million. I remembered a number of 27 million.
27 is correct.
Okay. So what I think is important to know for everyone is this is a pretty different kind of deal than Bedell Flat. We would be acquiring ultimately, if this worked, land and water rights
That's correct.
for $27 million. And that's why sometimes when you inch into things and it's only $400,000 or something, you go, well, that's not too much. We'll do our study. But we're always beginning on a path and we're always going somewhere. And I just think it's important for full transparency to know that if this works, not only would we have to build stuff to inject ASR water, we'd have to build pipelines out there, which is some distance from the plant. We'd have to build pipelines back from there to some other places to deliver the water. And we would have to, the part I don't understand is why are we buying their water rights? I might understand why we're buying their land. So could you explain that part?
So, yeah, and Mr. Flansburgh touched on it too. The groundwater that we might use from Palomino in the future would be used to help offset the reclaimed water that goes out there.
Okay.
Groundwater is
So
one
it
of
would
those
be part of
resources-
the return flow.
Exactly.
So in the Tri-Center deal, we had to put groundwater back in the river to offset the water we would have put into the river from the treated effluent.
Yeah.
In this case, we would be storing water in the site, and you're saying we would be sending their groundwater downstream.
Correct.
Potentially.
Right.
So I think it's important for those that aren't on Tumwa, which is 4 of you, to understand there's a little more complexity here. And we could end up in a $27 million land deal. Now, would we do an appraisal? I mean, how do we get to the number?
So,
Answer.
as I explained, I think at the Tumwa meeting, that number was derived primarily based on the value of water rights. If you look at their water rights, they've got about 2,500 acre feet of groundwater. And for various reasons, that water equivalent to Tumwa's surface water rights today, it's worth about $10,000 an acre foot. So that's approximately how the $27 million valuation was established. But realize if this deal goes forward, we would receive the groundwater rights to be able to use for future water supply, but the right for the perpetual use of 1,500 acres of land for effluent disposal and/or storage of water underground. So it's more than just a land deal or a water rights deal. The property owners are willing to commit their land in perpetuity for this purpose. Where else are you going to find 1,500 acres of flat irrigable land with 50,000 acre feet of groundwater storage capacity available today for this purpose?
And the alternative could be developed into homes.
That's correct. And the property owners, that property is currently zoned for a large number of homes, and they're willing to forego their residential development rights if we go forward with this project.
Okay, thank you for getting all that on the record. I think it's important for us to understand as we take a first step potentially.
Thank you.
What we're potentially getting into. Thank you.
No? Okay. Go ahead, give me a motion.
Oh, okay. Well, I did support this at Tumwa. I am a little apprehensive of the future, but I am willing to take this first step for sure for the ultimate, extreme benefit. So I would make a motion to approve this expenditure of $400,000 in this feasibility study.
Okay. The one thing I did want to ask, because he did bring it up, and I do get concerned, and I think all of us know that sit up here, that especially on the other boards that we sit on, how many times do we have studies? We have a lot of studies. I mean, it's like countless, right? And so I think, he made a good point in saying, how many more do we do? So why don't you let me know, Mr. Flansburgh, why this one is different?
Sure, thank you for the question. This one is different because the ones at Bedell Flat, for instance, that we performed with Tumwa, and the American Flat ones, those were specific to the Lemon Valley area, the Reno Stead plant, the water source in North Valleys. This is like that project, what John Enlow likes to refer to as that project on steroids, because this is coming from our Truckee Meadows plant, where we currently flow, say, 1.7, 1.8 million gallons to Reno Stead. We're flowing 29 million gallons at Tumwa. So having, this is in scale, this is a much larger, and having, again, what was just brought up, this large land mass, this large aquifer storage area, there's another place in our area that does that.
Sure. Okay.
So,
All right, thank you.
I have one more question before we vote. And Mr. DiMartini did bring up something that's dear to my heart, which is the involvement of the public. I brought it up at Tumwa. When do we start talking to the neighbors, to the area, to people that would know, hey, this is a ranch today. It could be houses tomorrow, or it could be a water storage and recovery area. Maybe you have wells there, maybe you have concerns. What are those concerns? When do we begin that process?
I'm going to defer to John only because Tumwa's going to take the lead on that. And
Okay.
I'm guessing when big drill rigs show up, people are going to want to know.
Well, I think they would want to know before, actually, so.
John Enlow for the record. No, thank you for the question. We are prepared to begin that public outreach effort today. I think as I stated in that Tumwa board meeting, we wanted to really hold back any public discussion of this project until we had all the board and city council approval underway, but we already have a public outreach program in place. I know the landowners have met with one or more of the Washoe County commissioners. They've met with several private property owners out there. We plan to do some public outreach meetings out there. So informing the public and educating them on what this project is all about will be running concurrently during this whole feasibility
So
study.
let me just say why I care. I mean, we have the recent Steamboat Ditch issue where commitments were made, firms were hired, grants were agreed to, and then they began talking to the public. I get worried. We had a conversation about stormwater, our stormwater utility the same way, where it's chicken and egg. We want to know enough information to share with the public, but we want them to be able to have substantive, important dialogue and input into designing the project. So it has to run concurrent, but they get very worried when we've taken votes here and then we're gonna go talk to them. So it's just something for our manager's radar, it's something for your radar, and it's something tough for us. We have to give you the go-ahead before you can go talk to people about stuff, but then they think it's a baked deal, it's all done. What's their input worth anyway? So that has to be handled with a nuance and careful awareness of where they're coming from, where they sit, and how they think they'll be affected. So
Right. So
that's a
there are-
cautionary note to my support for this project.
There already is a website put together and live for this project that people can access to get information on the Palomino Farms feasibility study.
Okay.
Washoe County approved the ILA yesterday, and Dwayne Smith was actually asking for that information today so that he could provide it to a few people. So the outreach effort has started and will be ongoing.
They need to know we're sincere and genuine and want to hear from them.
Correct.
And this is not a done deal in any way. Okay, thank you.
All right, so I think, Councilman Breckus?
Yeah, I'm going to stay consistent and not support. I do have the transparency question about why this place. We all have land in our wards plan zone for a lot of housing that we'd love to have the public come in and buy. Maybe not all of it's flat and suitable for reinjection, but if we're going to buy land for this purpose and retire development rights, let's throw it up and see what comes. It might be some subdivisions that have been particularly problematic in our little part of the valley. Second is, I don't understand how sovereignty works, but I don't think it's unreasonable to have asked to give assurances to the body that the tribe is on board with this and the tribe GID. I think when you get into legal issues or administrative rulings with the tribe, you've already lost, frankly. And so that's process also. And then the other one is, I want to see the in-fence solution. I still haven't seen that. I heard the master plan was coming. My questions about in the fence solution are always, it's way too expensive. It will cost too much. This is, we're probably going to be $1 billion in sewer here. That's why I've been so focused on what we're doing up instead in here, but I've just never seen the in-fence solution, which probably would, because it'd take all the water back over to the river, not raise some of these other issues. I just haven't seen that. And it's always discounted with, oh, it's just too expensive, we have to go here. So anyway, I'm always open to hear some of this more deeper stuff, because it is really my passion issue on the Reno City Council is how we're dealing with the region sewer. I think we're behind where we need to be for the development we've approved, and also what's the cost going to be to our ratepayers. So I'm still not convinced on this one, and I'll be voting no. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, so did I get a motion?
Yep,
I
for
did.
me.
Okay. You, Councilwoman Dewar. Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second, I believe, from Councilman
Reese.
Reese. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. Okay. Moving right along. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, moving on to item F1, which is ordinance adoption, to be read by the city attorney.
All right, we're going to send it over to the famous Carl Hall, but before we do that, hold on, Madam Clerk, I want to put something on the record.
Thank you, Madam
In
Mayor.
the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal relationship with Jessica Sferraza. I understand she has been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. On this matter, I've sought guidance from our city attorney. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations to her. Please accept this disclosure for the record.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I will just note for the record, right before Carl reads the ordinance number, that we did receive public comment and support from Robert Hours of this item. With that, I'll return it over to City Attorney Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Madam Clerk. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6597, case number LDC 21-00048, 22 on Lakeside zoning map amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning Rezoning, a plus or minus 3.07 acre subject site comprised of 3 parcels from SF3, single-family residential, to MF30, multi-family residential. This site is located on the east side of Lakeside Drive, plus or minus 175 feet north of West Peckham Lane, with a flag lot extending access to Warren Way. The site has a master planned land use designation of suburban mixed use, Ward 2.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to send it back to you. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, the only public comment that we received was the letter from Robert Hours in support.
Okay, thank you.
Move to adopt.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
I have a comment.
Okay, and I have discussion from Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm not going to support the motion, and it's a really clear reason why. This rezoning covers 3 properties. It is, in my opinion, too dense for the Lakeside Drive area. I want to go on the record as saying extremely clearly that I support infill. I am always looking for the best fit. I don't think MF30 is it. Mr. Stockham has talked to me and said he's coming into our area to look at other, what does fit. He's also just met with the Planning Commission to discuss adding other zone densities such as MF21 and MF14 into suburban mixed use. I think those would have been a better fit. I didn't support this when it came up before, and I'm not going to support it today. It's just really straightforward for me. So I just wanted to go on the record with that. And I do not want it said that I don't support infill. I'm just trying to do the best that I can with what we build where.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
No.
No.
Motion carries. All right, moving right along. Madam Clerk, right back at you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moving on to item H1. This is an update from council on boards and commissions.
All right, any council members?
I have a cool one.
Go right ahead.
Okay.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay.
I can't speak.
All right. Well, I know how much we've all been considering, thinking about, worrying about affordable housing. And as many of you know, I serve on the Regional Planning Governing Board, and I'm currently chair. One of the assignments that we had given to regional planning was to develop something that would help us with affordable housing, and they have done that. And they're going to reveal it tomorrow, but I wanted to give you all a glimpse of it today. And what it is it is an affordable housing tracker. So they have, using GIS and a huge database, identified every affordable housing unit in the Reno-Sparks County area, what age it is, how many people it holds, how many units within that are affordable, what level of affordability, and important for us, when it expires. And why that is so important is that often these are affordable for 30 years, but then they expire, and suddenly people that have had lower rental rates are no longer, quote, grandfathered in, and they're having to suddenly deal with a market rate. There are things that we can do here, but information is power. This is a tool that they're going to share with us tomorrow. I did go ahead and calculate by hand how many affordable units are covered by this affordable housing tracker, and it was about 6,700. So we have 6,700 affordable units today. Jeremy Smith, one of your faves, has developed this affordable housing tracker with all the data on every property. How many units, what the price points are, when it expires, so that we can get out ahead of this and not be suddenly, oh my gosh, this thing is expiring in 30 days. What crisis money can we find? What way can we convince these people to keep it affordable? So this is going to be a great tool. I've suggested that he may want to, often things at regional planning don't get a lot of media attention.
No.
And so if I did not tell you today, you would
wouldn't
unlikely
know.
have not known
Yeah,
about
you
it.
wouldn't know.
I suggested to Jeremy that he prepare a news release, but also a video about this so that more people can learn about it. And I just want everyone here to know it exists. And I can send you the link today. I've sent it to a couple of people
Maybe
that
you
were on
need a
Zoom.
part-time PIO over there.
I think so.
Yeah, I do, because a lot of the work you guys do is really important, and so many people don't even know about it.
Right. So this should help us, with our affordable issues, because now the information, again, is power. We have data about this. So I just wanted to share that.
That's great.
Well, thank you.
Jeremy's amazing. Okay, anyone else? I think if there are none. Madam Clerk, right back at you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Going into item J1, closing public comment. Closing public comment is reserved for items received after 4 p.m. the business day preceding our meeting that are not specific to our meeting or received after the deadline. We received 6 letters of support, 2 letters of opposition, and 5 letters of concern regarding various topics. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the record. We have no voicemails, no live public comment, and we'll be looking for adjournment before we move into the redevelopment agency.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All
Madam
right,
Mayor,
moving on.
Moving on to redevelopment agency, we will call the roll. Breckus? Dewar?
Here.
Delgado? Weber? Jarden? Reese? Chivy?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the redevelopment agency. First item today is public comment, of which we have none designated for the redevelopment agency. We'll be moving on to approval of your agenda.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, looking for approval of the April 28th minutes.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, moving on to item L5. This is your public hearing for zero commercial.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Any public comment? Or we already had that? Staff presentation, it's all you. Nice to see you, Mr. Limpert.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair, sorry, I'm forgetting that we're in RDAs. Madam Chair and board members, Excited today to provide you a quick presentation, followed by a presentation of the developer with his proposed project for the sale of Zero East Commercial Row. As soon as this comes up, there we go. So what staff is asking today is for approval of a resolution for the executive director to finalize the terms of a purchase and sale agreement to sell specifically APN 008-370-33 and a portion of APN 011-450-24. It's highlighted in orange on the map there. As you can see, it's the land directly below the South Wells Avenue overpass, directly east of the ballpark and west of Sutro and the waste management facilities and our public work facilities. So how did we get here today? So the developer reached out to city staff back in March of this year, to inquire about purchasing the property that is owned by the RDA. He stated that they were already in the process of obtaining letters of intent from the major landowners between Wells Avenue and Sutro, and that he would like to do an infill residential development along the river. At that time, staff was aware of other individuals that were looking to acquire the property. At that time, we had Jeffrey Loudon asking whether or not we'd be interested in selling the property. The property owner at 1010 Commercial, who operates a business there, was inquiring about us selling property as well. At the same time, I was also working with a trucking company that was part of our new market tax credits application. So they had an interest in acquiring the property as well. So myself and Ms. Miles, we were concerned about all of this interest, but nobody was really putting anything forward. So at the same time, with this developer, we'd ask that once you get letters of intent on the adjacent properties, please come back to us and, we'll take it up with, our executive leadership. So lo and behold, in May of this year, the developer came back with his offer and as well as the letters of intent for 1035 and 1010. So again, I kind of want to back up and kind of just graphically show everything that I just discussed. So again, that's just an overview of our land as it's situated. And if you also recall, 011-450-24 is also the larger parcel of the land that we were going to sell to the Aces Ballpark. So generally just west of the overpass was a property that we've entered into agreement to sell to the Aces Ballpark. This agreement will not affect that. That is moving forward. As soon as they get the BLA completed, they'll move forward and close on that property. So the remainder piece is roughly 1.87 acres, and this is the piece that we'd be selling along with the other parcel to the developer to help support his assemblage. While it looks like a very large parcel, at the end of the day, there's very limited use to it because of you have the Wells overpass, so nothing can be built underneath it and adjacent to it. You have the trench wall that has a 10-foot easement on it. You have a 20-foot access easement on it as well for ACES and NV Energy, and then you have storm sewer running through there as well that we'll have to protect. And that is just an overview of the adjacent parcel that's RDA owned as well. So 1035 and 1010 East Commercial, the north parcel is the 1035 piece. That's kind of what we all know as the Arkland land. And then the parcel on the south there is the one that is occupied by an operating business. So the initial offer, if in your package, you might have seen the initial offer. At that time, the developer was asking $5 per square foot of the net usable land, which was approximately totaling 66,000 square feet, with an anticipated sales price of $330,000. Staff had concerns with that because it made the transaction very confusing because we're talking about this nebulous net land that we didn't really have a total as of yet because the engineering is going to determine what that actual amount would be. So with further discussions, we determined that it would be best to present to the board an offer that is just the parcels, the total land, at a $4 per square foot price, and that would yield a sales price of $430,656. So RDA considerations, pursuant to NRS 279.470 and 472, appraisal is not required. No public bidding is necessary so long as we do a public hearing. That is why it's been agendized as a public hearing. The most recent appraisal we have on this land was for the larger parcel, just over 3 acres. That was in September of 2017 when we were trying to sell to the generator project. That parcel at that time was valued at $275. So the $430,000 that we'd be getting for 2/3 of the property, we feel is fair and reasonable and in the best interest of the RDA to consider. In addition, we'd be selling to the adjacent property owner proposing a residential infill project. Other conditions that would be part of the purchase and sale agreement, again, sales price of $430,000, requirement of 10% earnest deposit. We would need to get the necessary easements from the buyer to the city to protect our infrastructure, 120-day due diligence period, and a closing to occur no later than July of 2022. Now, the reason for the hurry up and wait is that 1035 does have an interested buyer as a backup offer. They want the developer to purchase that within the next 60 days. So that's kind of why we need to have an agreement in place with him so that he knows that he has a real assemblage and can move forward with his development. The 1010 property, which is occupied by operating business, is going to need 12 to 18 months to close. And so that's why we're in this hurry up and wait situation, because we do have to work with that business, or the developer does, to allow them time to relocate their operations. And then the other condition would be that we'd be the last to close. So if for whatever reason this doesn't happen, we wouldn't close on the property. So again, with an approval of a resolution, staff would move forward with completing the purchase and sale agreement, working with the developer through the due diligence period. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Conrad Sick, who represents the developer. He can tell you more details about his project.
Well, greetings, Madam Chair and chair members and guests. We've got a full crowd here today. Jeff, thank you very much. Again, on behalf of Vallejo, I'm a principal of Vallejo and owner, and Cannon Investments. We appreciate the opportunity to go ahead and speak with you today regarding the opportunity to buy this parcel as part of a consolidation and a community, ultimately, is our objective. So I'm going to cover just a few points on this, starting with who we are. Cannon Investments, Vallejo, wanted to let you know that we are all experienced developers, primarily focused on infill redevelopment, a lot of areas across the nation, and we're experienced here in Reno. I am a resident of California, but also a landowner in Reno as well. So we've worked a lot in the areas by the university with student housing, and also involved in 2 other parcels where we're actively engaged in consolidation of property and going through that redevelopment process for other rental and also for sale type programs. These are some of the different properties and projects that we've done. Again, some of those are national and national based, student housing, a combination of other types of affordable and also market level housing. As Jeff was mentioning, the current status of the property is industrial with an underlying zoning that allows us to develop an infill community. So in this opportunity, we're at the first stage of this to bring together the land and the opportunity to have a large enough parcel that provides us the opportunity to really comprehensively and holistically develop something that can be truly special in that location. So without the total acreage, it makes it difficult, as well as the configurations that we're dealing with. Again, sometimes when we deal with land, you look across the landscape and you don't realize how the land is broken up, the easements and so forth. And in this parcel, there's almost 7 different parcels that break up the consolidation or the composition of the land. And also easements, as Jeff indicated. So by being able to bring it together in its fullness related to total acreage gives us the opportunity and flexibility to start to work with those varying constraints, but also opportunities for the site. The area context, when we look at this, the first thing that grabbed us was this opportunity to do something that's walking close to the downtown and to the ball field. So in essence, we're creating this community that enables a resident the ability to enjoy the lifestyle that the downtown offers, but to do that in a walking proximity, biking proximity. We believe that that's going to be unique, but also the opportunity to in this parcel where it is kind of backed, kind of a lost. It sits down below wells. The edging is a railroad track. And we have Sutro, which is somewhat of an undefined entrance where we're dealing with Western waste management. So in that, we now have the ability to create a heart of the community with the river edge and a green element, but also to unify it with a linkage to the downtown and to the ballpark, I think is going to be very special. And I think it's going to create a lifestyle that I know is emerging. And downtown has, great vision, and you're part of that leadership to go ahead and create the opportunity for zoning that allows this and the concentration of downtown residents. This, I think, is truly going to be special. So this map basically shows that composition, and it shows a little bit more in detail related to the varying parcels. So it's broken up. We have a configuration of a road that, quite frankly, is not very attractive. It ends, and as Jeff was mentioning, the opportunity for that end, where is that going to be? Either closer to the bridge, under the bridge, or on the west side. We're all working that out right now to create that staging point that would provide that linkage, that connected linkage, to the downtown that's missing today. Also, the edging up on Sutro, just as a reference point with Western Waste, we are talking with them related to the small corner piece to be able to bring that to bear. But we're also talking with them regarding the edging, a part of their property, again, to beautify it, as they've done on the east side of Sutro. So a composition of a wall, a community wall, access points that now are defined, a parkway, sidewalk, street trees, and those things that really start to address and welcome a resident and be a part of. Now we have a community, that's starting to take place. So as we see the public benefits for this is, again, the close-in downtown for residents here is the big key. Also, that in this area where it is somewhat lost a little bit related to not a lot of eyes on it, the railroad track down below Wells Avenue overpass. Now we create safety, eyes on the space, a vibrant community. We design it with all the management, maintenance, and all the different things that are in place to keep it and allow it to flourish over the long haul. So we also see that it has the ability to enhance the ecology downstream of the river, where currently a lot of trash and debris and so forth collect there, and we want to assure that that's part of managed, and we pick that stuff up, and we don't allow it to degrade in any way, because that becomes an asset in the focal point for this community. So walking and biking close, I just see it as an opportunity that community can gather even in their own residence on game day, and be able to walk down the families to the ballpark on a nice warm afternoon. I think that would be fantastic, and be able to walk along that river and and just enjoy that experience, which is so much a part of downtown Reno. And then we're looking at infill redevelopment, and as expressed earlier, infill I think is very smart. We're not expanding infrastructure, we're doing it right here. We're reclaiming land, and I think that's a big thing. This is going to be one of the few in the start. This is going to be a start. So we're talking this could be the catalyst, for the development of that future land use. And then again, increase, public revenue. On land that exists with no revenue, we're going to be creating an economic engine there that will be producing taxes and so forth that'll benefit the city in the long run as part of the redevelopment agency as well. This is a conceptual plan, and we drew it this way intentionally, like a cartoon, because it is. That's, in essence, we haven't gone through the full process of talking with all the varying agencies. We haven't gone through that process of any other engagement. So this is what we're just conceptualizing. But the points here, I think, are germane. We could beat the plan up to death, and we are going to be doing that over the course of several months. And I'm sure we'll come back with something that is definitely going to be tailored, and we'll be representing that and working with Jeff to do all of that. But what we're trying to do is create a welcoming edge off of Sutro. That entrance, taking it from what it is today and really creating something special. So again, walls, landscaping, all those things that address community. This concept, we're dealing with housing, where, again, we're tucking the parking underneath the building in a way. So again, where that street today is very long, Commercial Road, it dead ends in a cul-de-sac. So visually, having the opportunity to have that turn into a parkway, we actually have pedestrians. We have architecture that's going to edge that street. It's going to visually terminate on other accentuated elements within the buildings and so forth, and ultimately tie into the link that would be extended with the trail along the river. And then basically creating housing that basically is connected to the outside. So again, not that we want to go ahead and create housing where we have a lot of interior corridors. We want to basically experience this weather that we have, this beautiful weather here in Reno, that basically, we can have entries and stoops and outdoor stairs and so forth. So we're not looking at interior corridors and dark spaces and that type of thing. So an outdoor expression for this architecture. And then creating a green belt, that's the heart of the overall community. That's right along the river's edge. Again, we're having to deal with in the northern industrial, the railroad edge. I believe we can do that successfully with landscaping, walls, and sound attenuation as we normally would do. And then basically we have a Tumwa facility that we're working with them, which is a boiler type or a expansion device related to underground things that come up out of the soil. But we're getting into all that, and they've indicated that they potentially could move it, or we're going to work with it in some manner. But in this case, we're trying to take it away from the road and kind of tuck it away and work with that from a visual standpoint. And then encouraging sustainable building practices. A lot of that is just smart design and layout, where we can start to put buildings in the right type of composition and orientation and all the different criteria for developing an operational building that is smart from an operational cost perspective. And then again, with the on-site recreation, to be able to kind of bring that with the focal point of the Water's Edge park as sort of the overall vision. The housing, again, this is more like a conceptual or bubble diagram, just kind of showing massing, but again, within the zoning, R30 is the zoning, so it allows it up to go to 4 stories. This is showing a composition of approximately 3 stories. We may have some 4-story elements and some other type of tower accentuated elements, but the majority of it's going to be 3 stories. And you can kind of see how the parking would be all tucked in underneath the building, and we'll be concealing that away from that drive or commercial row. So that becomes a street that is not flanked by any type of parking, and that would be the concept. But inside the units, we're looking at, this would be a combination of studios up through 3 bedrooms. So we're trying to engage in a mixed age to mixed income type of user. And I think I need to be wrapping up. So the implementation, again, as Jeff was mentioning, we're trying to get all of our, tomorrow we go under contract with 1010. Your approval, we go under contract with 1035. We have contracts with the city together, ready to sign. With 1035, those contracts are ready to sign. So I've got 45 days of due diligence with 1010, with 1035, closing sometime August. And then as Jeff was mentioning, with 1035, there's an active business there, operations. We need to be working with them related to their time frame to ease them out and not abrupt them. So, and then we'll be looking for breaking ground sometime in 2022 with a occupancy of 2024. So that would be kind of that is the time frame. So again, I appreciate your support today, and any questions from us.
I have a question. All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Can I just get a little bit of clarity here? I'm sure you guys have the same questions. About, is this affordable housing?
This is market level housing.
Market, okay. All right, curious. Okay, I'm gonna start with Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I guess my question is, thank you for coming with some concepts of the actual property. I think it answered some of the questions that I had. One of the questions, though, is the bike path. Can you point out, is there not a bike path right here? I didn't see it on the,
We can go back. Yes, please. Thank you.
okay, so it's, all right, so it doesn't completely abut, just part of it, and then it moves over.
Yeah, so
I get it.
Councilwoman Jarrett, I think also there's the path just on the river's edge that kind of leads into the ballpark, but the actual Truckee River bike path is on the other side of the river.
Okay, I thought there was also some pathway that went right through this property.
Well, you're maybe potentially thinking of South Wells Avenue, the underpass? No?
Maybe not.
Okay.
Okay, how many units is?
So the overall acreage is roughly 7+ acres, and we have a density of the MU 30, about 30 dwelling units to the acre. So with that, we're right about that 210, number.
Okay, great, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Yeah, thanks. I had a similar actually question, and I brought this up during my briefing. So where I was a little confused is that you showed 3 parcels earlier, right? There was a red, a yellow, and a blue on one of the maps. Do you want to address this, Jeff? Or? And then I thought on this path, I wanted to know, this is always something I'm going to ask when it's like oceanfront. We have to allow public access along the river and a greenway. And so one of these parcels is buttoned up against the river. And so which one are we talking about today? And how much of a setback are we allowing from not just the river, but the ordinary high, there's a bank. So it's not just like 10 feet back from the water. It has to be up on the bank to be able to walk. So what's our thought?
Councilwoman Dewar, thank you for the question. Again, for the record, I don't think I've ever said it today once, but Jeff Limpert, Management Analyst, Community Development. So right now, today, the idea is really just looking at providing the land for the assemblage for the developer to do his project. Long term, if we move forward in this direction and we wanted to entertain additional type developments, there could be a partnership with the RDA where we could look at expanding the connection to the river by creating a, let's call it a 20-foot pedestrian pathway that would ultimately connect that property to the river's edge, all the way through the bike park, and then obviously to the South River, to the Truckee River bike path.
Okay.
Alternatively, I know there's the Truckee flood plan that kind of anticipated a pedestrian bridge. I mean, obviously,
Exactly.
that could be explored as well, but at the cost, it might make more sense to focus on the northern edge and then connect in,
Yeah.
through the ballpark area.
So the whole idea is we need not to have a bike path just on one side of the river. And the reason is that many people aren't going to be doing a 10-mile bike. They might bring their families and they need to do shorter loops. And that's why the pedestrian and bike crossings are important, so that periodically you can get over and do a loop around. 20 feet, I just don't know if it's enough, frankly, to have setback from the river, a nice 2-way bike path, and a buffer between the development. So it might be 25 or 30 feet, something in that range. And then lastly, how does this fit in? Like, I'm not familiar with this property vis-a-vis flooding. I mean, does this area flood? What's the story here?
Madam Clerk, could I have the overhead?
And then don't forget about the yellow, blue, and red question.
Okay, this is a map directly from the flood project. So right now, this is currently what they're showing, what needs to be done. The area in white, they're looking to do scouring, so essentially just erosion control. So in the steepness of that area, there's not much that can be done. It's very steep. So it's ultimately, from my understanding of looking at that report, is that they would be looking just to, hardscape that edge to prevent erosion. So from our perspective, one, it doesn't impact the developer's potential project because it's not even in, it's not going to be impacted by the floodplain project according to the maps that I've seen. But any kind of future extensions that might be made in partnership with RDA, City of Reno, whatever, maybe ACES as well. The only thing that really needs to be taken into consideration is the scouring whether
Well,
it's riprap.
one of the things that we've done, and you mentioned the ACES, so I'll go there. Originally, the flood project was gonna buy a old motel there, was gonna put in a revetment and all of this. When the ACES came in, they did the work. So where we can get the purchaser to be doing the work that's already planned, they have to provide protection for themselves. They need to not have that bank scour and eat away land. It's important to protect that place. So maybe I'm not understanding where this is located relative to where the parcels are located.
So this would be west of the developer. This is not on the developer's land for the most
Right,
part.
so this is west, so they're east. So that's what I was asking, is there anything planned for their property? Not this property, but.
I would let Mr. Six, speak to that.
So on the west side, the river bank
Should we
is,
put up your map? Because it was
Sure.
a good map, and all you have to do is like point
go
at it.
backwards
and-
on it? Do I-
It's just easier to see pictures and
Sure,
words.
no, exactly.
Just to clarify, are you looking for the map from your presentation or the overhead map, Jeff? His presentation. Okay, thank you.
So all I'm asking is there a flood project element plan there? Because it affects the setback. So let's say it was a scour protection, that was 10 feet. Then you need still a 20-foot path, then you still need a buffer. And then you might want to participate in building that scour protection, if that was there. I don't know.
So in the map that Jeff just put up, this one, I don't know if you want to put that one up again. So the scouring, at least as we understand it, and I can't basically say that we have gotten into the level of detail to answer it correctly, but you bring up a very good point, and this is what our thoughts are at this point in time.
Yeah.
So one, as Jeff pointed out, the scouring potential of the river's edge is on the west side of Mills Avenue. That is the property that we're not, or not looking at currently.
Right, it's not on your site. I'm
Right.
just asking do you know of anything that is on your site? Because I could have
Yes.
sworn that there was a element.
Okay. So then it's interesting the way the river's edge works. On the east side now of Wells, the grade actually rises up.
Right.
Almost 30 feet higher
Right.
than the river's banks. And that is all revetted at the bottom and very steep.
Yeah.
So at that point, we don't, at least at this point, understand that we have any type of
Okay.
revetting at that river's edge. But again, as you see with the concept, we want to hold the buildings away from the top of that bank.
Yeah.
And we want to use that bank, to kind of be that spot for, the enjoyment of the river's edge. We're not going to be encouraging people to go, at least on the edging that we would be controlling, to go down the bank.
Yeah. So first of all, just say, I like the concept, but I'm sorry. Do you want me to go back?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to ask if anyone else has any more questions. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, and then I'm going to go to Councilman Reese.
Yeah, Mr. Limpert, could you put up the area plan? And I want to express a little concern, this is coming on the heels of, we just swept a lot of people off this property, and staff is proposing that we sell it for luxury homes today, and I just, with a no bid proposal, we weren't out advertising this property, so I'm a little concerned, and I'm at the point where I'm just not comfortable with people walking in with their proposals for our lands that we have not designated surplus. And I'm also not comfortable going under economic development. It's his economic development, but, with an expired redevelopment agency plan. And those are very big humps for me that help me justify to the public, how we're using or not using our property. And I want to be very clear about that. Is we have an expired redevelopment plan. That's our policy for how we use redevelopment agencies, and we don't have this property or this sort of process explained. We also, and I was kind of the one who said we need a property disposal policy, and we got it in place. But we were going to go out and identify everything as surplus. And if this was a surplus, I don't mind someone coming through and going through our surplus properties. But I think we're getting to the point where we're selling off a lot of things, and some of those deals aren't going well. And I read about one in the paper this week that was supposed to be going for public process, and I don't know, it went 3 different ways. And the last one, where we had a tenant, the tenant has been coming to us, to me, and saying, I'm getting kicked out. I've been a great tenant, you know, and I feel like we're glossing over the tenant situation here too. I don't know who that person is. So I know I'm directing this to you, Mr. Limpert, but it's really a matter of policy foundations for us to be wise stewards of these resources. And I've said this over the years quite a bit, but I want to understand, because I'm still trying to figure out the path. I used to get on my bike when I felt comfortable in this area by myself at the auto museum, and I crossed over the bridge, which I think is going to be there for a while, and then I would loop to the west a little bit because there was a grade, and then hit Commercial Row and come out. And I do believe that needs to be restored and maintained in a wide swath. So I do appreciate that. But we also, under our policy, the part that we seem to be following, rather than listing all the surplus ones and following the unsolicited proposals, are the two properties that he has letters of intent, are those properties that we sold to someone else previously?
So the 1035, which is the DeArkland piece, that was part of the baseball, land transfers that occurred, in the past. So it's privately owned at this point. 1010 is privately owned with a business who is willing to vacate the river site. They have other places in Reno that they can relocate their business to. And so obviously they're agreeable to this process because they did sign the letters of intent to enter into an agreement for sale.
Okay, so 1035 was our property.
Many years ago, is that correct?
I mean, not that long ago. And so here's another thing is I'm kind of done selling property that doesn't go, on a no-bid economic development way, that then goes to another party. If someone's not going to use that land, and I'd like to see the policy in the redevelopment agency, then we're going to take it back, because I don't want to see anyone profit off of the land that we're selling for their economic development purposes.
Okay.
But the
I'm
other
sorry,
one,
I'm gonna-
okay, and then I will ask about the other property and the
Let me go
tenant.
to Councilman Reese for 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, the properties along this stretch of the river and along the railway are a historical disaster, bottom line, because they are, many of them, ill-usable for the kind of purposes that we might want to encourage. They're oddly shaped. They're adjacent to older uses, some of them which, are concerning as to what they are. I have said before that in the broadest sense, the city should not be landowners, right? And all of these pieces of parcels that we picked up and retrack or have held for some years because of the historical organization of the city are ones that we should be selling. And fundamentally, everything the city owns is always for sale, right? Anyone can come in and make an offer on any piece of dirt that we have. The question is not whether or not we like what will be built there. The question is whether it is an arm's length transaction and meets the requirements of the state statute. So I haven't heard anything today that suggests to me that it does not meet those requirements. The question in my mind is related to the price. You arrived at sort of I guess I'll call it a hybrid price or a mixed price.
Correct.
Can you explain that to me?
Again, so if you go back to the original offer presented by the developer, it was at $5 per square foot. That was just based on their offer to the redevelopment board as a condition of the sale. However, it was a very complicated offer in that, again, without having a final alignment of how Commercial Row will ultimately end up being and how much land it will require to do that extension, because the idea is to take that cul-de-sac and visually move it maybe to the western side of Wells Avenue. And there's enough space for that cul-de-sac to exist there. And then that allows them it gives them a little more developable land for their units. But in order to do that, it would be some nebulous number of roughly 60,000. So the offer being presented, if we would have went that route, would have been the board agreeing to just an established price per square foot times some square footage that we would fill in at a later date. And no one was really comfortable with trying to, notice the public on that and then present that to the board as well to make some decision where it's really not clear what that final sales price would be. So it was like, what if you just buy the entire parcel as is, You're now just going in and you're gonna have to go through engineering and planning as any other developer would. You just have the assemblage, and we're gonna, look to provide you with the land, but, at a reasonable rate of the $4 per square foot, given the fact that you are going to take ownership of land that's gonna be very, difficult to develop. So that was kind of the thought process.
Well, and
to
the
that.
sale of the parcel, which we sold to the ACEs a couple of months back.
Right, we sold to them at rough, what was the, $2 per square foot was what we sold it to them for, for their piece. And if you go back to the 2017 appraisal, when we were going to sell to Generator, it was at $2 per square foot as well. So
Right,
all
this is
things
at $4.
considered, the $4 did seem to be a fair and reasonable offer.
Yeah, it makes sense. I don't want to go into what they want to build there, how high the buildings would be, whether the garages are below ground or above. It is not relevant to my calculation or decision. That part of the presentation did not make a lot of sense to me. It is a land sale fundamentally, and we are not land owners in the classic sense. We're not holding it for some purpose. And I think our development and disposal policy says that we should encourage the, amalgamation of properties. We should look to remove properties from our rules. So thank you. That's all for me on this round.
Well, I thought Ms. Stewart wanted to go.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Go ahead, either one.
Yeah, so all I'm trying to do, still Jeff, I want to understand these parcels. Like, is it the whole red, yellow, blue? Could you show that map again?
Okay. Madam Clerk, can we go back to his
I'm sorry to
presentation?
use my time to ask the same question 3 times, but I am. I just want to make sure that I know what we're selling or proposing to sell. And the reason I'm bringing up pathways, flood projects right now is because I don't want to hear, after they've got into it, put into design, oh, it doesn't pencil to have a path that's 10 feet wide, only 6 feet wide, or whatever. I think it's best to get this out right on the table right now.
And so, for the record, I think we should be clear as well, is that I don't think this offer today really discusses whether the pathway is going to be 6 feet, 10 feet. That's part of their private development of what type of pathway they're going to develop for their.
No, it's leaving an easement for us. If they're gonna buy a piece of land from us, we did this before on several other properties, that they need to leave an easement. I'm not saying necessarily they have to build the path. So you tell me about yellow, red, blue here first.
So yellow would be city, or RDA-owned property. That is what we're looking to sell to the developer today. The property in blue is the land that is under a letter of intent with D. Arkland, who's the underlying owner. And then 1010 is the red, which again is another property that's under a letter of intent owned by a private owner who's operating a business. Those
So
are
we don't own the red.
we don't own red or blue, we only own yellow.
Okay, last question I think for this round is, whenever we do own a piece of property, we actually do care what goes there. It's like our one moment of like trying to influence development in a certain direction, given that we have very few tools to do so. We often have said, if you want our participation, unless this is just a, at appraised value using your interpretive appraisal, I think we should be putting some conditions on it that speak to our goals, which do have to do with affordable housing. So whether he says he wants to build residential, I'm totally for that. MF30, totally for that in this location. What I'm wondering about is what we've done with others. We've said, can you set aside 10% for affordable? Maybe I missed that in this presentation.
No, I don't think you missed that. I think in the past, what we've done is trade-offs on the sales price. So in this case, we're asked, or the developer's asking to pay what we determine to be fair market value. So if there would be trade-offs, there could be financial trade-offs, and I don't, if the board wants to consider those, then I mean, that's.
Well, I thought I should at least bring it up because this is our one and only chance to have that conversation.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can you remind me how long this parcel has been vacant?
It's before my time, so I've been here for over 4 years, Ms. Marlowe, since retrack.
So
2006. 2000.
Okay, so at least 11 to 12 years. Does that sound about?
Well, 21 years.
Oh, 21 years. I can do math. Okay. The reason I ask that is because of some other projects that have been kind of down in this area. I know the tiny homes and the Sage Street, kind of in the vicinity, and always looking at areas where we could put something. When we were looking at Sage Street, as I recall, we looked at this property and we turned this down. Let's remind this council, we turned this property down. It is not great. And it has been vacant, blighted, and extreme calls for service for quite some time. I think the fact that we're sitting here haggling over the distribution of this property at double what we just sold some other property for, on top of what we were going to give it away, as I recall, to the generator for a very minimal price, is just befuddling to me that we're even talking about this. Now, when the project comes back, we will have questions and, input at that point. But this to me is a slam dunk at $4 a square foot to rid ourselves of a piece of property that has not been beneficial, in my estimation, to the city for 20 plus years. So I am in favor of moving forward with this. At this point, there's due diligence to occur. You still have to get the other properties. I think this checks all the boxes of the riverfront maximization of great opportunities here that we have not brought to fruition in 20 plus years. So, and again, there's a lot of issues with this property and calls for service, and that concerns me greatly. I hear from the properties that abut it with some regularity about the activities that occur on this property and the trash that's accumulated. So I'm in favor of moving forward with this today.
And Jeff, I just want to clarify, it's not luxury housing. It sounded like market rate. Am I right?
Yes, correct. My understanding is that it would be market rate housing. I don't know what the difference is between the market rate and luxury, what that would really mean. But at the end of the day, he's paying fair market value from not only us, but to the other property owners. And it is a difficult piece to develop. So it's a difficult one to start layering other types of expenses, that they will have to take into consideration to see if it's going to pencil.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilwoman Breckus, what is it? We're on round 2?
Yeah.
So wrap us up.
Yes, ma'am. So 1035 East Commercial Row is privately held. And so the lessee, and we don't own the improvements, wasn't part of our retract. It was never a retract parcel.
It might have been in the beginning. Lori, I'll defer to Ms. Miles.
Good afternoon, Lori Miles, property agent. 1035 was a retract parcel that we did a land exchange for the ballpark. So we did own it at one point, but we exchanged it so the ballpark could be built.
Okay. And then where's the one that we just sold to the ballpark that he's going to?
It's on the other side of Wells Avenue. It's the top, it's
Oh,
above
we
the
s-
bank. It's the little tiny
We sold that
strip.
much over to baseball? We went, okay.
So the part that's up against the trench wall from the rusty spike to the yellow, that portion.
I'm not comfortable with people coming in like baseball and buying a property, expressing a need. We go out and, make an extraordinary finding of economic development, and then a year later, someone else has an option on that property. That's frustrating to me, and I will have a real problem if baseball's selling it to him for more than we sold it to them.
I mean, at this point, I'm not aware of any plans for baseball to sell them any land with this transaction.
Oh, I thought that was part of the joiner. Okay.
No, right now, we
Okay.
sold that land to ACES, and part of that agreement was a BLA between ACES, Nevada Energy, and the city of Reno to
Yeah.
realign those parcels for everyone's benefit.
Okay, so that's done. Okay.
Okay, I have a 1 minute then. Okay, go ahead. Okay, so listen, I can't pull up the flood map book on my thing. So I can't speak to it right now. But this has been a pivotal area. Wherever you have a bend in the river, you have speeding up and slowing down, you have erosion, you have everything. All I want to make sure is that I'm fine with moving ahead. I'd love to see housing. There was a reason we were very cautious with the generator, and that's because, it floods. So these people need to know that, they can't be building in the less than 100-year floodplain. They're going to have to elevate everything above the 100-year floodplain. They're looking at the whole assemblage.
Right.
together, so they need to know this stuff before they get into it as part of their due diligence. And they need to prepare, if they're going to develop all that together, they need to be working with making sure there is a path on the north bank and that all of this fits together. Maybe the pedestrian bridge needs to be on their side, not the west side of Wells Avenue. So those are caveats that they should know going in, and that somehow I think we should wrap into this, that, you know, they need to know. I'm not even talking about affordable housing at this point, just, you know, we need to maintain access to the river for the public and not give it away, a la the Sienna, where you cannot go past the Renaissance, without going away from the river. We should not be doing that, so, okay.
I mean, if I can clarify that point, right now, the path on the river is privately owned with 1010.
I know.
So under this transaction, it would be very difficult to even put that
Well, but
requirement
they
in
should
place.
know, I mean, when, will they have to come back to us, or is it a building permit? I mean, what?
They do, I mean, I don't know if they have to come back to this board. I don't see any zone changes or, master plan
Well, this was the only
changes.
moment to bring it up, and so I don't know this gentleman, and I'm telling him what is important. I've been working on this flood project for 15 years on the bike path for a similar amount of time, and to just say, yeah, sell it, and never have a conversation that you understand this is an important community objective would be, you know, derelict of me, so. I don't know how to wrap it into the conversation, but I'm trying.
All right, I'm going to send it over to Councilwoman Jordan. I think it's in your ward.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
All right, I have a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, I can't support, I mean, obviously, the attorneys are fine with this, that you can do redevelopment deals of selling property for economic development purposes with an expired redevelopment plan, because otherwise it wouldn't have come on the agenda. But for me, if you have an expired redevelopment plan, you can't be doing land transactions of redevelopment agency assets without having a plan that's up to date and contemplating this sort of thing. I just, maybe it's just a policy call that I'm making, that I don't think it's good policy for the agency, but I don't know how I'm gonna, get it up to the level of, if we're gonna act as the redevelopment agency, we need to have a plan in place that's not expired. That's why I am voting no. Thank you.
And I will ask you, Mr. Limpert, or did you want to respond?
I was going to ask Madam Mayor if I could.
We don't usually have comment. I don't think the rules have comment after, when
Right.
we're in discussion and
Right.
explaining how
So,
we're voting.
I just want a commitment from, I don't even know the gentleman's name, who has spent 15 minutes with us telling us about his
No,
vision.
I very much appreciate your concern. And it's our concern as well. And for our residents, which would be, again, we're not going to make it private. I'm not going to be gating this thing off. But we want to have edging the accessible to our residents. And again, as I mentioned, I don't know what that is all to be. But I can tell you that if Jeff wants to put it in the condition that we're going to come back and I'm going to make a presentation here, and if it means 2 or 3 or whatever it's going to take to satisfy you that we've got all the edging appropriate, and I got the engineering, all the different things that are going to take to make this something that we all collectively,
So you are going
holistically
to
could be
come back
proud.
with an agreement?
Yes. Well, hold on a second, no. So the agreement is basically, today, you're voting to sell this property. Now,
Are you willing to make an oral commitment to at least ensure these goals are met? I mean, I can't bind you to anything. It's not in the agreement, it's not in the motion, so.
yes. Unequivocally, yes. And I will come back here, and I'll be glad to go ahead and present the results of our due diligence and working with the staff here.
Okay, that'd be great.
Can I ask you one thing? Sure. Because we have not met you. Can you tell us what other projects that you've done? I mean, can we
Yes.
see some of your work?
You can, and I'll be specific to the Reno work, okay? So if you drive up to the university, Evans and 9th Avenue, you'll see a big construction activity right there in that little island, okay? Record Way, 9th, and so forth. So we started just like this, where we had to consolidate all those little, the parcels there, to create a large parcel that we could go ahead and comprehensively plan for student housing, work with the university as part of their overall plan to go ahead and reroute their entrance and the different access points and so forth. So it actually grew from a housing deal to more of an infrastructure type of a component for the campus. But that's one of them. That's the fruits of our initiation. Okay. It is not being implemented final by our company. Okay. We ultimately did all of the work and sort of got it together and then ultimately sold that. Another group is actually implementing it and taking it forward. We're also involved. You'll go up to Highland Street. Okay. Highland at Evans, across the community park, there's a parcel of property that was derelict there. It had several houses that were run down, and we actually went out and purchased about 8 of them and consolidated approximately 3-point-something acres. And we're developing a mid-rise project there. Again, that'll be specific to student housing. Okay. That one is not, the ground is not broken, but we're looking to break ground on that next year. Okay, we're also up at Wells Avenue, at the edge of Wells, up by the Reno, the fairgrounds, on a large piece of property that, again, we have a use up there that's non-conforming. And we're working with that user. They understand it. It's under the M30 density, and we're going to be looking to aggregate almost 7 parcels there together and kind of bring that together with comprehensive plan.
Okay.
And then we're down here at the river.
Okay.
So we believe we have an invested stake here. We have investors that are clearly interested in working with Reno and have a passion for it, you know, from a standpoint of doing the very best we can. I think the student housing that we're doing up here is world class, you know, and it's going to bring a whole new level of that. So here, I think we're going to be doing the same thing.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman.
So I'm going to ask our motion maker if she'll consider an amendment that if you move forward, because you have to do all your due diligence and work with all these partners, that you would allow a public easement along the river. That's all. Not build a path, just allow the public easement. I mean, not even specifying the size. You know?
And we'll bring the details back on that to you.
Okay.
And one of the things we are doing, and I'm sorry, but this just kind of brings up some stuff, and I would just say, you know, just for you guys, because you know that affordable housing is getting so challenging, you know, every project that we're starting to see, we're really starting to stress that we see affordable built in there. If not, then money put towards our affordable projects. And I kind of feel like when we're selling land, if it's going to housing, same kind of concept in some capacity, that we really need to, like, in every aspect. And so when it comes to affordable housing, or just, you know, some way to help alleviate some of that pressure when you guys aren't building it, right? Because I get it's so hard to pencil. But at least maybe then we can partner with the Reno Housing Authority where they can make it more affordable and make it pencil. Where you guys, I get that you can't, I mean, it's a tough market to get stuff, you know, shovels in the ground. It is. But I do want us to start thinking about, like, in every aspect of how, you know, we help sort of, I guess, fund, you know, some of, you know, the Reno Housing Authority projects. Not here at the table. I think it's gross whenever that kind of whole thing kind of goes down. But I'm just saying, it reminds me, like, oh, you know, Jeff, I just want to put it on your radar. You know, you guys, just in every aspect when we're talking about housing, there's got to be some way all of us can work together.
Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I do think this developer and investors have shown a commitment to the Reno area. And I know you've got a lot of interests in a number of different areas, and suspect that you'll be coming forward with some of those understandings of the struggles that we, like many cities, are having.
Correct.
As a true partner, and will offer those things up as we move forward. I have confidence in that.
All right, this girl over here is watching. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
And I'm opposed, and the things Madam Mayor is talking about is, you know, affordable housing. That's what you lay out in your redevelopment plan. And so unless you want to do, you know, one-off transactional deals, you have policy, you put it in your plan, and then you're up and running as a successful redevelopment agency. But we just have not put feet to the fire to get it done.
Yeah, Councilwoman Breckus, listen, you're smart. There's a lot of things I absolutely do agree with you on. So I really do appreciate your dialogue. I do.
So maybe we need
Okay.
that from Jeff at a future agenda.
Well, that's what I was just kind of saying is like looking at that as a whole, because then I think it's so much easier to get there. But I did want to just put it on your radar because when we're talking about this, I mean, now more than ever, but times change, things fluctuate. I mean, we never sort of know. I mean, look at how far we've come in just a few short years, right? And so I want to say thank you. You guys do a tremendous job. And it's so nice to see you, Miss Miles. It's so great to see you. And Jeff, it's always great to see you. I think you both do a fantastic job. So thank you very much. So I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, Councilwoman Breckus opposed. Madam Clerk, right back at you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, moving on to redevelopment board updates from council.
All right, any updates from council? I think there are none.
All right, moving to general closing public comment for the redevelopment agency, of which we have none. Looking for your favorite motion of the day.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed. No one ever fights me on this motion. All right, we're adjourned. Thank you.